The atmosphere was tense as Anastasia, Freya, and Arya fixed their gazes on Elysia, their guards raised to the highest degree. She's the most troublesome, Anastasia thought, her expression serious. Alvis, Ronid, and Gideon each had direct powers, focusing primarily on strength and elemental abilities. But Elysia was different. Elysia, the Reaper of Time. Her bloodline was particularly troublesome, allowing her to steal vitality from anything she wished and use it in numerous ways. Her bloodline had many conditions, but even the Ravensteins hadn't been able to figure out all of its intricacies. Before Anastasia could respond, Freya suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself just in front of her. Elysia sneered in disgust. You barely have enough for yourself. Don't waste my time. She waved her hand dismissively, as though shooing Freya away. But Freya's aura erupted outward, her Grandmaster Plus rank power blanketing the entire space. Mother! Anastasia called out in worry, but Freya maintained her cold gaze as she spoke. Come out and stay back. For a moment, Freya's shadow hesitated before swirling, and the figure of a middle-aged woman emerged from it. It's too dangerous, my lady, Freya's Ravenblade said, standing protectively beside Anastasia. Despite the warning, Freya's aura continued to grow, her blue hair rising in waves as a thin blue glow enveloped her body. You are all in the Master Plus rank. Only I can handle her, so I will handle her, Freya said, her voice unusually cold, leaving no room for argument or refusal. The calm, serene nature she was known for had vanished, replaced by a fierce coldness that radiated from her. Anastasia and Arya were taken aback by the change, but Freya's Ravenblade wasn't. She had been with Freya the longest and knew what she was capable of. A blue mist suddenly swept out from Freya, engulfing the surrounding area. In the next second, skeletal hands burst from the ground, and a staggering number of skeletal warriors rose from the earth, each holding a different weapon. Freya, the puppeteer. This was the true Freya, the one feared on the battlefield before she married into the Ravenstein family. She was feared for many reasons, one of the most important being her ability to overwhelm her opponents with sheer numbers. Freya's bloodline was reanimation. She could breathe life and control into inanimate objects, or even the dead. Of course, the bodies she controlled were mindless, without ego, possessing only the will to obey and carry out any task she assigned. The number of people who had died in the Ravenstein estate, either slain or lost in brutal battles and wars, numbered in the thousands. And right now, Freya was tapping into that vast reserve. Freya's eyes glowed an intense blue, followed by the glowing eyes of the countless skeletal warriors. With a flick of her wrist, they shot toward Elysia with incredible speed. Elysia frowned. What the hell was this? The strength of the approaching skeletons barely reached master rank. Their numbers might be overwhelming, but to her, they were no more than ants. Time siphon. An intense pulse radiated from her, encompassing the incoming skeletons. However, Elysia's frown deepened. It's not working. Time siphon, as its name implied, allowed her to drain the vitality of anything within her aura's reach. But despite using it on these skeletons that appeared to be animated with life, it had no effect. Soon, Elysia was surrounded by hundreds of skeletons, yet her calm expression remained unchanged. She was, after all, still a Grandmaster Plus rank. They were nothing more than ants. However, her calm demeanor threatened to crumble when a cold voice echoed through the air. Detonate. The implications were immediate. Each of the hundreds of skeletons erupted in a violent chain of explosions, their bones shattering with deafening force. The entire area was rocked by the blast, shockwaves tearing through the battlefield as debris and bone fragments shot through the air like shrapnel. The ground trembled beneath the force, a roaring inferno of destruction engulfing everything in its wake. Smoke hung thick and heavy in the air, and for a moment, silence settled over the battlefield. Then, suddenly, a violent shockwave burst outward, dispersing the smoke and debris in all directions. In its wake stood Elysia, barely visible through the dust, her calm demeanor completely shattered. Her body was riddled with bone shrapnel, blood soaking through her torn clothes, and her usual composed expression had been replaced with seething fury. Elysia's breaths came in ragged gasps, her cold eyes burning with absolute rage. She had always prided herself on being composed and calculating, always one step ahead of both her opponents and allies. But there was one thing she despised more than anything: someone ruining her beauty. Her lips twisted into a snarl as she spat out a command. Life reclaim. Instantly, Her wounds began knitting themselves back together, the shrapnel being forced out of her skin and dropping to the ground with dull thuds. However, with each moment of healing, her body aged slightly, faint lines appeared on her once youthful face, and her hair lost some of its sheen. But the rage in her eyes only intensified. Chrono burst. Her voice was low but filled with venom. The time she had siphoned over the years surged through her veins, and her aura exploded outward with immense power. Her muscles swelled, her body vibrating with overwhelming force. The ground splintered beneath her as she charged, her form a blur as she rocketed toward Freya with unstoppable speed. Freya's eyes narrowed, though she maintained her calm demeanor. Her hand raised slowly, commanding the bones beneath her feet to gather. Merge. The skeletons obeyed, their bones creaking and grinding together until they formed a massive skeletal bird. It lifted Freya, Anastasia, and the others into the air, out of Elysia's direct reach. But Freya wasn't finished. Countless skeletons swirled around her in the sky, and without hesitation, she began throwing them down at Elysia, each one hurtling toward her like a missile. Detonate. Each skeleton exploded upon impact, showering Elysia in waves of bone fragments and explosive force. The entire atmosphere in Ravenspire was hard to describe. It was filled with so many emotions that they all converged into something unexplainable. The emotions were numerous, however, one emotion above all was too common to ignore: killing intent. The killing intent radiating out of Ravenspire, along with Sector 3 as a whole, was so intense that it was palpable. The Stellaris were being hunted and killed on the streets. An intense battle was raging just below the hill where the Ravenstein estate lay. Inside the estate, multiple people were battling for their lives. Contrary to what many believed, the Obsidian Order branch heads hadn't come to the estate alone. They had brought with them their elites from within the order. Many of the guards and workers of the estate found themselves battling for their lives. The elemental sanctums that had descended ended up joining the battle themselves. They were each built like fortresses, equipped with multiple artillery and offensive capabilities. Multiple elemental attacks were fired, each one decimating the Stellaris armada and army. There were so many things happening all at once, and the situation seemed as though it couldn't get any worse than this. However, many could only wish that were true. In war, especially one between two Tier 1 families, the Paragons would seldom participate, and even when they did, it was during the ending or decisive moments. The main force had always been the Grandmaster ranks. And if there was one thing Grandmasters of the human domain were known for, it was their domains. No one knew who started it. However, the inevitable happened, and just as the battle reached a crescendo, the air around the area suddenly intensified manifold, the mana in the air growing to unimaginable heights. Multiple beams of energy, each with different hues, erupted from the ground, splitting the sky from multiple points. The auras of Grandmasters instantly engulfed the entire area as each individual, either Ravensteins or Stellaris below the Grandmaster rank, found themselves in the middle of a situation they had no power over. Domains clashed for dominance, and many others trapped in the middle could only hope and pray that their allies would be the ones to win the battle. Out of everyone, the domains of a few stood out. Their energies were so massive that they made the earth tremble with intensity. The domains of Avalon and the other 3 stars clashed against their opponents. The domains of each of the elders of the Ravenstein family. And lastly, the domains of each sanctum head. Unlike during his battle with Alvis and Ronid, Avalon and Helios's domains had actually clashed and fought for dominance. However, the winner was soon decided, with Avalon's domain overwhelming Helios's. The same was true for the 3 stars, many of the elders, and the sanctum masters. To top it off, half of the elemental battalion commanders finally arrived at the scene, the elements immediately raging through the space once more. To any onlookers, the Ravensteins were winning. Liana's body was formless. Taking on the form of an icy mist, she moved at unreal speeds, freezing and killing many of the Stellaris while also battling with an elder. The latter's domain had mostly collapsed but was still struggling, its boundary having shrunk by several hundred meters. It should end in our win. Despite currently battling an elder, Liana's mind had been focused on the entire battlefield as a whole. The battalion had joined the battle, and the Stellaris' earlier numerical advantage had been made obsolete. Thanks to the efforts of Ulthi in blocking the sun at their location, their numbers were being whittled down at a fast speed. The recovery rates of the Stellaris were still unmatched due to the gems embedded in their foreheads, but it was only a matter of time before their energy ran out. The Ravensteins constantly got injured, but none of them ever stopped fighting until they drew their last breath. The Water and Light Sanctums also made preparations, healing many Ravensteins as fast as possible while also battling. Liana's gaze turned toward the skies where Avalon was currently battling. He's not holding back, she thought. The air felt scorching despite her being inside her domain made of ice. His battle alone influenced the entire battlefield. The fire elementalists seemed stronger, each of them finding the use of the fire element easier. If she and others were feeling this way, she couldn't imagine how Helios, who was battling him, would be feeling. Regardless, the results seemed obvious. However, Liana hadn't expected what happened next. Multiple energy beams suddenly erupted from the earth, cutting through the sky and parting the clouds. The gazes of every high-ranking Ravenstein, from Avalon and the other stars to the Sanctum Masters, shot toward its direction, their expressions narrowing. That direction, it had come from the estate. Avalon didn't bother to think. His family was in that estate. He let go of every reservation, turning away from Helios, and just as he was about to move toward the estate, Helios erupted with a huge burst of power, and immediately a scorching beam shot out from him toward Avalon. I don't have time for this. Avalon turned to face the attack before throwing out his own. It wasn't an attack he could just brush off. Helios appeared bloodied and battered. In fact, his energy appeared faint, his glow slightly dimmed. His hand clutched a round ball glowing brightly as he kept on throwing out attack upon attack, his face filled with complete fury. An artifact. Avalon's gaze was fixed directly on the round ball. It emanated an intense amount of energy that was hard to ignore. It was as though the Stellaris had been waiting for this chance, as during that brief moment of distraction, each of the elders brought out the same identical artifact, erupting with power before launching attack upon attack against the Ravensteins. Despite wanting to immediately rush toward the estate, they were each momentarily held back. The sudden burst of power had been surprising, however, it wasn't something they couldn't handle. The situation still seemed favorable for them in this scene, but the same couldn't completely be said for within the estate. While the battle was reaching its end below the hill, the battle within the estate was reaching its peak. The battle between the triplets of Ruin and the three branch heads of the Obsidian Order was still ongoing with full force. The triplets really lived up to their name as they maintained superiority throughout the battle. Neither of them had moved a single step from their initial positions. Gregor, Cassandra, and Vorik had each been brutally injured, with Cassandra wearing a deep frown on her face. Their plan had been to wear down the triplets, lowering their guard so that Cassandra would be able to get into their minds to control them with her bloodline. However, not only had they been unable to wear them down, but their will seemed to be growing with each passing second. The Ravensteins were dangerous. This was a fact that the Stellaris, along with the branch heads of the Obsidian Order, found out today. Despite the sun being high in the sky, the Stellaris domain, they had still been pushed back even though they had overwhelming numbers. The Order had thrown a surprise attack against the estate, but they were still being pushed back. The trio saw no other choice. Should they continue this way, they would lose. We need to buy more time, Cassandra spoke to Vorik and Gregor inside their heads. They each nodded to each other and wasted no time, unleashing their domains in unison. However, the triplets remained undaunted, not moving a single step from their position. They each uttered it at the same time, their words cold as ice. Domain. 3 bursts of energy erupted from their figures, a total of 6 domains clashing for dominance. Intense shockwaves rocked the space as Freya hurled multiple balls of bones at Elysia, each one exploding with force. Elysia's body was riddled with bone fragments, and she was constantly using a huge amount of her reserves to heal her wounds. The wrinkles on her face were becoming more apparent. Elysia gritted her teeth as another bone fragment tore through her arm, the pain barely registering against the fury building inside her. Her eyes darkened as the wrinkles deepened across her face. Is this all you have? You think these pathetic tricks will bring me down? She spat, her voice dripping with hate, frustration bubbling to the surface. You'll pay for every second of this. Her gaze locked onto Freya in the air, her voice rising as her anger reached its peak. I'll strip the life from your bones before this is over. Her usual calm was nowhere to be seen. Without another moment's hesitation, she gathered the remaining energy within her, unleashing it in a torrent of power. Domain. She roared, her aura surging as the space warped around her, a green burst of light erupting upwards before spreading outward. Domain. Freya quickly unleashed hers, the two domains instantly clashing for dominance. The air became heavy, and many parts of the estate were destroyed from their clash. There even, Anastasia's gaze was fixed directly on the battle unfolding. She couldn't help but feel slightly worried as she watched Freya pushing herself so much. But her gaze soon darkened as she suddenly saw Elysia smirking. Freya's gaze narrowed, however, it was too late. Her figure suddenly staggered forward, an intense weakness engulfing her whole body. The blinding lights radiating off her body began to dim, and more wrinkles appeared on her face as her vitality was siphoned away. The smile on Elysia's face widened. This was it, what she had been waiting for. Because of the nature of her bloodline, her domain was equally special. During a domain clash, there was no such thing as equal. If the opponent's domain didn't overpower hers immediately, then it was that person's loss. A domain was the extension of an individual. When both domains clashed, it was as though she was touching said person, giving her the chance to siphon the vitality of her opponent. Freya's life force was siphoned at a fast speed, her domain shrinking as Elysia's expanded. For such an old hag, your life force sure is delicious, Elysia said. The smile on Elysia kept on growing as she licked her lips, her happiness palpable. A second passed, and Freya suddenly staggered forward, sinking to one knee. Sweat marred her face as she appeared to be struggling. Mother, my lady, Anastasia and Freya's Ravenblade rushed forward to support her, but that momentary disruption was everything Elysia needed. The air around Elysia abruptly quaked, her muscles tensing and straining as a staggering amount of life force coursed through her body. Her legs coiled back like a spring, the earth imploding as she shot upwards, cutting through the air and reaching the flying bone construct in less than a second. Elysia broke into a crazed smile as her outstretched hand reached for Freya, the world slowing. However, just as she was about to grab Freya in a vice grip, she suddenly felt an intense sense of death. It was as though a switch had flipped. The instincts she had honed from all her decades were ringing in her head like a blaring horn. Elysia immediately retracted her hand before frantically sending her gaze around, trying to determine what the threat was. However, there's nothing. Elysia was baffled. She had definitely felt danger just now, and considering its intensity, she had thought it to be someone very powerful. What was happening? Just as she was about to turn back towards Freya, two pairs of dagger tips enveloped in darkness appeared inches away from piercing her neck and heart. Elysia's gaze narrowed as she looked at both Arya and Freya's Ravenblade, each emanating thick amounts of killing intent as they threatened to pierce her. Elysia scoffed. Did they actually think this would work? Elysia moved at incomprehensible speed, grabbing the wrists of both Ravenblades before slamming them on the flying bone construct. The construct crumbled, the figures of Freya, Anastasia, and Arya falling from the sky and landing on the earth with force. Elysia wasted no time and shot toward the group. However, the same feeling from earlier hit her again. This again, she felt an intense danger, but this time around, she was prepared. Elysia ignored the feeling and instead focused on her targets. She soon understood the reason for the sudden feelings. So it's you. Elysia spat, her eyes fixed on Anastasia, whose gaze was glowing subtly. That's right. She's from the Crawfords. The ground buckled as Elysia's aura erupted from her body. Her speed doubled as she blurred, appearing in front of the group. The sound of two cataclysmic punches landed, and the two Ravenblades were sent hurtling backward. Elysia grabbed both Freya and Anastasia in a vice grip, the smile on her lips widening in a way that seemed impossible. Finally, Elysia's elated voice was accompanied by her siphoning the life force of both Anastasia and Freya at fast speeds. Anastasia struggled, her hands gripping Elysia's, but it was to no avail. A Master Plus rank couldn't dream of overcoming a Grandmaster Plus rank in strength. The grip on both necks tightened as Elysia's laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, I told you, I will suck the life force out of your bones. She appeared completely crazed. Anastasia felt her vitality being sucked away at a fast rate, however, her thoughts weren't even focused on that. Instead, her focus was on Freya, who had already stopped struggling, her body becoming weak. No, Anastasia screamed. Freya was already at the end of her lifeline, any morin. However, Elysia didn't seem to care. Her crazed laughter continued, and her actions showed no signs of stopping. Bowman, who had been fighting at a distance, saw the dire situation and immediately started speeding back. However, Gideon had no intention of letting him. The situation seemed bleak. However, it all happened suddenly. In one instant, the sun's rays bathed the estate in a golden glow, and then in the next, the sun's rays were obscured as a gigantic purple construct appeared high in the sky. No one had any chance to react, as in the next instant, a voice so cold that it could freeze an ocean sounded. To the people present, the first few words were incomprehensible. But then, as if tearing through space and time itself, two words reverberated clearly, freezing the blood of everyone present. Vorpal Nova. For a heartbeat, silence fell. Then, a flash of crimson bathed the entire estate. In the minds of many of the onlookers, the situation appeared bleak. Arya and Freya's Ravenblade struggled, trying to force their bodies to stand, but to no avail. They had both taken devastating hits to their chests. Blood streamed from their gritted teeth, each of them fighting through the pain. Their eyes were fixed on their respective ladies, who were struggling for their lives, their hearts pounding. Both felt an intense shame for failing to protect them. Arya's hands trembled as she lifted herself off the floor. Her right leg was limp, but she didn't care as she dragged it behind her. The thought of Anastasia dying in front of her, it was unthinkable. She moved a few steps but soon collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, her body no longer responding despite her best efforts. No, 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 no. A scene many would never have thought possible unfolded. A Ravenblade, a ruthless assassin, was crying. Tears streamed down Arya's face as her hand stretched forward, as if trying to reach her lady. But reality was cruel. Elysia's laughter echoed as she continued siphoning the life force from the duo. The reality of the situation finally settled deep in Arya's heart, her lady was going to die. Fear clamped down so tight that she closed her eyes, praying for a miracle. Then it came. The sound of two words, so cold it made the temperature plummet, reached her ears. Her eyes flew open just in time to witness it, a blinding crimson arc cutting through the sky. It cleaved the horizon in two, bathing the entire estate in blood-red light. What? Arya struggled to make sense of the situation, but she wasn't the only one. Bowman, Gideon, along with the triplets and the obsidian trio, all paused for a moment, their gazes fixed on the sky. Everything was happening so fast, yet the world seemed to move in slow motion. The onlookers were confused, with Anastasia and Freya still battling for their lives. However, Elysia felt something different from the others. The intense danger she had sensed earlier, the one that had made her panic, had returned, multiplied tenfold. Elysia felt an overwhelming amount of killing intent directed toward her, so intense she couldn't believe it was coming from just one person. Elysia didn't think, she couldn't. Her instincts took over, driving her to use almost all the life force she'd just siphoned. Energy surged through her, burning like fire in her veins. She released her grip on both necks, the ground imploding beneath her as she shot backward faster than thought. But just as she moved, the blinding crimson slash reached its target. The impact was cataclysmic. The ground split apart like a hot knife slicing through butter, the force of the slash tearing through everything in its path. Buildings crumbled, and a shockwave of energy rippled outward, obliterating everything within reach. Smoke and dust filled the air, swallowing the battlefield in chaos. Through the thick dust, Elysia's heart skipped a beat as she locked eyes with a pair of glowing, blood-red irises piercing through the haze. A chill gripped her soul, shivers crawling down her spine. What the hell? Elysia couldn't explain it. No, it shouldn't even be possible in the first place. All that killing intent, could it really be coming from just one person? As the dust began to clear, Elysia's gaze landed on the source of it all. Blood-red eyes, snow-white hair floating back in formless waves, and a face so flawlessly handsome it looked as though it had been carved by the gods themselves. He was clad in a tight black exosuit, his entire body enveloped in a palpable crimson glow. Atticus Ravenstein. The hearts of everyone present trembled. There was no one who didn't know who this boy was. Alvis had warned them all about him already, and after the capture of Alvis and the death of Ronid, the branch heads had done their research. They all knew that the reason the Tier 1 families of the human domain were turning against the Ravensteins was because of this same boy. He was just 16 years old. And yet, he was radiating an aura so intense that many found it hard to comprehend. He was just 16 years old. And yet, his will was so strong and unyielding that even they felt slightly influenced by it. He was just 16 years old. And yet, he exuded a killing intent so overwhelming that many would have believed it to be the collective killing intent of an army. He was just 16 years old. And yet, he had just cut off the right arm of a Grandmaster plus rank. Many forgot to breathe. Many felt like they were dreaming. Many simply couldn't believe their eyes. What in the living world was happening? The rapid sound of crimson blood hitting the floor reached Elysia's mind, and she finally registered that she was the one whose right arm had been severed. Being a Grandmaster didn't make her immune to pain. She felt everything, an overwhelming pain racking her entire body. Elysia's face twisted with rage, intense anger erupting from her heart. She had used almost all the life force she siphoned just to escape that attack. Regrowing her arm would take several times that amount. More wrinkles would appear on her flawless face. Monster or not, she would make that boy pay. Elysia completely forgot about the overwhelming killing intent directed at her and shot Atticus a vicious glare. However, Atticus had momentarily turned his gaze away from her. He looked back, his eyes landing on the forms of Anastasia, Freya, and Arya, who were staring at him as though they had seen a ghost. Atticus's cold expression softened, and a warm smile spread across his face. They couldn't be blamed. It had been almost 2 years since they had last seen him, and yet he was nothing like the Atticus they remembered. They had each taken turns raising him, but now he seemed like a completely different person. However, even if their eyes could deceive them, their hearts could not. There was no doubt about it, it was Atticus. Anastasia's first instinct was to grab him and hold him tightly, but in that moment, before she could, Atticus suddenly gave them a single nod. It was just one nod, but to the people currently on the floor, it felt as though it were an overwhelming assurance. Leave it all to me. Anastasia wanted to protest immediately, but she couldn't move a single muscle. The aura currently surrounding Atticus was something hard to explain, as though it compelled her to believe that everything would truly be okay. Water enveloped each of them, healing their wounds, as Atticus turned his gaze back towards Elysia, his aura changing. Serafina stared down from her enormous construct, her gaze fixed directly on Atticus. It was an unusual sight. To the people of the human domain, this moment was rare. Serafina currently wore a serious expression as she observed Atticus. This should be impossible. She saw everything with her own eyes, yet it was hard to truly accept. They had witnessed a glimpse of Atticus' strength back in Sector 6. At that time, he had easily overpowered the other Apex candidates. But Serafina was only now realizing that it was, in fact, just a glimpse. Atticus had only shown what was necessary. None of the paragons had seen what he was truly capable of. None of them would have ever believed it. If only they had all witnessed this scene before the meeting, things would have gone differently. Atticus Ravenstein wasn't someone who could be compared to their standards. He was a monster. A force that every single one of them should strive to protect. He would bring change to the human domain. If they had seen this scene, his true power, the reality of the situation would have settled in their minds. In the entirety of the human domain, there was no other person. No one else who could represent them. He was their apex. Serafina's heart was pounding. I promised I wouldn't interfere, but I'll have to break my own promise. One of the conditions for bringing Atticus to Sector 3 was that she wouldn't interfere, regardless of the situation they encountered. However, considering Atticus' worth, there was no way she was going to let him die like this. I'll step in only when necessary, Serafina decided. Yet the one she was focused on was already lost in his own world. The air around Atticus felt heavy. No, it felt searing. The heat became unbearable as the fire molecules in the air shimmered, their tiny orange forms dotting the space around him. They pulsed. Slowly at first, then faster, expanding outward until every molecule across the estate glowed with an intense orange light. The temperature spiked. Even the Grandmaster Plus ranks, powerful as they were, felt the heat clawing at their skin. Many wondered why the temperature was suddenly rising. But those whose attention was fixed on the boy knew exactly who the cause was. A 16-year-old boy. Atticus was angry. He was seething. The rage he felt was so intense that he could feel it leaking from his body. Atticus didn't know what to do with this rage, so he focused it on the one element in which he had felt something similar before, the fire element. And it was as though a new world had opened up to him. Back at the fire sanctum, in the fifth summit when he was struggling to form his domain, Atticus had discovered something about the fire element, about the elements in general. To form his domain, he had to deepen his connection to the element to an incredibly high degree. Atticus had spent months in the sanctum trying to reach this level. During that time, he discovered the process of deepening that connection. He had to resonate with the element. In doing so, Atticus realized that each of the elements had different emotions they resonated with. Water was calmness, the serene peace that ebbed and flowed like gentle waves. Air resonated with freedom, the boundless, unchained spirit that soared through the skies. Earth resonated with resolve, unshakable and grounded. It was the embodiment of steadfastness, the immovable force that weathered all storms, no matter how fierce. Light resonated with hope, radiant and unwavering, shining through even the darkest of moments. Darkness thrived in fear, the cold, creeping dread that gnawed at the soul. Ice moved with detachment, a chilling coldness, devoid of emotion, freezing the world in its stillness. Lightning thrummed with determination, sharp, focused, and relentless. And lastly, fire. Fire was pure, unrelenting anger, the burning rage that consumed everything in its path. Atticus had spent months trying to form his fire domain, all because he had once tried to stimulate that anger, to force it out of himself. The process had been slow. Too slow. But now, with rage bubbling inside him, threatening to tear him apart, all he had to do was something simple, something he had done so many times that it had become second nature: connect. And connect, he did. The fire molecules in the air responded immediately. Each one pulsed, synchronized with his fury. The temperature skyrocketed to unbearable levels. The ground itself seemed ready to melt. Every gaze, from Serafina to Elysia to Anastasia to Freya to Arya to the triplets to Bowman to the other Obsidian Order heads, narrowed in focus. This power, there was no mistaking it. Elysia's heart raced, but before she could act, Atticus's lips parted. The world shook. Domain. A blinding crimson light exploded from him. The force was so cataclysmic it felt as though a nuclear explosion had detonated. A pillar of searing energy shot from his body, erupting into the sky like an unleashed volcano. The world quaked. The skies split. It was as though the very fabric of reality had been torn apart by his power. Serafina's gaze trembled. No way, she thought, refusing to believe it. It can't be possible. And yet, the reality was as clear as it could ever be. There was no doubt about it. This 16-year-old boy was forming his domain. The process seemed unusually slow, but not a single soul moved. Every Ravenstein battling in the estate and below the hill stopped whatever they were doing, their gazes turned skyward, where the crimson pillar of blinding light pierced the heavens. The Ravensteins immediately felt it, from fire elementalists to the others. That energy, it was pure elemental energy. Energy so pure that they felt compelled to worship it. It was unmistakably the formation of a domain, and yet it felt as though a paragon of fire had descended onto the battlefield. There was no fire elementalist they knew who could achieve such unification, at least not yet. Many immediately wondered what was happening, with Avalon and the others rushing to reach the estate. The shock in the air seemed endless, but Atticus, who was the source of it all, was in his own world. His body constantly radiated intense elemental energy, the fire molecules swirling around him, fueled by his fury. His temperature spiked to such a level that the ground seemed to melt. In this world of his, Atticus soon reached a state of enlightenment. Enlightenment. It was something many people sought, a moment when the mind went beyond its usual limits and saw truths that were normally hidden. It brought clear understanding and a strong connection to the world, where knowledge and power came together. Many great individuals had said it was the key to fully mastering one's abilities and reaching a higher level. But Atticus hadn't really given it much thought before. Now, he was realizing just how important it was. He had gained enlightenment. It felt completely and utterly surreal, as though what he had assumed was the truth before, wasn't. Domain. Atticus had been focused on forming his domain because this was what everyone told him was the next stage of power. However, Atticus had never once stopped to think that even though it was the way of the entire Ravenstein family, it didn't mean it would apply to him as well. Atticus had known that his bloodline was special from the moment he awakened it. Not only could he utilize multiple elements, but his connection to the elements was also unmatched. What usually took so much effort for others, was done with little to no effort by him. These trains of thought led him to his current state. Unleashing a domain would enable him to control the element within a certain range with absolute authority. However, so much power was wasted in creating it, power that he desperately needed now. Even if Atticus unleashed his domain at this moment, he still wouldn't be able to stand up to a Grandmaster plus rank, the difference was simply too vast. Atticus had no idea if it was because of desperation, but his next actions felt instinctual, as though he knew exactly what to do before he even started doing it. The pillar of light reached the skies just below Serafina's massive construct and then began to unravel, its crimson edges expanding outwards in every direction, growing wider and wider, engulfing the landscape in its fiery embrace. The ground trembled as the heat from his domain spread, igniting the air with roaring intensity. Yet, just as the fire began to reach its peak, something changed. The air around him thickened, time itself seemed to halt, as though the world was holding its breath. And then, all at once, the unraveling fire snapped back. In an instant, the widespread flames reversed course, converging back toward Atticus with terrifying speed. The shockwave of energy surged inward, the sky darkening as every last flicker of fire was drawn to him, creating a vortex of fiery fury. In the middle of this carnage, Atticus stood at the heart of it all, his body glowing brighter than the sun. Every fire molecule in the vicinity clung to him, forming a radiant aura of molten orange and deep crimson, swirling around him like a living storm. His entire form began to shift and change, his skin taking on the appearance of molten rock, his veins glowing with liquid fire as though his blood had become magma. His hair, now wreathed in flames, crackled and danced wildly, giving him the appearance of a living inferno. As the transformation took hold, the ground beneath him cracked and hissed, unable to withstand the raw heat radiating from his body. His eyes blazed with the same molten glow, their intensity piercing through the thick smoke that now cloaked the area. Atticus exhaled, thick smoke streaming from his nostrils. He had no idea where the enlightenment for this current state had come from, but instinctively, he knew the exact name to call it. Fire domain fusion. Elysia, along with everyone else in the area, trembled, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't this monster about to form his domain? What was this new form? Instead of letting the energy form a domain with a certain radius, he converged the whole thing around himself, temporarily absorbing all the energy. Serafina's eyes widened. As a paragon, her perception was too great not to understand exactly what Atticus had done. It wasn't just about him being 16 years old anymore, no Grandmaster Plus rank had ever achieved such a feat. Shrinking and absorbing the energy of a domain. The kind of unity with the element required for that was beyond imagination. Everyone's mind was racing, trying to comprehend the events, but Elysia wasn't given time to think. She suddenly met Atticus' gaze through the thick smoke, and it was as if her mind went blank. What the hell? Elysia tried her best to stop her body from trembling, but it was no use. The killing intent hadn't diminished, it had multiplied, blanketing the entire scene. Instinctively, Elysia took a step back, but a wave of force suddenly radiated out from Atticus as he unleashed his aura. It felt as though the weight of a world had descended upon her shoulders. Her legs buckled, and as she quickly turned her gaze back towards Atticus, he was gone. The ground where Atticus once stood suddenly imploded with such force that the entire estate quaked, as if an earthquake had struck. The violent rumble sent cracks spider webbing through the earth, and before Elysia could react, the deafening roar of the explosion filled her ears. She felt it before she saw it, the sudden, unbearable pressure of killing intent bearing down on her from every direction. Her instincts screamed at her, and without thinking, Elysia threw her body to the side. The hiss of a blade cutting through the air was the only warning she had, and a hot splash of blood filled the space where she had just stood. Her mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened. She glanced down in disbelief, staring at the stump where her arm used to be. Blood poured from the severed limb, staining the ground beneath her as her mind failed to catch up with the reality of her body's destruction. Elysia's gaze locked onto the katana in Atticus's hand, its edge gleaming crimson in the light of the flames that wreathed his body. The air around him shimmered with intense heat, every movement trailing searing embers. Her breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding erratically as she tried to steady herself. But there was no time. In the next instant, a sweeping kick crashed into the side of her face with the force of a sledgehammer. The impact was catastrophic. Her vision blurred, Her world spun, and her body was hurled through the air, flames licking at her flesh as the heat scorched her skin. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, parting it as she flew, her legs flailing helplessly. What was the first thing that came to mind when one heard the saying, life flashing before your eyes? Many would go for the literal route, where, at death's door, memories of your entire life would flash through your mind, especially the important ones. Others might take the emotional route, where instead of just memories, you'd feel a flood of intense emotions tied to the moments and people that mattered most to you. But most would forget an important aspect of the whole situation, the person's current emotions. Depending on the circumstances, those emotions could vary significantly: regret, unwillingness, or even happiness. But for Elysia, it was none of these. Elysia forgot everything. She forgot her eternal love for her skin and beauty. She forgot her loyalty to the Obsidian Order. She forgot every single memory of her life up until now. Instead, only one emotion overwhelmed her: fear. As Elysia soared backward through the air, her body contorted in pain, her face a mangled mess of seared flesh. The heat from Atticus's flames had deformed her once prized skin, the agony consuming her every nerve. The air roared past her, but in her mind, everything slowed. She felt the sharp sting of reality, the visceral pain clawing at her, and then, the fear. Her body aged rapidly, wrinkles forming along her face, her once vibrant hair turning stark white. The energy she had to pull from her very essence just to keep her head intact after the impact was draining most of her life away. She felt it, her youth, her vitality, slipping through her fingers like sand. Her skin sagged, her bones creaked, and her vision dimmed. The life force she had sacrificed to survive this moment had left her old, broken, and fragile. Through the world of pain, she forced her eyes to shift, to search for the one who had done this to her. But Atticus was already gone, vanished. All she saw was the shimmering trail of fire that had cut through the air where he had moved. No, her mind whispered, her thoughts racing even as her body struggled to hold on. Fear tightened its grip on her soul. Her heart hammered in her chest as she craned her neck, searching the area, her mind screaming at her to find him before. There. A streak of fire blazed above her, and then, he was there. Atticus appeared, his flaming katana raised high, the inferno of his presence lighting the night like a second sun. His movements were fluid, like a phantom of fire, unreal in their speed. But for Elysia, whose life was slipping through her grasp, it all felt like slow motion. The katana, ablaze with intense heat, descended toward her head like divine judgment. Time seemed to stop. She could see the reflection of her own terror in the blade's surface, distorted by the flames that danced around it. Ah, so this is it. A moment of clarity struck her amidst the storm of panic. There was no escaping this. Her body had reached its limit, her soul teetering on the brink. Elysia's fear gave way to grim resignation, her eyes, now dull and aged, staring up at her impending death. She closed her eyes, ready to accept the end. But just as the flaming katana was about to descend upon her, a blinding figure slammed into her side, sending her spiraling away from the blade's path. The flaming katana missed by a hair's breadth, but the force behind Atticus's strike was so overwhelming that a crimson arc tore through the air, splitting the very hill they stood on in two. The earth groaned as the sheer energy of the attack rumbled through the estate. Elysia's eyes snapped open in shock, catching sight of Gideon, his entire figure shining with a platinum sheen. His aura had far surpassed the golden transformation he had taken before. His massive figure towered over the battlefield, muscles like steel cables, veins pulsing with raw power. He had evolved into his final form, a terrifying force of nature. Bowman's mind reeled at the sight. Platinum, he thought in disbelief. He doubted if even he could survive a direct hit from Gideon in this form. An ant is still an ant. I'll crush you until there's nothing left. Gideon roared, his colossal arm drawing back. His eyes locked onto Atticus. Without hesitation, he threw his massive fist forward, the sheer power of the punch generating sonic booms, multiple concentric circles forming around it. The ground beneath Gideon's feet cracked from the pressure, and his aura erupted around him like a shockwave. But Atticus, wreathed in fire, simply flickered backward as if his body were made of living flame. His movement was impossibly fast, his form leaving afterimages in the air as he darted away. Then, in an instant, he erupted, his katana flashing with crimson light. He moved at blinding speed, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Hundreds of strikes turned into thousands, each one focused on a single point, Gideon's fist. The sound of each slash cutting through the air was deafening, the heat radiating from Atticus's body warping the space around him. His movements were so fast that it seemed as though he had multiplied, the afterimages trailing behind him as the slashes converged at one blinding point. The temperature surged, the heat so intense that the very air seemed to burn. In a single, devastating moment, the slashes struck Gideon's fist, converging with an explosion of force. What was supposed to be a crushing impact turned into something far more devastating. The katana sliced through Gideon's arm like a molten blade through steel, cutting through the thick muscles of his knuckles, splitting them in two, and then phasing up through his shoulder with terrifying precision. Gideon's roar of agony shook the battlefield, his massive form recoiling as blood sprayed into the air like a geyser. His mouth opened wide and his aura exploded outward, shaking the earth with a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. This roar was many times more powerful than the earlier one that had sent bowmen flying backward. But before Gideon's roar could even fully take shape, before his overwhelming power could lash out in full force, Atticus was already there. Without warning, a flaming foot connected with Gideon's chin in a brutal uppercut. The force rippled through his jaw, snapping it upward, the shockwave traveling up his skull like a lightning bolt. The ground beneath them buckled, dust and debris flying outward as Gideon's colossal form was hurled high into the air like a ragdoll. The shockwave rippled through the estate, splitting the ground and knocking debris loose from the surrounding buildings. Gideon's body rocketed upward, his massive frame twisting in the sky as blood trailed from his severed arm, splattering down in thick crimson arcs. The shock in the air was palpable, endless. Gideon's massive figure shot skyward like a missile, but not a single person present cared to follow his ascent. Every eye was locked on the source of the devastation, a boy whose body blazed as bright as the sun, radiating an aura of unimaginable heat. Anastasia was speechless. Despite everything happening, her mind was surprisingly blank. The same could be said for Arya. In just 2 years without seeing him, Atticus had grown this powerful. The most baffling fact was that he was currently stronger than them. Only Freya remained somewhat calm as Anastasia supported her. Her body appeared frail, with many more wrinkles marking her face. But she still forced herself to watch. Unlike the others, Magnus had regularly informed her about Atticus's progress, so she had an idea of his capabilities. Even so, not even she expected this, so the reactions of Anastasia and Arya, who hadn't known anything at all, were understandable. Anastasia had already thought of countless ways to protect her son after he finished the academy. He was an unmatched talent, but in her mind, still a lion cub in a world filled with fully grown predators. At least, that was what she had thought. But now, what she was looking at was anything but a cub. Atticus stood like a king of fire, calm and unhurried, as though the chaos he had just unleashed was beneath him. His molten gaze, devoid of emotion, surveyed the battlefield with the cold intensity of a predator. Everyone held their breath, expecting the inevitable, a follow-up attack to finish Gideon off for good. But it never came. Instead, Atticus's gaze shifted, dismissing Gideon as if he were nothing more than dust. His eyes fell on Elysia, still suspended in the air, and in that moment, she felt it, an overwhelming sense of danger. At that moment, the remaining branch heads realized something. He planned to kill all of them, but Elysia was his primary target. Elysia's heart clenched in her chest as the full weight of his intent bore down on her. Atticus was about to move, his body poised to strike, when suddenly, the air warped around him. A legion of grotesque figures materialized, surrounding him, twisted, raw flesh exposed, their skin grafted and molded into terrifying forms. Another legion appeared just beyond them, humans with empty, lifeless eyes, soulless as they charged toward him. The gazes of both Cassandra and Vorik glowed with intense light as they controlled their respective minions, attempting to overwhelm Atticus with sheer numbers, each minion radiating the aura of a Grandmaster rank. Clawed hands and weapons made of flesh and steel swung toward him in unison, each one aiming to tear him apart. Blades and fists surged toward Atticus from every conceivable direction. It was a sight that would terrify many, but Atticus remained undaunted, his expression cold as the flames around him flared even brighter. He spoke, his voice calm and cutting through the chaos like a blade. Endless blade. In an instant, the battlefield froze. One moment, Atticus stood still, and the next, the very air seemed to fracture. A blinding flash of crimson filled the space, and the figures around him, both the twisted, skinless minions and the mindless ones, were suddenly torn apart. Their bodies split into countless pieces, limbs scattering through the air before disintegrating into ashes. The very ground trembled as the ashes spread across the estate, a storm of death that left nothing behind. Both Vorik and Cassandra's glowing eyes dimmed, their expressions morphing into shock. It had all happened so suddenly. All eyes turned toward Atticus, but by the time they looked, he was already gone. Elysia's heart dropped into her stomach. The fear of death, which had momentarily subsided, came crashing back. He was coming for her. She didn't even have time to blink before Atticus reappeared, his flaming body blazing with an intensity that warped the air around him. His katana, cloaked in fire, descended toward her, promising nothing but the end. But before the blade could strike, a silver figure suddenly erupted between them, blocking the blow with two enormous scythes molded from his very hands. It was none other than Gregor. His body was completely silver, his weapons aimed at slicing Atticus in half. The clash was immediate, but it wasn't what Gregor had expected. His earlier calm expression twisted into absolute shock as the scythes melted on contact, the heat from Atticus's flames far beyond anything he had imagined. His weapons dissolved into nothing, and his eyes met Atticus's, molten, searing, and filled with an intensity that instantly shattered Gregor's resolve. It was the greatest mistake of his life. Atticus's eyes flared crimson, and in that split second, two beams of unbridled energy shot forth from them, piercing straight through Gregor's skull. The beams didn't stop there. They tore through Elysia's stomach, her body jerking violently as the searing energy passed through her, and continued onward, carving a path of destruction through the entire estate. Walls crumbled, structures shattered, and everything in the beams' path was reduced to rubble. The sky lit up with the raw power of the attack, and the ground behind them lay in ruin. Elysia's face twisted in agony as she clutched her stomach, her mind blank with disbelief. Her vision blurred as the pain overwhelmed her. But Gregor's head was little more than a molten crater as his body slumped, dead before he even hit the ground. High above, Serafina watched the scene unfold, her brow raising slightly. I might not even have to interfere, she thought, her eyes never leaving Atticus's blazing form. Everything that had occurred until now was completely beyond her expectations. After his transformation, she had expected that he would be strong, but it was utterly terrifying to see him handle Grandmaster Plus ranks with such ease. Serafina was excited. She couldn't wait for the Nexus. Meanwhile, Atticus didn't hesitate. In a flash, he was upon Elysia once again, his katana blazing as he moved to finish the job. However, suddenly, another figure appeared in front of her, his arm wrapping around Elysia as he whisked her away with a speed that defied comprehension. In an instant, he appeared with Elysia a great distance away, moving in the blink of an eye. It was one of the branch heads of the Obsidian Order. The gazes of the onlookers in the area suddenly narrowed. The man was none other than Casimir, the Obsidian Order branch head of Sector 10. His face was sharp, angular, and emotionless, with cold, calculating eyes. His bloodline allows him to manipulate momentum, Anastasia thought as she stared at the new arrival. But then the people in the area abruptly noticed the two figures beside him. One was the Obsidian Order head of Sector 9, but most were focused on the last figure, Alvis. Despite the fact that he was supposed to be imprisoned, none of them were surprised. The reasons the Obsidian Order attacked the Ravenstein estate were obvious, and seeing Alvis with them narrowed it down significantly. Anastasia's gaze shifted toward the man beside Casimir once again. He was able to get through our defenses, she surmised, thinking about the man's bloodline. Instantly, without wasting time, the branch heads gathered around Casimir, their expressions serious. Casimir suddenly spoke, his voice dark. We're leaving. But Gideon, whose chin had healed just enough for him to talk, suddenly screamed from the distance, no. I have to kill him. I have to kill him no matter what. His voice was raw with anger, his pride having been utterly shattered. Casimir's eyes narrowed. I don't have time for this. While he agreed, Atticus was a threat that couldn't be ignored, the situation had spiraled out of control. They couldn't win this. Not here, not now. The other branch heads glared at Gideon as though they wanted to tear him apart. Was his brain functioning? Couldn't he read the current situation? One of them were dead already. However, Atticus had never been one to waste time. The sky abruptly darkened, turning a deep, ominous crimson as countless orbs of flame ignited above, their glow casting long, flickering shadows over the battlefield. The air grew thick with oppressive heat as thousands of flaming spheres hovered in the sky around the estate, each one burning hotter than the last. A moment of silence hung in the air, and then, all at once, the spheres unleashed beams of searing fire, raining down on the gathered branch heads. The intensity of the attack bathed the entire area in a fiery glow, the ground already trembling under the weight of the incoming destruction. The branch heads stood frozen, wide-eyed as the sky turned into a sea of flame. The bright light from the searing beams shone down on them, reflecting in their shocked, widened eyes. In this final moments, Gideon, whose earlier bravado had shattered, could only mutter, "What a fucking monster." Then, the flames struck. The world seemed to explode. The ground shook violently as the impact rocked the estate, the force of the explosion leveling everything in its path. Buildings disintegrated, stone and steel alike crumbling into dust. The earth itself seemed to split as the shockwave tore through the landscape, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. Avalon, the 3 stars, and the others arrived at the scene at that moment, their utter shock evident on their faces. Avalon's gaze frantically searched for his wife and mother amidst the chaos. Relief washed over him as he spotted them, along with Freya and Arya, a distance away from the explosion's origin. But that relief quickly turned to bafflement. Not a single whiff of hot air or even smoke reached the group. The area around them appeared clear. Avalon's gaze narrowed, and he vanished, reappearing in front of the group. "Anna, Mom, are you guys okay?" Anastasia turned toward Avalon, relief flooding her features. She nodded with a smile, but it faded as she remembered the situation. Avalon approached and enveloped both of them in a deep hug. He instantly noticed Freya's frail nature and the exhausted, drained look on his wife, a surge of intense anger settling in. "You might want to save that for later. We have more pressing matters at hand," Lyanna's voice cut through his thoughts. He turned to see her, Sirius, Nathan, and the Ravenstein elders alongside the Sanctum Masters hovering above them, their gazes fixed skyward where thick smoke billowed. There was not a single face among them that wasn't thoroughly shocked. Although the smoke engulfed the area, they were Grand Masters, capable of seeing through it with ease. "Anastasia, are you sure you gave birth to that boy?" Nathan's remark hung in the air. No one laughed. None of them could. The being currently floating high up, cloaked in intense fire, was undeniably Atticus, Avalon's 16-year-old son. Nathan's words might have seemed like a joke, but it was what they all wondered: was that boy even human? It was as if a nuclear explosion had just unfolded. The battlefield below lay in ruins, and the sky itself was alight with the remnants of Atticus's devastating power. With a single thought, Atticus unleashed another shockwave. It radiated from him, a pulse of raw energy that blasted through the smoke, scattering the remnants of dust and ash like paper caught in the wind. The dust had barely begun to clear when, suddenly, multiple golden lights ignited where the Obsidian Order's branch heads had been. They shot into the sky with incredible speed, attempting to escape the sector. The gazes of everyone present sharpened. They were trying to flee. Lyanna's voice rang out in anger, her eyes burning. "Don't let them escape." Her fists clenched, her aura flaring with fury. Avalon's face darkened as well, a deep frown settling over his features, but his mind quickly shifted. He remembered who was floating high above them. A serene voice suddenly echoed across the entire space, freezing the escaping lights mid-flight. "Surely, you don't intend to leave after doing all of this, do you?" The voice carried a calm power that blanketed the entire capital, an aura both serene and deadly. Serafina appeared, her presence casting a heavy, overwhelming pressure over the battlefield. Her aura caused every presence to pause, her authority absolute. Casimir and the other branch heads, their bodies riddled with burns and blood from Atticus's earlier assault, exchanged dark looks. Their gazes narrowed, but none of them panicked. Despite their injuries, they had survived Atticus's assault. But before they could act, the sky parted once more. Atticus. He blazed forward with unreal speed, his katana raised high, a blazing inferno of crimson flames engulfing the blade. His movements were a blur, like a living flame streaking through the air, his figure trailing fire with every motion. His eyes, cold, emotionless, yet filled with intense fury, locked onto the branch heads as his katana descended with terrifying force. The sheer heat of his body warped the air around him, the intense flames turning the sky above into a seething cauldron of fire. The very air seemed to sizzle in his wake, leaving behind blinding afterimages of his speed. However, the branch heads didn't even blink. Suddenly, the air in front of them warped, twisting violently as if reality itself was bending. Serafina's eyes widened in shock, and in an instant, a massive purple hand construct materialized with lightning speed. The hand grabbed Atticus, pulling him back just before his katana could strike, yanking him toward her. Serafina's aura surged, blanketing the entire space just as the warp in the air solidified. In the blink of an eye, a man appeared from the distortion, floating high in the air. The man was tall and imposing, with pale skin and short jet black hair streaked with silver. His piercing silver eyes glowed faintly, giving him an intense, otherworldly look. He was clad in a sleek, dark cloak that seemed to ripple like shadows, with a black symbol of the Obsidian Order etched into his left arm, subtly glowing. However, this wasn't what everyone was focused on. In fact, aside from Serafina and Atticus, there was not a single person who could move. The man was a paragon. Everyone was utterly shocked. Up until now, in all the years since the Obsidian Order had made themselves known in the human domain, never had a paragon appeared amongst their ranks. The Obsidian Order had a paragon, this cold fact seemed to wash over everyone present. Paragon Blackgate. The branch heads bowed and greeted him with respect. The man appeared calm, not a single emotion crossing his face. He was currently in enemy territory and, not only that, a paragon was standing in front of him. Yet he didn't seem to care. His silver eyes were focused on only one thing, Atticus. What a peculiar child. Your talent is truly immeasurable, so much so that I find it hard to believe you're human. It's being wasted here. How about it? Join us, and I'll let you kill her. What a peculiar child. Your talent is truly immeasurable, so much so that I find it hard to believe you're human. It's being wasted here. How about it? Join us, and I'll let you kill her. The gazes of Casimir and the other branch heads flickered with shock. Even Avalon and Anastasia, who instinctively wanted to fly up to their son, were momentarily frozen in disbelief. Avalon grabbed Anastasia's arm, stopping her, though the tension in the air was intense. Before anyone could react, Blackgate raised his arm, and in an instant, Elysia materialized in front of him, trembling. Her once confident demeanor had crumbled entirely, her face now marred with fear, her body old and withered. She began speaking fast, stuttering. My lord, I mean Paragon, I've been loyal to the order. I would never betray. Her voice, once cold and assured, was now trembling and frail, matching her aged appearance. But mid-sentence, her words were cut off. A sharp, piercing scream filled the air as blood gushed from her mouth. Her tongue had been severed without warning, blood dripping from her lips. She met Blackgate's eyes in horror, immediately silencing herself, her body shaking in sheer terror. Blackgate turned his attention back to Atticus, but his eyebrows lifted slightly. The temperature around them was climbing rapidly. Inside Serafina's construct, Atticus had become a living inferno, his body radiating heat so intense it warped the air, turning it into a liquid-like haze. The flames around him roared hotter than ever, every inch of his form pulsating with fury. Blackgate smiled, such anger. Beautiful. He stretched his hand out toward Atticus, fingers curling as though to pull him in. But then a sharp voice cut through the tension, cold and intense. You must be blind. Serafina's usual serene tone was gone, replaced with an icy fury that chilled the air. A large shadow suddenly stretched out from behind her, an oppressive aura radiating from her figure that made the entirety of Sector 3 shudder. The ground quaked beneath her power as her gaze erupted into an intense purple glow. Behind her, two massive, slanted yellow eyes appeared, looming over the battlefield like the gaze of a divine beast. Her voice echoed through the space, regal and majestic, carrying a weight that only a divine being should possess. It's either that, or you've chosen to blatantly disregard me. Purple marks etched themselves across her face as her aura grew even more intense, cracks splitting the earth beneath her feet. The power of a paragon unleashed fully. I would advise you pick the first option. I have a short fuse. The air grew thick, the tension climbing to a suffocating level. Even the grandmasters in the area found it hard to breathe. Serafina's aura had fully erupted, the pressure making it clear she was ready for battle. Avalon clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. The others stood still, watching with grim expressions. Another Paragon clash here would annihilate Sector 3. However, Avalon, Anastasia, and most of the Ravensteins were more worried about Atticus, who was dangerously close to the action. Blackgate, however, merely chuckled. Serafina, I would be a fool to claim I didn't see you. But does that really matter? Drop the bravado. We both know you have more to lose here than I do. For a moment, Serafina hesitated. Blackgate was right. If they fought now, Sector 3 would be reduced to nothing. She might be able to protect Atticus, but the others would perish, and she knew he would never forgive her for it. Her aura waned slightly as she reconsidered her position, realizing the gravity of the situation. Seeing her pull back, Blackgate turned back to Atticus. So, what do you say? The Order is the perfect place for you to grow. The entire battlefield descended into silence, every gaze locked on Atticus, waiting for his response. For a brief moment, the world seemed to stand still. But none of the Ravensteins had a shred of doubt. Atticus was a Ravenstein through and through. And if there was one thing the Ravensteins never were, it was forgiving. Atticus's molten gaze met the man's silver eyes. Despite the fact that the man was a paragon, Atticus did not flinch. His rage burned hotter than ever, the flames licking the air around him. His voice was calm, but the heat in his words was scorching. Right now, I'm weak. So weak that I can only watch as you leave, unable to stop you. His eyes glowed, and the temperature spiked, the flames around him surging. But I promise you, no matter how long it takes, I'll hunt you down, every last one of you. And when I find you, you'll beg me for a mercy you will not receive. Burn my face into your mind, because it will be the last thing you see before you die. Silence followed. Avalon and Sirius grinned wide, pride swelling in their hearts. Liana's smile was fierce, while the Ravenstein elders chuckled darkly. Anastasia clutched her chest, a sad expression appearing on her face. Even Serafina couldn't help but chuckle. He's a fiery one, isn't he? One of the triplets of Ruin suddenly said. Clearly. Must be all that Ravenstein blood, Rurik added. However, the third squinted his eyes at Atticus before adding, well, someone's got to teach him to make proper threats. He's still a bit green. Blackgate's expression remained calm, until his smile suddenly widened, and he broke into a fit of laughter. How unfortunate, he said between laughs. You really are dangerous. Blackgate's arms stretched out, and the entire world seemed to pause. Serafina's eyes narrowed, instantly alert. Her aura flared again, preparing to act. But before Blackgate could move, the sky above him churned violently, thick clouds gathering in an instant. Thunder roared, followed by a flash of lightning that struck down just in front of Serafina. A brilliant white light filled the battlefield, momentarily blinding everyone. When the light dimmed, a figure stood tall, radiant and commanding. The man was made entirely of lightning, his form crackling with electric energy. Yet, despite his elemental appearance, everyone knew him immediately, Magnus Ravenstein. Serafina's sharp eyes narrowed. It's just a construct, she deduced. Magnus wasn't physically present, but the sheer aura of the lightning construct was overwhelming, blanketing the battlefield in radiant energy. Magnus's construct didn't speak. It didn't need to. The radiant spear in its right hand was more than enough of a statement. Blackgate glanced at the construct, his smile unwavering, before turning his gaze towards Sector 2. Powerful figures were rapidly approaching from the distance. The reinforcements were nearly there. Blackgate turned back to Atticus, his gaze lingering for a moment before his grin widened. I'll look forward to seeing you again. A massive black gate appeared in the sky above, its dark form swirling ominously. It descended over the group, engulfing them, and in the blink of an eye, their forms vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind only silence and devastation. The silence in the air was deafening. As soon as Blackgate vanished, many of the people present let out sighs of relief. However, a deep sense of unease lingered in their hearts. The Obsidian Order had a paragon, perhaps even multiple paragons. The weight of this revelation was as shocking as it was devastating. Magnus's lightning construct turned toward the remnants of the Ravenstein estate, his gaze sweeping over the gathered family members. Seeing them safe, he offered his grandson a long, appraising look before turning to Serafina and giving her a respectful nod of appreciation. Then, as silently as it had arrived, the lightning construct began to dissipate into the air, sparking out of existence. Just as the remnants of Magnus's power faded, a ripple of overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene. The paragons had arrived. The air grew thick, so dense with power that Avalon and the others found it nearly impossible to move, despite their urgency. The sheer weight of their presence blanketed the battlefield like a suffocating fog. Gavin, with his hammer strapped to his back, appeared first, the ground beneath him rumbling slightly as he arrived. Next, Octavius arrived, his slender frame almost ghostly in its movements. His sharp features were impassive, and the air around him seemed to hum with the faint reverberation of sound waves. His cold eyes darted across the ruined landscape. And then came Aurelius. He towered over the others, his skin glistening with the tattoos of countless beasts he could transform into at will. His aura was primal, ancient, and suffused with the untamed energy of the wild. As they arrived, their combined presence pressed heavily on everyone. Octavius, his eyes narrowing, immediately asked, "Serafina, what happened?" Serafina sighed softly before beginning to recount the events, though her figure remained guarded. She still held Atticus tightly within her construct, not willing to release him. She couldn't be sure of their intentions for now, not when Atticus's life was at stake. While Serafina spoke, Atticus was lost in his own world. The sound of her voice became a muted blur, drowned out by the anger that simmered within him. His molten gaze remained locked on the spot where Blackgate and the Obsidian Order had disappeared. They were gone, but his fury had only grown. It seethed, boiling within him, spilling out uncontrollably. His flames, which had dimmed momentarily, began to flare again, growing larger and more unstable. The fire surrounding him trembled with intensity, and for the first time, Atticus wasn't sure what to do with it. He was furious. With the Obsidian Order, yes, but most of all, with himself. He had been weak, powerless to stop them. The fire built and built, erupting with explosive force as the temperature around him tripled. The air shimmered with heat, warping reality itself. Serafina's gaze sharpened. "He's going to explode," she muttered, her purple eyes narrowing as she tried to contain the growing inferno within her construct. Atticus's power was spiraling out of control, and Serafina knew that if he wasn't stopped, the consequences would be catastrophic. Avalon and Anastasia, who had been staying back out of respect for the paragons, suddenly bolted forward, no longer able to hold themselves back. "Atticus! Atticus!" Their voices rang out, but Atticus couldn't hear them. He was lost in his thoughts. "I'm too weak. Why am I so weak? I let them escape, it's my fault." The flames surrounding him roared louder with each thought, the heat growing more volatile. Serafina could feel the instability building, the temperature surging as the very air quaked. She tried to contain the explosion, but it was becoming harder with each passing second. She could control the explosion, but the most important thing here was Atticus's life. She couldn't control that. If Atticus explodes and dies, everything becomes meaningless, she thought, grimly assessing the situation. "We have to put him to sleep," she concluded, turning toward Octavius, intending to ask him to use his sound abilities to put Atticus under. But before she could speak, Avalon and Anastasia reached them. Anastasia's desperate eyes met Serafina's, pleading for permission to enter the construct. Serafina hesitated for only a second before allowing them inside. As they entered, the heat hit them like a wave. Anastasia winced, but Avalon immediately used his control over fire to mitigate the searing temperature. Yet even he could feel the resistance. The molecules were harder to manipulate, as if the flames themselves were resisting his will. "Such anger," Avalon muttered. "The molecules are fighting back, like they're worshipping him." "Atticus!" Anastasia cried out, moving closer, her heart racing with fear. But Atticus didn't respond. His molten gaze remained fixed on the place where Blackgate had vanished. His body trembled with rage, and he muttered to himself, lost in his own world. Anastasia's worry deepened, her voice trembling as she called out again, "Atticus!" She couldn't reach him, and the heat around him was becoming unbearable. Her skin began to sizzle and burn, the intense flames scorching her flesh. Avalon tried to stop her, but she ignored him, her determination overriding the pain. Ignoring the searing heat, Anastasia pushed forward, finally reaching Atticus. Her hand shot out and grabbed him by the shoulder, spinning him to face her. "Atticus!" Her voice broke through the chaos in his mind. For the first time, his molten gaze locked onto her face. In that moment, it was as though a switch had flipped. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes, and the raging fire around him suddenly stilled, the flames calming as his will acted. Mom," Atticus's voice was weak, and a sad smile tugged at his lips. The anger drained from him, replaced by a deep, overwhelming exhaustion. The crimson glow surrounding him dimmed, and he collapsed forward, unconscious, into Anastasia's arms. The entire battlefield let out a collective sigh of relief. The Ravensteins and the Paragons had been on the brink of losing their greatest genius. Avalon gently touched Anastasia's seared hands. Anna, your hands. I'm fine, she replied softly, her voice steady. Despite the flames having been snuffed out, Atticus's body was still unbearably hot, scorching her skin. But her expression showed no sign of pain. No one was going to take her baby away from her. Avalon said nothing, only nodding in understanding. Together, they exited Serafina's construct, paying their respects to the Paragons as they flew down toward the remnants of the Ravenstein estate. My lady, Arya rushed forward, her wounds still healing but her concern clear. Her eyes were fixed on the unconscious Atticus, her worry palpable. The Ravenstein elders, the sanctum heads, and the rest of the family gathered around. I need a place to lay him down, Anastasia said urgently. All eyes immediately turned to Nathan. Startled, the round man jolted in surprise. He glanced around before grumbling, oh, for the love of, fine. Nathan, huffing and grumbling under his breath, stomped the ground. What do they think I am, some kind of builder or something? Always making me do the hard work. The earth rumbled, and within seconds, a simple but sturdy building formed from the rubble. Anastasia wasted no time and carried Atticus inside. While the events in Sector 3 were reaching their conclusion, the battle in Sector 1 was reaching its climax. The Paragons had each felt Blackgate's presence as soon as he appeared in Sector 2, and while they all wanted to intervene, not all of them were able to leave the scene. The battle hadn't paused, it had only intensified. Oberon, along with Thorn Alvarian and Zephyrin, stayed behind to contain it. Despite the ongoing battle, Magnus had still split his focus, sending a construct to Sector 3. With the current state of Luminous, Magnus couldn't afford to abandon the fight. Luminous would never stop pursuing him if he left for Sector 3. When the coast was clear in Sector 3, Magnus returned his full focus to the battle, and the change was immediate. The battle between Magnus and Luminous had been raging for several minutes. For many, this might seem like a short time, but to the Paragons and the combatants themselves, it felt like an eternity. Thunder cracked louder, echoing through the heavens as Magnus's figure blinked in and out of existence, his speed incalculable. He appeared behind Luminous, his spear igniting the air with lightning-wrapped power as it struck Luminous's back with devastating force. Crack! The blow sent Luminous hurtling forward, his molten form flaring even brighter as he struggled to regain control. In midair, he twisted, spinning with his warhammer to retaliate, but Magnus was already gone, dispersed into pure lightning. Magnus blinked again, reappearing at a different angle, his movements like a storm, fluid, constant, and untouchable. A wall of lightning exploded outward from him, crackling with energy, electrifying the air as it surged toward Luminous with a roar. Luminous roared in response, drawing power from the sun above. His warhammer glowed blindingly, charged with solar energy, and as he swung it forward, the wall of lightning split in two, parting around him. He charged at Magnus, his speed increasing with every step, the warhammer crashing down with the force of a meteor. Boom! But Magnus was quicker. In an instant, he blinked away, reappearing like a bolt of lightning, his spear spinning in a blur. He struck Luminous across the chest, sending bolts of electricity coursing through his body. Luminous's molten form sizzled and cracked under the assault, but the power of the sun restored him instantly. He bellowed with fury, "You can't defeat me, Magnus." The rays of the sun intensified, bathing him in their glow. Magnus, however, remained silent, his expression cold and unchanging. He moved again, faster than a blink, and his spear struck Luminous from every angle. The air erupted with crackling thunder as blow after blow landed. Crack, 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 asterisk. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, the force of their battle threatening to tear the very sky apart. The Paragons watching from a distance contained the shockwaves, holding the devastation at bay. By now, many Grand Master and Master ranks of Sector 2 and the Academy had gathered closer to the Aegis shield, each watching the battle unfold with bated breaths. To most, the battle seemed to be at a standstill, a war of attrition between titans. But to the Paragons, the end was already in sight. With a final, blinding flash, Magnus appeared directly in front of Luminous, his spear igniting with the fury of a storm. Lightning crackled around the weapon like a coiled serpent, and without hesitation, Magnus thrust his spear forward with unimaginable speed, the world seeming to hold its breath. Boom! The impact was devastating, a thunderous explosion that sent Luminous crashing into the earth below. A massive crater formed upon his impact, the ground shattering as his molten form struggled to maintain itself. His solar aura flickered, the sun's energy fighting to restore him, but Magnus gave no chance. In the blink of an eye, Magnus was upon him, his spear a torrent of deadly strikes. Each thrust sent another wave of electricity surging through Luminous's body, his torso, arms, legs, no part of him was spared. The sun's energy struggled to keep up with the damage, but Magnus was relentless. Crack, 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 shockwaves radiated out with each strike, rattling the very foundation of the battlefield. The earth itself quivered under the force, debris flying in all directions as Luminous's body was torn apart, piece by piece. His molten form shimmered and cracked, unable to hold against the onslaught. Luminous roared, his body growing brighter as he tapped into the full force of the sun. He went supernova, erupting with raw solar power, a cataclysmic burst of energy that should incinerate anything in its path. But Magnus was unaffected. His lightning speared through the explosion, cutting through the supernova as if it were nothing. Luminous tried again and again, unleashing bursts of solar explosions, but Magnus's lightning pierced through it all, his strikes faster and deadlier with each passing second. Despite the seemingly infinite energy Luminous could draw from the sun, the cracks in his form began to deepen. His light began to dim, his body struggling to keep up with the relentless assault. The realization dawned on him like a heavy weight, one he was finding hard to believe: he was losing. The anger inside him bubbled, his disbelief turning into rage. He glanced up at the sun, which was shining as brightly as ever, fueling him with so much energy that should make him invincible. And yet, he had still lost to this man, Magnus Ravenstein. I lost. Luminous muttered, his voice barely audible as his molten form wavered. He couldn't believe it. However, there was no doubt about it, he had lost. If things were left the way they were, only death awaited him. He might be a paragon, however, Luminous didn't want to die. With a hoarse voice, Luminous spoke words he had never imagined he would utter in his entire life. I give up. The words echoed across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every Grand Master, Master, and Paragon watching. A silence fell over the crowd, stunned, disbelieving. Luminous had surrendered, but the thunder never stopped. Magnus didn't flinch. His cold gaze remained fixed on Luminous, and his movements did not cease. It was as if Magnus hadn't heard him at all. To Magnus, it was inconceivable. After everything that had happened, he couldn't imagine a scenario in which Luminous could have been talking to him. His spear strikes rained down like a storm, each one more deadly than the last. Luminous could no longer draw on the sun's energy to repair his form, and the blows came faster, the damage deeper. Magnus's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Seeing Luminous weakened, he drew his spear back, lightning igniting around it with blinding intensity. The spear crackled with storm-like power, arcs of lightning surging through the air as Magnus thrust it forward, directly toward Luminous's head. But just as the spear was about to land, a blinding light flashed in the air. Oberon, Thorn, and Zephyrian reacted simultaneously, their hands stretching forward. The air in front of Luminous fractured, the space warping as the spear collided with an invisible barrier. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. Boom! The ground beneath them split, and the sky itself seemed to shudder as the force of the impact rippled across the battlefield. The shockwave tore through the earth, sending rocks, debris, and dust flying into the air. Lightning cracked through the skies, thunder rumbling like the voice of a vengeful god. Magnus's body crackled with pure energy, his killing intent blanketing the entire space. His cold, emotionless voice cut through the tension like a blade. Do you all choose to interfere? His spear swept to his side, arcs of lightning sparking off it as he gazed at the paragons. The air grew thick with tension, almost suffocating. Every paragon in the vicinity instinctively knew, Magnus was ready to take them all on. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Every single person watching from behind the Aegis shields held their breath. They knew, what was about to happen could be the worst disaster the human domain had ever seen. The paragons were about to clash. If they fought, it would be an event that might cripple the human domain forever. Earlier, only Magnus and Luminous had battled, and even then, the entire domain had felt the repercussions. Aegis shields had sprung up in other sectors as they braced for potential fallout, and that was with only 2 paragons in battle, with others trying to mitigate the damage. But if all the paragons fought, even if it was all against Magnus, the consequences would be unimaginable. The devastation would tear through sectors like a wave, unstoppable. Magnus's killing intent saturated the air, pressing down on everyone like an oppressive weight. Even paragons found themselves unnerved as the lightning crackled around him, the sky darkening overhead. His spear pulsed with deadly energy, thirsting for Luminous's blood. Thorn Alvarian and Zephyrian both narrowed their eyes, their auras flaring in response. But before they could act, a calm, serious voice cut through the rising tension. Magnus, Oberon spoke, his tone steady. I understand your anger, but killing him would trigger a chain reaction that the human domain cannot afford. Magnus didn't respond, his killing intent only increasing. His gaze burned with the intensity of a storm, his spear humming with power. He started this, and he deserves to die. But if you kill him now, you risk tearing a hole in the domain that can't be mended. It's not just the loss of a paragon, it's the loss of an entire Tier 1 family. Oberon's words weren't direct, but everyone understood. Killing Luminous wouldn't be the end, it would be the beginning. The Ravensteins wouldn't stop with him. They would wage war on the Stellaris family, seeking to eradicate them entirely. Without a paragon, the Stellaris would be like ants to the Ravensteins. And when that inevitable war occurred, the human domain would lose one of its most powerful bloodlines, a loss they wouldn't recover from for centuries. But Oberon's plea hadn't reached Magnus. His aura continued to rise, killing intent flooding the entire area. The air crackled with electric tension. Cool down, Magnus, Zephyrian said, his voice tense. We're not going to let you kill him. And think about it, if we fight here, which sector doesn't have a functioning Aegis shield to protect it? Thunder rumbled overhead, the sky darkening further as lightning flashed in the clouds. The air grew suffocating, the killing intent reaching its peak. Magnus's gaze shifted to Zephyrian, his eyes glowing with intense white light, lightning crackling around his form. Was that a threat? Zephyrian's frown deepened, and he opened his mouth to respond, but Oberon quickly stepped in. It's not a threat, Magnus. It's a fact, Oberon said firmly. If we battle here, everything will be reduced to ruins, including Sector 3. Listen to me. You're not wrong to seek justice, and you shouldn't let this go. But we can come to a compromise. Oberon extended his hand, and a golden folded paper appeared in his grasp, a mana contract. The golden paper floated toward Magnus, the air shimmering with a golden light as Oberon spoke again. Write your terms. The onlookers, from grandmasters to masters, watched in silence, waiting to see what Magnus would do. They knew his reputation, unbending, especially when it came to his family. What would his next move be? They got their answer soon enough. In a flash of lightning, Magnus's spear disappeared, and he reached out, grabbing the mana contract from the air. The killing intent didn't fade, it remained as thick and deadly as ever, but some of the onlookers exhaled in relief. Perhaps they had narrowly escaped disaster. Just as Magnus was about to engrave his terms, Oberon's cautious voice interrupted. Magnus, there's no way here any of us would accept the Stellaris becoming slaves to the Ravensteins. Remember that. Oberon's words were cautious but firm. Allowing the Stellaris to become subservient to the Ravensteins would give Magnus's family far too much power. None of them, not even Oberon, could allow that. Magnus cast Oberon a cold, neutral stare, but then turned back to the contract, engraving his terms. Less than a second passed before the paragons read the clauses, and Luminous was the first to erupt. There's no way in hell I'm signing that. He spat, his molten form flickering with anger. Boom. Thunder cracked in the sky, and in a blinding flash, Magnus's spear reappeared in his hand, lightning surging along its length. His killing intent spiked, and the air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of his rage. Wait. Oberon quickly stepped between them, shooting Luminous a cold glare. You caused all of this chaos, Luminous. You'll take responsibility for your actions. Luminous gritted his teeth, his hands clenching into fists. But he's asking for too much. Losers' complaints are nothing but rabble, Oberon said icily. You acted, and you lost. You have no choice but to sign it. If you don't, the sun may never shine brightly in the human domain again. Choose wisely. Luminus's fist shook with anger as he took another look at the clauses in the contract. His eyes burned with fury, but deep inside, he knew Oberon was right. His defeat had consequences. Magnus's terms were brutal and strict. 1. The Stellaris will never attack or attempt to harm anyone with Ravenstein blood flowing through their veins. Every member of the Stellaris family will be required to sign a mana contract enforcing this. 2. The Stellaris Paragon and all with Stellaris blood will protect Atticus Ravenstein at all costs, no matter the threat. Every Stellaris will sign a mana contract in line with this. 3. Helios Stellaris will be given up and executed as punishment. 4. The Stellaris family will continue protecting the human domain and will never betray it. 5. The Stellaris will bear all costs for damages and compensate for every life lost in this conflict, settling reparations to the families affected. 6. The Stellaris family will publicly apologize to the Ravensteins, acknowledging their grave error in judgment and stating that their brains were not operating correctly. This apology will be made in front of all tiered families. Luminus's gaze darkened as he read the final clause, feeling utterly humiliated. He's my son, Luminus snarled, his voice filled with anger. There's no way I can agree to this. Magnus's killing intent only intensified, lightning crackling around him. The very air seemed to sizzle with electric energy, as if the sky itself were on the verge of exploding. Blood must be repaid with blood, Magnus said coldly, his voice low and deadly. Actions have consequences. Ravensteins died, and so the Stellaris must die. A suffocating silence fell over the area. Zephyrian's eyes narrowed, and he began to speak, but Oberon subtly shook his head. Still, Zephyrian couldn't keep silent. He's set to be the next Paragon, isn't that too much? Oberon's gaze was firm. It's better than losing the current Paragon. His grandchildren have shown promise, there will be another. Zephyrian frowned, unsatisfied with the situation, but he kept quiet. He cast a glance at Oberon, realizing what he had suspected earlier. Oberon was supporting Magnus in his own subtle way. The smartest man in the human domain rarely got involved in political matters unless the domain itself was in jeopardy or there was something he wanted. Thorn, who had remained quiet throughout, was no fool. He knew the situation was far from over. As the tension grew, every eye turned to Luminus, waiting for his response. The sun's rays beat down on him, their brilliance a cruel contrast to his weakened, broken form. He was the embodiment of the sun's power, and yet, at this moment, he lay helpless on the ground. Seconds passed, and the weight of defeat hung heavy in the air. Finally, with clenched fists and a heart full of fury, Luminus muttered, "I accept." The contract flashed, bursting into motes of golden light as Luminus accepted the terms, though his expression was filled with reluctant anger. He had no choice but to accept. Oberon smiled faintly. "Good. Now we can. You will also sign one." Magnus's cold voice cut through the air as he turned his gaze toward Thorn Alvarian, who had been standing silently at the side. The killing intent that had once been directed at Luminus now shifted toward Thorn, thick and deadly. Zephyrian frowned as Oberon's subtle smile returned. Thorn raised an eyebrow calmly. "What are you talking about? Before arriving in Sector 6, your family waged war on us. You are just as responsible as the Stellaris. You will sign a mana contract." Thorn's eyes narrowed. "I had nothing to do with that. It was." Magnus's gaze grew darker, his voice sharp. "Then I will address your son." Thorn froze, his expression hardening. He knew Magnus was right. Even if he hadn't been directly involved, his son, Eleanor, had been the instigator. If Thorn refused to take responsibility, Eleanor would be the one to pay for it. And knowing Magnus, there would be no negotiations, Eleanor would die on sight. After a long moment of silence, Thorn spoke, his tone cold. "And if I refuse, you'll wage war on the Alvarians?" "Yes," Magnus replied bluntly. "But not now. I'll wait for as long as it takes for the Aegis shield to be completed, then wage war." The air grew still as the two paragons locked eyes. Everyone knew Magnus was not one for empty threats. If Thorn didn't comply, the war between their families would come, no matter how long it took. Thorn remained silent for a moment, his mind racing with calculations. Then, with a deep sigh, he spoke. "Fine. But I won't relinquish my son's head." Magnus nodded, and without hesitation, drafted the contract. It wasn't as severe as the one Luminus had signed, but it still required the Alvarians to protect Atticus and to never attack the Ravensteins, unless they were attacked first. Although the Alvarian had participated in the war, they had caused next to no damage. In fact, they had been the one to lose greatly. If it had been completely up to Magnus, the Stellaris and Alvarian would be dead. However, it wasn't. Luminous, his body still weak, began to laugh hoarsely, coughing between each breath. Ha! What a sly bastard. He waited for me to sign the contract before asking you for one. Now, even if you gang up on him, my family will have to protect his cub. The other paragons ignored Luminous's deranged laughter. Only a man driven to the brink would laugh after learning his son was about to be executed. Thorn sighed again, nodding in reluctant acceptance as he signed the contract. As the golden light of the contracts faded, it was as though the heavy shroud cast over the entire human domain had been lifted. Many of the onlookers, still staring in disbelief, watched as the paragons began to depart. The devastation left behind was overwhelming. The terrain was unrecognizable. The once flat plains had been scorched black, massive craters pockmarking the earth where the sheer power of the battle had torn it apart, and the ground itself seemed to tremble, still reeling from the aftershocks of the titanic clash. No matter how long they lived, no one who had witnessed the battle would ever forget it. It wasn't just a fight between paragons, it was the day two titans had collided, the day Magnus Ravenstein's true, terrifying power had been revealed. As the paragons left, Magnus, Luminous, and the others made their way to Sector 3, where Helios Stellaris and the Stellaris Elders and Armada, which had been approaching the estate, stopped upon seeing the paragons arriving. The sight of Luminous, beaten and weakened, sent a wave of shock rippling through the Stellaris family. The sun was high in the sky, its rays beating down, and yet, Luminous wasn't healing. His molten form was dull, his once blinding glow dimmed. The question echoed silently in their minds: just how much had Magnus beaten him? That shock turned into disbelief when they saw Magnus. He stood tall, his body crackling with lightning that danced around him with ferocity. The clouds above rumbled ominously, responding to his presence like a god of thunder. Not a single shred of injury marred his form. It was as though he hadn't fought at all. He looked untouched, while Luminous looked shattered. The Stellaris warriors felt their hearts race as soon as they caught sight of Magnus. His killing intent surged through the air like a violent storm, pressing down on them. Many of the warriors faltered, their knees buckling, while others outright lost control, their bodies trembling with fear. A few soiled themselves in terror, unable to withstand the weight of Magnus's presence. As Magnus's eyes locked onto Helios, Luminous could only turn his gaze away, his hands clenched in silent defeat. Without uttering a word, chains of lightning wrapped around Helios, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Helios, still dazed, barely understood what was happening. His eyes searched for his father, but Luminous didn't have the courage to meet his gaze. In a single heartbeat, Helios was gone, taken by Magnus without a sound. The Stellaris warriors were left in stunned silence. None dared to move, none dared to speak. The sight of their paragon, beaten, and Helios, taken away, left them utterly shaken. As the paragons gathered with Serafina and the others, the conversation shifted from their battle to an even more pressing matter: the Obsidian Order. The paragons had immediately gathered in the skies of Sector 3, convening an emergency meeting to discuss the newly revealed threat of the Obsidian Order. The atmosphere in Sector 3 was filled with tension, the gravity of the situation pressing heavily on everyone present. What had once been a minor nuisance, a simple underground organization causing havoc in the human domain, had now exploded into a full-scale threat. Their threat level had skyrocketed from a 10 to a 100 in an instant. The Obsidian Order had been known to all, but the paragons were just now realizing how much they had underestimated them. While the Order had caused significant damage in the past, no Tier 1 family had taken them seriously. That changed the moment they attacked the Ravenstein camp, killing many youths, and when Ronid killed Ariel, earning the ire of the Ravenstein family. In response, the Ravensteins had purged Sector 3, dismantling the Order's bases and forcing Alvis, Ronid, and their followers into hiding. The situation had been so severe that they ended up seeking help from their allies, the Vermore family, and ultimately found refuge in the Abyssal Chasm. But now, everything was different. The presence of a paragon within the Obsidian Order had changed the entire landscape. The paragons could no longer afford to underestimate them. Every paragon of the Tier 1 families was present in the meeting, except for Eric, who was in the academy. Even Magnus and Luminous, despite their recently finished battle, were there. Magnus stood silent, the unconscious body of Helios bound by lightning at his side, a sight that made Luminous clench his fists in anger. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't attack Magnus anymore. The discussion began quickly, the tension in the air palpable. Serafina was the first to speak. From what I saw, Blackgate's ability revolves around creating dark portals. He uses them to travel vast distances in an instant. It's similar to teleportation. Her words held great weight, the implications clear. Blackgate had the ability to bypass defenses, infiltrating deep into their domain without warning. The situation might be different with the Aegis airship, but it couldn't be left active forever. The resources required would be unimaginable, not to mention the political implications. Gavik, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his gravelly voice breaking through the silence. Were there any signs they have more paragons? The other paragons turned their attention to Serafina, who shook her head. We had only brief contact. There was no indication of other paragons, but we can't assume he's the only one. Oberon tapped his fingers together in thought before speaking. It's hard to believe that one human, even a paragon, could command the loyalty of so many, especially when the Obsidian Order's reach extends beyond humans. They have roots in the other races, too. We must consider the possibility that there are other paragons among them, possibly from other races. The room fell silent as Oberon floated toward the area where Blackgate had appeared during the battle. His golden eyes glowed, mana swirling around him as his perception activated. The other paragons waited, watching him work. Finally, after a few moments, the golden light dimmed, and Oberon spoke. I can sense faint alien remnants here, but they've been cut off. It's like a cluster of energy that ends here, not linking anywhere. I can't track them. Frowns crossed the faces of the paragons, disappointment palpable. They had hoped Oberon could track Blackgate and led them directly to the Order's location. Without that, they were back to square one. But Oberon wasn't finished. However, I can work with this. I can create a rune-based detector, something that will alert us whenever this type of energy appears again. It won't stop them from entering, but it'll ensure we have early warning next time. His words brought some relief to the group. One of the biggest concerns had been Blackgate's ability to bypass the domain's defenses. If they could track his movements the moment he appeared, it would help mitigate the threat. Still, the weight of the situation wasn't lost on anyone. As Octavius crossed his arms, his sharp eyes narrowed in thought. This can't be all we do, just wait to be attacked. We need to go on the offensive. Oberon nodded. Agreed. Gathering intelligence is our top priority. I'll also continue analyzing the remnants of Blackgate's energy to see if we can find a way to inhibit his spatial ability. I'll be engraving runes in every sector to enhance security, but until that's done, we should all remain on high alert and stay within our territories. With that, the meeting began to wind down. One by one, the paragons began to leave, heading back to their sectors to prepare. Now that the Obsidian Order had made an appearance, no one knew what they would do next. As the Stellaris warriors departed Sector 3, their heads were hung low, intense shame and defeat clear in their expressions. The once proud and confident warriors had been thoroughly beaten, despite their earlier confidence. None knew how the Stellaris family would recover from this, especially after the sight of their paragon brought low. And with them gone, Sector 3 was plunged into an eerie silence. The aftermath of the battle was still fresh, the devastation apparent in every corner. The capital city, once bustling with life, now lay in ruins. Rubble filled the streets, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and destruction. Throughout the cities of Sector 3, Ravenstein family members moved about in a daze. Anger, grief, and fear filled the streets. Bodies of Stellaris family members, those unfortunate enough to be in the sector at the time of the war, were strewn across the capital. They had been hunted down and killed by the Ravensteins in the chaos, leaving behind a trail of blood. The streets were filled with the sounds of crying and desperate pleas for help. Survivors were being pulled from the wreckage, sentinel guardians working tirelessly to dig people out from under collapsed buildings. For many, it was a race against time. Injuries were severe, and death had claimed countless lives, but luckily, it was a world of magic. Most of the citizens were at least at the novice rank. As the chaos began to settle and families reunited with their loved ones, the conversations turned toward one direction: the Ravenstein estate, or what was left of it. The hill where the grand estate once stood was now a scarred landscape, smoke rising from the ruins. The people of Sector 3 could only stare, each one with different emotions: shock, disbelief, and an overwhelming sense of loss. A swirling black portal tore through the sky above a dense, crimson forest, and from its depths, multiple figures streamed out, floating high in the air. The portal's swirling mass shimmered before closing. Suddenly, two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing brutally through the forest canopy, smashing branches and toppling trees before slamming into the ground with a violent bang. Dust and debris erupted into the air as the impact left a gaping crater in the earth. Blackgate hovered above, casting a glance down at the beaten forms of Elysia and Alvis, their bodies broken and barely clinging to life. Elysia was on the brink of death, her breath shallow, while Alvis lay in utter exhaustion, drained and unmoving. They were in no state to even speak, let alone rise. Blackgate's expression didn't change as he looked away, his gaze shifting to the remaining branch heads. Casimir and the others knelt in mid-air, heads bowed in deference, awaiting his command. Did you get it? Blackgate's voice finally cut through the silence, cold and measured. Casimir was quick to respond: yes, Paragon Blackgate. Koner successfully breached their defenses. Casimir reached for the small bag at his waist, pulling out a diminutive chest. He quickly opened it, revealing an object wrapped tightly in thick cloth. As soon as it left the chest, the object began to expand until it reached its true size. Casimir handed it over to Blackgate, his movements cautious. The other branch heads watched silently as Blackgate's lips curled into a smile. This object had been the true purpose behind his appearance in the human domain, the real reason he had saved them. Everyone knew it, but none of them even dared voice any complaint. Carefully, Blackgate began unwrapping the object, revealing a simple, unassuming staff. To anyone else, it would have appeared ordinary, perhaps even worthless. But to Blackgate, it was a priceless treasure. His fingers hovered just above its surface, and just as he was about to touch it, Blackgate suddenly froze. His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, deadly glare. Without a word, he wrapped the staff back up, his expression darkening. Stop spying, Blackgate commanded icily, his gaze fixed on no one in particular. The branch heads exchanged confused glances, unsure of whom he was addressing. That question was soon answered. Well, it's kinda my world, so, no, I won't, came a light-hearted, almost mocking voice from behind. The branch heads turned around, each of their eyes wide as a man appeared out of nowhere. He was lean and handsome, with flowing blue hair and sharp crimson eyes. A simple robe hung loosely over his frame, his entire demeanor casual, almost lazy. The branch heads immediately bowed lower, their voices united in greeting: "We greet the Paragon." The man chuckled, waving them off with an amused grin. "Ah, so serious. You don't have to do this every time." His eyes moved toward Blackgate, a small smile on his lips as he caught the cold daggers Blackgate was glaring at him. Whoa, what's with the death stare? You act like I slept with your wife or something. What's wrong? You're not happy to see me. Blackgate's expression remained icy, his voice sharper than a blade. What do you want, Whisker? The man's grin widened. What do I want? Well, I couldn't help but notice. What do you have there? His eyes flicked toward the wrapped staff. It's none of your business, Blackgate snapped, his voice low, a clear warning. Whisker's smile didn't falter, but the air around him shifted. The playful energy vanished, replaced with something more serious, more dangerous. The weight of the atmosphere grew tenfold, pressing down on everyone in the vicinity. Secretive, aren't we? Whisker said, his voice still light but now edged with seriousness. Maybe you need a reminder of where you are. The branch heads immediately felt the pressure. Their bodies trembled, struggling to stay upright as the air itself seemed to grow heavy, suffocating. And worse, they could feel them, millions of eyes. From every corner of the forest below, humanoid and beastly figures stared up at them, their cold gazes fixed on the group, unblinking, waiting. Every creature, from the smallest to the largest, had their eyes on the invaders. Casimir and the other branch heads gulped audibly, their fear palpable. Blackgate's killing intent exploded outward, blanketing the forest in a wave of oppressive aura. His voice was laced with anger. You're one of the roots of the Obsidian Order, Are you betraying us, Whisker? The tension reached its peak. The branch heads' faces grew pale, silently praying that a clash between the two paragons wouldn't break out. But then, unexpectedly, Whisker let out a laugh. His smile returned, wide and carefree. Betray you? Of course not. The order is far too entertaining for me to abandon it. His eyes sparkled with mischief once again. How long are you planning to stay? As long as I want, Blackgate replied, his voice colder than before. Without another word, he vanished into the depths of the crimson forest, disappearing from view. Whisker stood still, his playful smile fading as his expression grew serious. His crimson eyes narrowed as he stared after Blackgate. The jovial facade was gone, replaced by a calculating look. That staff, it feels just like my star actors, he thought, his mind racing with possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, Whisker von Pounce, the sovereign of the beast race, disappeared just as suddenly as he had arrived, leaving the branch heads behind, still trembling in the wake of his presence. The aftermath of the battle rippled across the human domain like an unrelenting storm. Only a day had passed, but the magnitude of what had happened was unforgettable. Oberon had worked quickly, doing exactly as he had promised. He visited each sector of the human domain, crafting and inscribing defensive runes into every city, designed to detect the energy signature of Blackgate should he ever dare teleport into their territory again. The alert system he created was not isolated to individual sectors. No, Oberon had ensured that if the alarm was triggered, every paragon in the human domain would know instantly. A necessary precaution for an escalating threat. As the human domain began its slow, painful recovery, another storm brewed, this one made of whispers. News of Luminous's defeat, along with the humiliation of the Stellaris and Alvarian families, spread like wildfire. Conversations revolved around the same topic. It was the most talked about event in the entire human domain. People from distant sectors flocked to sectors 2 and 3, wanting to hear first-hand accounts from those who had witnessed the clash between Magnus and Luminous. Those who had seen Magnus and Luminous battle spoke of the fight with utter reverence, though even they could barely comprehend what they had seen. The movements had been so fast, the strikes so powerful, that even for many grandmasters, it was nothing but a blur of energy and shockwaves. But the devastation left in its wake was all too real. Buildings, forests, even the ground itself had been torn asunder by the forces unleashed. Despite Luminous's brutal defeat, the Stellaris family's position in Sector 5 didn't shift. They were still a Tier 1 family, and that alone made them untouchable. The power gap between the Tier 1 families and the Tier 2s was still as insurmountable as ever. No Tier 2 family dared to make a move against them, not even in their weakened state. Instead, gifts and tribute poured into the Stellaris estate from families seeking to curry favor, hoping to stay in the good graces of the still powerful family. But inside the Stellaris estate, there was nothing but brooding silence. The shame of defeat weighed heavily, but for Luminous, the shame of losing his son cut deeper. Since entering his quarters, he had not come out. While Sector 5 simmered with tension, the situation in Sector 3 was different, though not entirely calm. Ravenspire was still being rebuilt, and the Ravenstein family was in a state of mourning. They were currently subdued, but not because of power struggles. No one dared to vie for the Ravenstein's power after what had happened. The display of strength from Magnus had ensured that no one would be foolish enough to challenge them for a long time. However, the annihilation of the Vermore family had left a void, and that void was quickly becoming a point of contention. Dusk Town, a town filled with vast resources, had suddenly become the most sought-after territory in the sector. The Tier 3 families, many of whom governed various parts of the city, found themselves eyeing the opportunity to move up the ladder. Some of these families had long been on the verge of becoming Tier 2, possessing grandmasters in their ranks. The only thing that had held them back was the lack of territory. Now, with the Vermore family wiped out, that barrier was gone. Tension ran high in Dusk Town as families jostled for influence, each trying to position themselves for a chance to claim the territory. Despite this, none dared to make a direct move. The Ravensteins hadn't bothered to secure the land, they didn't need to. Their implied dominance was enough. Every family knew that stepping on that territory would be suicide. And then, as if sensing the shifting tides, the inevitable happened. Tributes and gifts flooded into the Ravenstein estate in such abundance that it seemed impossible to manage. Tiered families from all over Sector 3, and even beyond, came to show their support and deepen their alliances with the Ravensteins. Their reasons varied, but their intentions were clear: they wanted to be on the Ravenstein's side. The most notable visitors came from the remaining Tier 2 families of Sector 3, the Aquilor and Lunahaven families. The Aquilor, led by women, followed a strict matriarchal system. They were warriors through and through, and though their culture differed greatly from others in the domain, their strength was undeniable. Atticus would have compared them to Valkyries from Earth's lore, a race of battle-hardened women who thrived in war. Their bloodline was designed for combat, granting them physical enhancements far beyond the norm. They could boost their strength, speed, and reflexes with ease, and their mastery of battle made them both feared and respected. When the Aquilor arrived at the estate, they came with a flood of marriage proposals. Their daughters were offered to the Ravensteins, the matriarchs hoping to strengthen the bond between the two families through blood. The Lunahaven, on the other hand, were unlike any other family. Known for their brutish nature, they were what Atticus might have called cavemen. They wore minimal clothing, their forms large and imposing, and they had a simpler, more primal view of the world. While the Ravensteins controlled elements, the Lunahaven mimicked the characteristics of the elements themselves. It wasn't as refined as the Ravensteins' elemental control, but their ability was powerful in its own way. The Lunahaven didn't bring marriage proposals, they brought manpower. Their offer was to lend their strength to help rebuild the Ravenstein estate and assist in any way they could. In just 2 days, the Ravenstein estate was rebuilt. The earth elementalists of the family had worked tirelessly, reshaping the land, clearing the rubble, and restoring the grandeur that had been lost in the battle. Though the estate wasn't fully complete, it still looked grand, perhaps even more so than before. Despite the constant stream of visitors, the mood in the estate was somber. The war had claimed many lives, and the Ravensteins had lost someone important. Dekai's absence weighed heavily on the family. There wasn't a single person in the estate who didn't know his name, the Father of Fire. During this time, no members of the main Ravenstein family attended to the visitors. The sorrow was too deep, and the loss too fresh. Atticus still hadn't woken up. 2 days had passed, and yet he remained unconscious. Anastasia hadn't left his side for a single moment. She stayed beside him, her hand gently brushing through his snow-white hair. Despite the healing potions Avalon had given her, Anastasia's body still showed signs of age. The burns and wounds had healed, but the toll Elysia's life-draining ability had taken on her was visible. She had aged, the vitality stolen from her far more than what any potion could restore. She sat in silence, her eyes soft as she looked at her son lovingly. Arya, silently standing in the shadows, remained quiet, watching over them both. Since the battle had ended, Arya had been unusually silent, her thoughts filled with deep shame, hidden from everyone. Meanwhile, in another part of the Ravenstein mansion, Avalon stepped out of a room, his eyes red and bloodshot, his face pale and weary. His entire mood was off, and the fire molecules that normally danced around him with warmth now flickered coldly, reflecting the sadness and anger within him. As he walked, he met Magnus standing just outside the door. Magnus's presence was as heavy as ever, but this time, Avalon sensed something different in his father, something he had never sensed before. Sadness. Unwillingness. It was the first time Avalon had ever seen Magnus like this. The man who had always been confident, always certain of everything, now stood with a weight on his shoulders that even he couldn't seem to shake. The two men, father and son, locked eyes for a moment. Neither spoke, but there was no need for words. Both understood the depth of the pain the other was feeling. In this vast estate, surrounded by family and power, they were simply two grieving men. They nodded to each other in silent understanding, neither of them speaking as they passed by one another. Avalon paused for a second, watching as Magnus came to a stop in front of the door. And then, in a sight Avalon never thought he'd see, Magnus, a man who had shaken the entire human domain only days before, took a deep breath. He steadied himself before gathering the courage to enter the room. Avalon continued his walk, his legs moving aimlessly through the estate. His gaze was distant, his mind unfocused. He moved like a man lost, a hollow shell of the warrior he once was. Soon, 3 figures joined him: Sirius, Lyanna, and Nathan. They said nothing, but their presence was enough. They had grown up together, shared victories and losses, and they knew Avalon better than anyone. There was nothing they could say to ease his pain. They couldn't bring back what he had lost. But they could be there, walking beside him in silence. As Avalon's absent-minded walk led them toward a building on the southern side of the estate, the three exchanged silent glances, their expressions shifting as they realized where Avalon was heading. This was where they kept their prisoners. Avalon was the head of the Ravenstein family, one of the 4 stars, and together with his comrades, there was no part of the estate they couldn't access. The building was stark and cold, designed to hold even the most powerful of enemies. And in the transparent cell before them, meditating in the center of the room, was Helios Stellaris. As soon as he saw the group enter, Helios stood, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "What do you want?" he growled, his voice low and full of hatred. Avalon didn't respond. His face remained blank as he approached the door to the prison, ignoring the AI's warning as he unlocked it and stepped inside. The room had been specially designed to block the use of bloodlines and to reduce the strength of anyone inside to that of a novice. It was a place where even the most dangerous individuals could be held in check. Helios tensed as Avalon entered, but then he smirked, cracking his knuckles as he took a step forward. Well, look at this. No bloodlines. No mana. Guess I'll be able to beat you to a pulp before I die, huh? To Helios, the reason he had lost to Avalon before was because of the latter's overwhelming strength, mana, and powerful bloodline. But now, all of that was gone. This was his chance, his one opportunity to get back at the man who had humiliated him. Helios took another step toward Avalon, but before his foot could even land, a brutal bam echoed through the cell. Avalon's punch connected with Helios's face with a sickening crunch, jerking the man's head back violently. The smirk on Helios's face vanished, replaced with shock and pain. And then, it wasn't even a fight. Avalon pounced on him, unleashing a torrent of punches that landed with devastating force. Each hit was harder than the last, fueled by a grief that had no other outlet. Helios, dazed and unable to defend himself, crumpled beneath the relentless assault. Sirius, Lyanna, and Nathan stood outside the cell, watching the scene unfold without saying a word. They understood what Avalon was going through. To some, it might seem wrong. After all, the Obsidian Order had been responsible for Freya's impending death, not the Stellaris family. But grief didn't care about logic or fairness. Avalon had never been a perfect man. He was a grieving son, and they had no intention of interrupting his pain. Magnus stood at the doorway of the room he had just entered. He had fought countless battles, faced impossible odds, and yet this scene before him, was something he had dreaded with a fear deeper than any war could bring. There, lying weakly on the bed, was Freya. Elysia had unfortunately siphoned enough life force from Freya that her body could no longer sustain life. Freya's calm, serene eyes lifted to meet his, and a soft smile curled at the corners of her lips. "You finally came to see me, huh?" she teased gently, her voice weak but still filled with the same warmth it had always carried. Magnus said nothing and just kept staring at her. Freya's smile widened slightly, and despite the frailty of her body, her spirit still shone in her eyes. "You always were the strong, silent type, but this is a bit much, don't you think?" Freya's smile widened slightly, and despite the frailty of her body, her spirit still shone in her eyes. "You always were the strong, silent type, but this is a bit much, don't you think?" Magnus's heart twisted. It was just like Freya to make jokes and tease him even in her current situation. Her acting normal in this moment made everything even harder. He took a hesitant step forward, his expression threatening to crumble as he watched her struggle to sit up straight. Freya tilted her head, her smile fading as her expression softened. "I'm not going to be here much longer. Are you really going to just stand there? Or will you be by my side?" Magnus's eyes widened, and before he knew it, his legs carried him forward. He crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat and knelt beside her, his large hand gently cupping her delicate one. She was cold to the touch, and it sent even more fear into his heart. Freya gave him a teasing smile, squeezing his hand. "You know, you're as stiff as a statue sometimes. I always thought I'd be the one to break you in the end," she whispered softly, her tone filled with humor, even though she was as weak as a twig. Magnus lowered his head, his hand trembling as he clutched hers tighter, but he made sure not to apply too much pressure. He couldn't hold back anymore, and his voice broke with the emotions he had been burying for so long. "I failed you." Freya's brow furrowed slightly, her voice quiet but firm. How? She asked gently, her thumb brushing against his knuckles. I wasn't there, Magnus whispered, his voice cracking. I should have been there. I should have protected you. It's my duty and I failed. Freya let out a soft, tired laugh, her fingers tightening around his hand as she shook her head weakly. Magnus, you were there. You were fighting to protect our family. You were battling someone who wanted to destroy everything we built. You did protect me, us. Magnus's eyes met Freya's, seeing her once bright eyes dimmed significantly. His jaw clenched tightly as he tried to hold it together. He couldn't break now, not in front of her. Not when she needed him to be strong. But the weight of it all, the thought of losing her, was unbearable. Freya's gaze softened further as she looked into his eyes. You've always been a protector, Magnus, but even you can't stop everything. You can't be everywhere at once. Don't blame yourself for this. Magnus lowered his head, his other hand clenching so tightly that his knuckles turned white. But I should have done more. I should have saved you. Freya's smile returned, though it was softer, more bittersweet. You've done more for me than anyone else ever could. You've given me everything, Magnus. I don't need saving, not from this. Her voice wavered, but she held his gaze firmly. What I need now, is for you to be here. With me. Magnus's heart twisted in his chest. He had faced countless enemies, fought battles that shook the world, but none of that compared to the battle he was fighting now, the battle of watching the one person who had always grounded him slip away. It was painful, more painful than anything he had ever felt in his entire life. Freya's hand moved to his cheek, her touch featherlight. You're the only one who ever saw me, Magnus. Really saw me. She smiled through the pain, her eyes glistening. We've had a good run, haven't we? Magnus closed his eyes, his hand tightening around hers. The best, he whispered hoarsely. Freya let out a soft breath, her hand slowly falling from his cheek. Then let me go, and hold me while you do. Her voice was barely above a whisper now, her strength fading with each passing moment. Magnus's heart shattered as he gently pulled her into his arms, cradling her fragile form against his chest. He pressed his forehead against hers, his breath shaky as he held her close. I love you, he whispered, his voice cracking as he spoke. Freya smiled, her eyes fluttering shut as she nestled into him, her hand gripping his tightly. I love you too, more than you'll ever know, she whispered softly, pausing before adding, and my grandchildren, tell them I'll always be watching over them. Make sure they know I love them with all my heart. I'll tell them every day, Magnus promised, his voice breaking under the weight of his emotions. Freya smiled, her breath shallow. Now promise me, Magnus, after I leave, you're not just going to shut yourself off. Promise me you'll try to bond more with Avalon and the family. Promise me you'll continue living your life. Magnus felt the weight of her words pressing into his heart, and for a moment, he couldn't respond. He held her tighter, feeling the warmth of her fading form. She had always wanted what was best for him. Finally, after a pause, he whispered, his voice cracking slightly, I promise. Freya let out a soft, contented sigh, her grip on his hand loosening slightly. Good, that's all I need to hear. You've always kept your promises. Magnus immediately felt her grip weaken, her breathing slowing. His arms tightened around her as if he could somehow hold on to her longer, but he knew this was the end. Only now did he understand how hard Freya had been fighting to hold on, all these days. She had been at the very edge, yet she hadn't complained, hadn't shown her suffering. Instead, she had treated him with love, even when he had avoided seeing her, too afraid of the pain it would cause him. And now, she was gone. As her final breath left her lips, Magnus clenched his teeth, holding her tighter, the weight of his world collapsing around him. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice barely a breath as tears streamed down his face. He had been a coward, and now the pain of that failure crushed him. Outside, the world fell silent. In Sector 3, the people went about their day, unaware of the tragedy that had just unfolded. But soon, they all turned their faces to the sky as thick clouds began to gather overhead. At first, it was just a few drops, but soon enough, an intense rain started to pour all over Sector 3. People stopped whatever they were doing, each one placing a hand over their heart. They didn't know why, but every single person, whether an elementalist or not, felt the profound sadness in the air. It was as though the entire sector was mourning alongside Magnus. Freya Ravenstein, the quiet heart of the Ravenstein family, was gone. Atticus dreamt of a place engulfed in intense fire. The flames roared around him, scorching the very air he breathed. Even though fire was a part of him, the heat here was overwhelming. His skin burned, his throat was parched as though he hadn't tasted water in decades, and yet he couldn't move. His muscles felt like lead, rooted to the ground, the weight of the fire pressing down on him, unrelenting. The thought of death briefly flickered in his mind. Was this how it would end? Atticus. Atticus. A voice cut through the inferno, calling his name. It was distant, yet unmistakable, a voice that had always brought him warmth, love, and safety. Mom. Anastasia's face flashed in his mind, her features twisted in pain, her skin burning in the fire that surrounded them both. Atticus's heart clenched. The pain was unbearable, the heat suffocating, but he couldn't ignore her call. He couldn't let her suffer. His will suddenly firmed. Crimson light flickered in his eyes as he struggled against the invisible chains holding him down. His mother needed him. Through the blaze, he saw her smile, soft and comforting, and then everything went dark. Atticus's eyes snapped open, only to immediately squint against the blinding brightness that assaulted them. The light was too intense, too sharp after so much darkness. He quickly shut his eyes again, breathing heavily as his senses adjusted. Slowly, he opened them once more, the world around him coming into focus. He lay in a large king-sized bed, the familiar sense of home filling the air. I'm in my room. Atticus could never forget the room he had grown up in. His body felt heavy, drained, but intact. He suddenly noticed a shadow looming over him, and when his vision cleared, the first thing he saw was Anastasia, his mother, sitting beside him, tears streaming down her face. She was crying, but smiling, her hands trembling as they reached out to him. Atticus, you're awake, she whispered, her voice filled with relief. Atticus blinked, the memories of the battle rushing back to him, the flames, the chaos, the battles, and his mother. She had saved him. His gaze drifted over her, noticing the faint signs of age that hadn't been there before. She had aged slightly, by almost a decade. Without a word, Atticus pulled himself up and hugged her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Anastasia sobbed against him, unable to control her body from shaking as she clutched her son as though she'd never let go. You were gone for days, I was so scared, she murmured, her voice breaking. Atticus tightened his hold on her. I'm sorry, Mom, he whispered. He truly hated making her feel this way. It was never his intention. After a moment, Anastasia pulled back slightly, wiping her tears but keeping one hand on his. You should take it easy, she said softly, trying her best to regain her composure. You've been through so much. Rest now. Atticus shook his head. I'm fine, he said quietly, but soon regretted it as he saw the darkened look on Anastasia's face. She wasn't taking no for an answer. With a sigh, he rested his back against the bed, his thoughts momentarily scattered. His gaze flickered for a moment. Where is everyone, and where are we? He asked, realizing that the entire estate had been destroyed during the battle. Anastasia's expression shifted, the smile fading as a wave of sadness passed over her face. She hesitated, her hand tightening slightly on his. There's something you need to know. Atticus's heart immediately skipped a beat. What is it? With her tone and expression, there could only be bad news. Without saying another word, Anastasia reached into her robe and pulled out a small, sealed letter. She handed it to Atticus with trembling fingers, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's from your grandmother, Freya. Atticus froze, his breath catching in his throat. He stared at the letter, his mind swirling with questions. His hand shook as he took it from his mother. What is this? He asked, despite already sensing the answer. She wanted you to have this. I think it's best if you read it. Atticus took a deep breath, steeling himself before he broke the seal and unfolded the letter. To my dearest grandson, Atticus. I hope you'll forgive me for not being there to say this in person, but life, it seems, had other plans for me. I've always known you were different, Atticus. You've always been the strangest child I've ever met, but in the best possible way. Watching you grow has been one of the greatest joys of my life. You remind me so much of Magnus, strong, stubborn, always carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Atticus's grip on the letter tightened, his eyes becoming moist as he kept on reading. It's that same stubbornness and sense of responsibility that made me want to write this letter. I had hoped to see you before I go, to tell you all of this myself, but as you know, not everything goes according to plan. I don't want you to blame yourself for anything, Atticus. You're only 16. It should be us, your family, who protect you, not the other way around. But I see so much of your grandfather in you, always feeling like you have to bear the burden, always thinking you could have done more. Please remember this. You did nothing wrong. Life is unpredictable, and it was my time. You are a bright flame, just like your father, and you have so much ahead of you. I want you to know how proud I am of you, how proud we all are of you. And Atticus, your grandfather, Magnus will blame himself too. He's like you, after all. Promise me you'll tell him that it's not his fault. Let him know that I never blamed him, not for 1 second. Tears welled up in Atticus's eyes, his vision blurring as the words on the page became harder to read. He could barely hold the letter steady, but he pressed on. He had to finish reading it. It was a gift from the heavens that I got to watch you grow up into the incredible young man you are. I wish I could continue watching, but, unfortunately, I have to leave now. But know this, I will always be with you, always watching over you. And when the competition comes, my dear grandson, you better kick some ass for me. With all my love, your loving grandmother, Freya. Atticus's breath hitched, the tears finally spilling down his cheeks. The air felt heavy. Despite the abundance of air in the room, none seemed to reach his lungs. His chest heaved as he kept reading those last words. He crumpled the letter in his hands, his beating fast as the words sank in. No, he whispered, his voice trembling. No, she can't be gone. Anastasia, who had been quietly watching him, reached out, her voice soft. Atticus. But he couldn't hear her. His body moved on instinct, his legs swinging out of the bed as he stood, his breath ragged. Where is she? He demanded, his eyes filled with tears. Atticus, Anastasia began, but before she could stop him, Atticus bolted toward the door. His body felt weak, his muscles stiff, but he didn't care. He had to see her. He had to be sure. Atticus ran through the Ravenstein estate, his feet eventually carrying him to the burial grounds. As he approached, he saw a lone figure standing in front of a newly erected gravestone, Magnus. Atticus's steps faltered, but he forced himself to move forward, his heart racing as he finally saw it, a gravestone bearing Freya's name. Before he knew it, Atticus lost all strength in his legs, the emotions overwhelming him. He collapsed to his knees, tears flowing freely. No, it felt like the world was ending. Everything around him blurred, as though the air itself had turned into a cruel mirage. His mind, heart, and even senses, they all felt like liars. Reality, once so sharp and clear, now felt vague and hollow, a distorted echo of what it should be. The ground beneath him seemed foreign, like he was floating in an endless abyss. Nothing made sense anymore. Everything he'd fought for had crumbled to dust before his very eyes. Atticus knelt before Freya's tombstone, his knees sinking into the earth as tears streamed down his face. His body trembled violently, his breaths coming out in ragged sobs. No, he muttered between the sobs, his chest tightening with each breath. After everything, after all the hard work, I failed. I failed her, I should have worked harder, I should have protected her. Every word that left his lips was heavy with self-blame, the guilt gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. He buried his face in his hands, tears soaking his palms. It felt as if the world itself was caving in on him, the weight of his own inadequacy crushing him under its unbearable force. Anastasia soon arrived at the burial ground, her own heart breaking at the sight of her son kneeling before the grave, so lost in his sorrow that he didn't even notice her approach. She wiped her eyes and called out softly, her voice trembling. Atticus. But Atticus wasn't listening. He couldn't hear her. He was in his own world, his mind consumed by the overwhelming sadness and guilt that racked his body. The pain was so deep, so raw, that it resonated with something he hadn't known was possible. Until now, Atticus hadn't realized that this emotion could resonate with this elements like this. But now he knew he had been wrong. His emotions, so tightly bound to his elemental affinity, began to bleed into the air around him. Water. Sadness and grief resonated deeply with the element of water. Water was often associated with emotions, serenity and peace, but currently, sorrow and tears. It represented the fluidity of feelings, the ebb and flow of life, and the quiet yet overwhelming nature of grief, like a deep, sorrowful river. The air began to shift. At first, it was subtle, barely noticeable, the faintest hint of moisture gathering around him. But soon, it grew heavier, the atmosphere thick with humidity as the water molecules in the air responded to Atticus's grief, swirling around him with an unseen force. Tears streamed down his face, but it wasn't just his tears that wet the earth. The moisture in the air thickened, droplets forming in the atmosphere encircling him like a storm. His sorrow, his guilt, his despair, it all fueled the element of water, the element tied to the ebb and flow of emotions. And now, it was like a tidal wave of grief. The ground beneath him was saturated, the moisture threatening to drown the very place he knelt in. Atticus. Anastasia's voice broke through, panic in her tone as she watched the storm build. She tried to move toward him, her heart racing, but Atticus's grief was becoming a force of nature. He continued to mutter, his voice weak but filled with regret. I failed, I'm sorry, I should have been stronger. Before Anastasia could take another step, the sky rumbled. Rumble. Thunder crackled, its deafening roar tearing through the air as the sky darkened above them. Thick clouds rolled in, heavy and ominous, as though the heavens themselves had been summoned to witness the moment. Magnus, who had been standing silently before Freya's tomb, finally spoke. His voice was deep and thunderous, like the approaching storm itself. You may be my grandson, whom I love dearly. Rumble. Another bolt of lightning slashed through the sky, illuminating the burial ground in a brilliant flash. His gaze, intense and unwavering, locked onto Atticus, whose emotions threatened to destroy everything around them. But I will not allow you to desecrate her resting place. The power in Magnus's voice was undeniable, like the rumble of an approaching storm. Thunder cracked once more, louder, the very atmosphere seeming to buckle under the weight of it. Control your emotions, Magnus's voice boomed, or I will put you down. Atticus's eyes, wide with shock, locked onto his grandfather. He didn't hear most of what Magnus had said, but the words about desecrating her resting place hit him like a hammer. I'm sorry, Atticus whispered, his voice hoarse, repeating the words like a mantra. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The water that had been swirling around him began to slow, the violent storm of emotion calming as Atticus's guilt and sorrow took hold. The water settled, seeping back into the earth, leaving behind only the sound of Atticus's broken sobs. I'm useless. I failed her, he whispered over and over again, his voice barely audible. Anastasia, tears streaming down her face, rushed to her son and wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly as he wept. No, Atticus, you didn't fail her, you didn't. But Atticus couldn't stop the tears, couldn't stop the overwhelming guilt that gripped him. He buried his face in his mother's arms, his voice muffled as he continued to mutter apologies. Magnus stood still, his jaw clenched, fists tight at his sides. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm the storm that had gathered above them. Slowly, the clouds began to part, the sky clearing as the tension in the air dissipated. I'm sorry, Magnus thought silently, turning back to Freya's tombstone. His heart was heavy, his eyes fixed on the stone. He went quiet, listening to the sound of his grandson's cries filling the burial ground. Atticus cried until exhaustion overtook him, his body finally giving in. He fell asleep in Anastasia's arms, his face still wet with tears. Anastasia carefully lifted her son, cradling him as though he were still a child. She glanced at Magnus, who remained standing silently before Freya's grave, and then slowly carried Atticus back toward the estate, her steps heavy with the weight of grief. Anastasia gently laid Atticus on the bed, carefully pulling the blankets over him. His face was still stained with dried tears. She wiped away the tear tracks, brushing a few stray strands of his white hair out of his face, and gave him a deep kiss on the forehead. Rest, she whispered softly, staring at him for a few moments, her heart aching. With a final glance, she left the room. As the door closed behind her, silence descended, broken only by the soft rustle of the sheets as Atticus began to stir. No, he groaned faintly, his voice trembling. His breathing grew ragged as his body jerked sharply, his face contorting in pain as he relived horrors in his mind. The darkness in the corner of the room stirred, and from its depths, Arya stepped out, her eyes heavy. She approached him slowly, her heart breaking as she saw his distress. Without a word, she knelt by the bed, gently wiping the sweat forming on his brow. Her fingers lightly brushed against his cheek. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Tears welled up in her eyes as she placed a comforting hand on his face, silently crying as she watched over him. She stayed there for hours, wiping his sweat and murmuring quiet apologies, even though she knew he couldn't hear her. At least, she hoped. Atticus's dream shifted into a nightmare. He was surrounded by darkness, the world cold and empty. His feet felt heavy as he moved through the shadows. Then he saw her, Anastasia, his mother. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, as a dark figure emerged behind her, grabbing her by the neck. Atticus tried to scream, but no sound left his throat. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen in place, helpless as he watched the life drain from her eyes. The figure tossed her lifeless body to the ground like a broken doll, and Atticus's heart shattered. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Avalon, his father, stood before him, facing an overwhelming wave of enemies. He fought valiantly, but the tide was too great. In a flash, he was struck down, his body collapsing into the dirt. "No, no, please." One by one, the faces of his family, friends, and loved ones flashed before his eyes, each one being consumed by the darkness while Atticus stood frozen, powerless to stop it. No. Atticus awoke with a start, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. His eyes darted around the room, expecting to see his body drenched in sweat, but it wasn't. The room was bright, morning had come, sunlight streaming through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. He sat up, his breathing still heavy, looking around the empty room. He could have sworn he had felt someone with him while he slept, but now, there was no one. His mind was still foggy with the remnants of the nightmare, but as his eyes landed on the corner of the room, memories of the past few days came crashing back, and the weight of it all hit him like a punch to the gut. Freya's death. The burial. His failure. Atticus slumped back onto the bed, covering his eyes with his right arm as tears began to flow once more. He sobbed quietly, the grief still raw and painful. He had failed. Failed to protect her. Failed to save her. Failed to be strong when it mattered most. I'm sorry, he muttered under his breath, the words a broken plea to the universe, as though somehow, he could turn back time. If only he could. But then, in the midst of his sorrow, Freya's words from the letter resurfaced in his mind. She had told him not to blame himself. She had told him it wasn't his fault. Atticus wiped his tears, taking in a shaky breath as he tried to compose himself. He couldn't continue brooding. There was nothing he could do to change the past. Those words kept on repeating itself in his head. He realized something then, an obvious fact. Freya hadn't died because it was her time, she had been killed. Murdered by the Obsidian Order. And there was only one reason he hadn't been able to stop it. Because he had been weak. Atticus's fist clenched at his side. If he had been stronger, if he hadn't wasted time in Sector 6, if he hadn't had to make a deal with Serafina, he could have made it in time. He could have saved her. Only one thing could change everything. Power. His mind raced, replaying the battle in his head, and then he saw it. The face of the woman who had held both Anastasia and Freya by their necks, the one who had siphoned the life out of his grandmother. His anger simmered, a cold fury settling deep in his chest. He had nearly killed her that day, and now, despite how absurd it sounded, he was glad he hadn't. A swift death would have been mercy. His gaze turned cold as his thoughts crystallized into a singular, burning desire for vengeance. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms as the image of that woman's face burned into his mind. They had caused this. They had killed someone he loved. And they would pay. Every last one of them. Atticus's breathing steadied, his resolve hardening like steel. His path was clear now. He couldn't change the past, but he could control the future. And in that future, he would ensure that the Obsidian Order would suffer for what they had done. He would make them all pay. Atticus felt his will become sharper, more resolute, the weight of his recent realizations pressing heavily upon him. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then turned toward a particular shadow that lurked in the corner of his room. "Arya," he called out. There was no answer, but Atticus wasn't surprised. He knew she was there. The Atticus of now couldn't be compared to the past. He could sense her, even while she was hidden in the shadows. He sighed softly, understanding what she must have been feeling. Are you going to disobey me now? He asked. A moment passed before Arya stepped out of the shadows, her head bowed low. I apologize, young master, she said, her voice trembling slightly. She kept her gaze on the floor, trying to avoid his piercing eyes. Shame and guilt weighed heavily on her heart. Anastasia had almost died. Despite Arya's promise to always protect him, despite her best efforts, she had failed. Atticus had been the one to protect her instead, and the guilt gnawed at her. But before she could say another word, she felt Atticus's arms wrap around her, pulling her into a gentle hug. Her eyes widened in shock. I missed you, Arya, Atticus said softly. For a moment, Arya didn't know how to react. She hesitated, her voice shaky as she began to protest. But I wasn't able to. Don't blame yourself, Atticus interrupted, his voice firm but gentle. You did your best. It's not anyone's fault except the people responsible. Such anger, Arya shivered slightly. The air had become noticeably colder as Atticus spoke, his anger palpable in the room. It was so intense, it felt like the temperature had dropped. Arya could sense the overwhelming fury simmering beneath his calm exterior, and she wasn't sure if she should be relieved or concerned. Tears welled up in her eyes, and just as Arya was about to respond, a presence appeared outside the door, and she quickly disappeared back into the shadows. The door burst open, and two figures walked in, a beautiful young girl with a doll-like face, her expression cold and aloof, and a tall, vibrant boy with a large grin on his face. Ember, Caldor, Atticus muttered, shock flickering in his eyes. It had been so long since he had seen them. Ember's icy gaze softened as she looked at her cousin. Atticus, she said softly, her voice cool but laced with warmth. She gave him a faint smile, something she rarely showed. Caldor, on the other hand, despite all the years, hadn't changed a bit. He rushed into the room with a bright laugh, his energy filling the space. You're awake, he shouted, leaping toward Atticus before he could react, enveloping him in a bone-crushing hug. Caldor, Atticus's voice was muffled against his cousin's chest, but there was a faint smile on his lips as he returned the embrace. You look just as broody as ever, Atty. Caldor teased, stepping back and giving Atticus a once-over. Seriously, you're younger than me, but you're already stronger. How does that even work? Atticus chuckled lightly. Maybe if you didn't spend all your time fooling around in the military, you'd catch up. Caldor threw his head back with a laugh. Fooling around? I'm practically the star of the show over there. He gave Atticus a playful punch on the arm. But seriously, it's good to see you, little cuz. And by the way, Caldor's expression softened, and his eyes took on a more serious look. How are you holding up, Grandma Freya? The room grew quiet as the mention of their grandmother's name hung in the air. Atticus nodded, his jaw tightening slightly. I know, it's all been hard. Atticus immediately noticed the red, puffy eyes on both Ember and Caldor. Although they appeared composed, it was obvious they were putting up a facade. They had each had the time to cry in grief. Ember approached and placed a hand on his shoulder before meeting his eyes and giving him a small smile with a reassuring nod. It's going to be fine. Atticus chuckled slightly before pulling Ember into a tight hug. Right back at you. The trio sat down in the seats in the room, the heaviness lingering for a while before the mood shifted. Caldor leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with a grin. So, we're all a mess, huh? I cried so hard I thought I'd flood the place, but at least I'm still the most handsome one here. Atticus snorted. You wish. I mean, look at me. Caldor flexed dramatically, trying to lighten the mood. A walking masterpiece. Ember suddenly frowned, glancing at Caldor. Ugly. Caldor gasped dramatically, clutching his chest as though he'd been mortally wounded. Ugly. Me. How dare you, sis? He jumped up from his seat and began pacing around the room with exaggerated movements. He gestured to himself, waving his arms like an actor in a play. Have you seen this face? This is the face of a legend. A masterpiece carved by the gods themselves. How could you call this perfection ugly? He turned to Atticus with wide eyes, pointing at Ember with mock horror. Did you hear her? She just called me ugly. Atticus, you've got to defend me here, tell her she's blind. Atticus couldn't hold back his laughter, shaking his head. I think you're just digging yourself a deeper hole, Cal. Caldor ignored him, continuing with even more dramatic flair. I refuse to believe it. I am the shining star of the Ravenstein family. The radiant beacon of beauty and strength. This, he pointed to his face, is a national treasure. Ember raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching as though she was holding back a smile. National embarrassment. Kaldor dropped to his knees, clutching his face in mock despair. No, not you too. My own family, betraying me. The world is cruel, so cruel. Atticus burst out laughing, shaking his head. Still as dramatic as ever. Kaldor looked up, a playful grin stretching across his face. You love it, admit it. Ember crossed her arms, finally allowing herself to smile just a little. Idiot. Kaldor stood up, puffing out his chest. Maybe, but I'm a handsome idiot. They each burst into laughter. Kaldor had always been that person, bringing a lightness to the room that made it impossible to dwell in grief for too long. His energy was contagious, and it was exactly what they needed right now. As they caught up, Atticus couldn't help but glance at Ember and Kaldor. Their attire was telling. They had come straight from the military, likely because of everything that had happened. Ember had finished the academy last year, which meant she had already spent almost a year in the military. Atticus took in a deep breath. He needed to stop overthinking and just enjoy the moment with them. With a smile, he turned to them. So, how's the military? He asked, his tone lighter. The three of them had spoken for hours, with Kaldor doing most of the talking. Atticus had barely asked one question, and it had unleashed a flood of stories that he wasn't prepared for. Ember had shot him a subtle glance, trying to warn him, but Atticus had foolishly shrugged it off. Kaldor spared no details, recounting every moment of his time in the military, the parts he was authorized to share, at least. Every fight, every victory, every near-death experience was described thoroughly. Kaldor was especially proud of what he called his conquests, his romantic escapades during his time away. Kaldor the Conqueror, that's what they call me, he declared with a broad grin. The first time, let me tell you, Atticus, they'll be singing songs about me soon. I was like a force of nature. Ember, who had been sitting silently beside them, kept throwing dirty looks at Kaldor with each exaggerated sentence, her irritation obvious. Atticus, however, couldn't stop laughing. Every wild story, every exaggerated gesture from Kaldor brought out another fit of laughter. It had been so long since he'd laughed like this. Since leaving the academy, he doubted if he had laughed at all. Atticus smiled, watching Kaldor's energetic gestures and Ember's icy, irritated expression. I've missed this, he thought to himself, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. In this moment, surrounded by family, it felt like everything was right again. He wished he could live in this moment forever, no battles, no responsibilities, just spending time with the people he cared about. But deep down, he knew how the world worked. These moments were temporary. As they continued to talk, the door suddenly swung open. Anastasia entered, followed by two elderly figures, people Atticus recognized immediately. His grandparents, the Crawfords. It had been years since he'd last seen them, and the sight of them brought a smile to his face. Zelda, his grandmother, looked just like Anastasia. Her long blonde hair, gentle eyes, and warm demeanor took one look at him and rushed over, enveloping him in a tight, loving embrace. Oh, you poor soul, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. My dear boy, you've been through so much. Atticus hugged her back, feeling a sense of comfort that he hadn't realized he needed. She turned and saw Ember and Kaldor standing off to the side, and without hesitation, she pulled them both into a hug as well, despite them not being her blood relatives. You poor things, she said softly, holding them close. You've all lost so much. But you're strong. So strong. Ember didn't pull away, and Kaldor gave a playful squeeze back, making Zelda chuckle. Ethan, Atticus's grandfather, stood a little behind Zelda. He soon stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Atticus's shoulder. Don't let it keep you down, boy, Ethan said, his voice deep and full of warmth. You've faced harder things before. You'll get through this. Atticus smiled at his grandfather's words. It was good to see them again. He hadn't seen his grandparents in years, but growing up, they had always visited the estate. And if there was one thing Atticus always associated with their visits, it was the sheer number of gifts they brought with them. True to form, he suddenly felt something press into his hand. Looking down, Atticus saw a small, ornate space storage ring. He glanced over and saw Kaldor and Ember inspecting similar items. As Atticus channeled his mana into the ring, his eyes widened in surprise. Inside was a wealth of treasures, gold, weapons, artifacts, and rare items that would make even a seasoned adventurer jealous. Kaldor's eyes practically bulged out of his head. He leaned in toward Atticus and Ember, whispering with a massive grin on his face. Score. Having rich grandparents is the best thing ever. Atticus chuckled, and even Ember's usual stoic expression softened into a faint smile. Zelda smiled at the three of them. We thought you might need something to lift your spirits, she said warmly. Don't let all of this weigh you down. Life is hard, but you'll find strength in each other. They spent a few more moments catching up, sharing light conversation. Ethan cracked a few jokes, trying to lighten the mood, while Zelda fussed over them, making sure they were all right. But eventually, they had to leave, giving each of them one final hug before stepping out of the room. As they left, Anastasia stayed behind, her gaze soft as she looked at Atticus. She smiled, seeing him laughing with Kaldor and Ember, happy to see some light in his eyes again. How are you feeling? She asked gently, moving toward him. I'm better, Atticus said, glancing at his cousins. It's been good to catch up. Anastasia smiled, her relief evident. I'm glad. You need to relax now more than ever. Atticus nodded, his heart felt lighter than before. Afterward, Atticus spoke with Ember and Kaldor briefly, only to be shocked by the revelation that 12 days had passed since the war and 7 days since Freya had died. He had been asleep for that long. After they parted ways, Atticus had dinner with Anastasia in his room before resting again. The next morning, dressed in something comfortable, he left his room, only to find Avalon standing just outside his door. He's a mess, Atticus thought instantly, noticing how erratic the fire molecules around his father were. Avalon gave him a smile, which Atticus returned, before Avalon reached out to ruffle his hair. It was the third day since Atticus had woken up, and this was the first time he was seeing Avalon. His father's arms were wrapped in bandages, something that immediately stood out to Atticus. If he had an injury, he could just use a mana potion to heal it, Atticus thought. He bandaged it instead. He wants to feel pain. They descended into an awkward silence, both unsure of how to begin or what to say. The weight of everything lingered between them. Finally, Atticus decided to break the silence, choosing to be blunt. You must think it's your fault. Avalon's eyes widened in shock, his intense gaze locking onto Atticus. The words hit him like a punch to the gut, and for a moment, he said nothing, just stared. His lips parted as if to say something, but no sound came out. Instead, he turned to the side, his face twisted in pain. Atticus continued. The rest of us were away, but you were here in Sector 3. You were right here, and yet you weren't able to stop anything. If it wasn't for me, you would have lost your wife too. The air around them grew scorching hot. Avalon's fire element spiked dangerously, the molecules in the air reacting to his unrestrained emotions. His fiery aura flared as he turned sharply to face Atticus, his hands trembling, blood dripping from his clenched fists. You, Avalon began, his voice shaking with fury. But Atticus didn't let him finish. Am I wrong? He asked calmly. Avalon's breath hitched. His intense gaze bore into Atticus, but after a few long, agonizing seconds, his fists loosened. He took a shaky breath, his eyes closing as he tried to steady himself. The fire in the air began to dim, though the tension between them remained thick. No, you're right, Avalon said, his voice breaking as he admitted what had been eating away at him. His face twisted with grief, and a single tear fell from his eye. He wiped it away quickly, but another soon followed. I failed. For the first time since Freya's death, Avalon voiced the guilt that had consumed him. He had been too ashamed to face it, too ashamed to face his family. But now, with Atticus's blunt words forcing him to confront it, he couldn't deny it anymore. I failed, he repeated, his voice cracking. Avalon turned and began to walk away. But Atticus wasn't going to let him. You're going to do this again. Atticus's voice stopped him in his tracks. You're going to shut yourself off from the people who need you. Is that what Grandma would have wanted? Avalon froze, his shoulders tensing at the mention of Freya. You did the same thing when Uncle Ariel died, Atticus continued. You became distant, obsessed with capturing those responsible, blaming yourself for something that wasn't your fault. And now, you're doing it again. Avalon's breath became ragged, his fists clenching once more. Mom hasn't had a wink of sleep since all of this happened. She almost died, Dad. She needs you, but instead of being there for her, you're blaming yourself for something only one group should be blamed for. The heat in the air began to dissipate as Avalon's fiery aura weakened, his anger crumbling. What happened? It's already happened. You can't change it, but you can make sure it doesn't happen again. Atticus's voice softened. Atticus took a step forward, his gaze never leaving his father's face. Stop punishing yourself, and start thinking about the future. About us. About Mom. About the family that's still alive and well. That's your responsibility. You're the head of this family. Act like it. Atticus walked past his father without another word. Avalon didn't say anything. He couldn't. As Atticus walked away, Avalon turned his gaze downward, his hands clenched so hard that blood continually streamed from them. He remained standing there, motionless. After leaving Avalon, Atticus made his way to the burial grounds. The path through the estate was filled with different people, guests, servants, and warriors, all offering him respectful greetings, but he ignored them all. He kept his eyes forward, his mind focused. The last time he had been here, his emotions had nearly driven him to destroy everything. This time, he had control. He paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath to calm himself before walking in. The burial grounds were situated on a hill, with rows of tombs dedicated to fallen Ravensteins. It was a sacred place. Atticus's eyes soon found the lone figure standing at the top of the hill, Magnus. He hasn't moved once, Atticus thought, staring at his grandfather's unmoving form. According to Ember and Kaldor, Magnus hadn't left the spot since Freya had been buried. He hadn't eaten, slept, or spoken to anyone. He just stood there, silently staring at her tombstone. Atticus approached slowly, his footsteps barely making a sound. He placed a bouquet of flowers on Freya's tomb before standing beside Magnus. Neither of them spoke, the silence between them filled only by the soft breeze that brushed through their clothes. They stood like that for hours, the weight of their shared grief heavy in the air. The sun shifted, casting long shadows across the burial grounds, but still, neither of them moved. Finally, Atticus broke the silence. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper. How did you two meet? Magnus remained silent for a few moments, as if lost in thought. Then, for the first time in days, he smiled, a small, bittersweet smile. His voice was soft, almost distant, as he began to speak. We met at a ball. Atticus listened, his gaze fixed on the tombstone. Back then, I had just finished my service in the military. My name had already spread throughout the human domain, and, unparalleled talent, they called me. At the ball, I was overwhelmed with people trying to curry favor, offering alliances, business deals, it was exhausting. So, I did what any sane man would do. Atticus raised an eyebrow. You escaped. Magnus chuckled softly, his smile widening just a fraction. I escaped. Found a quiet room at the far end of the estate, away from all the noise. I thought I was alone, but then I saw her. Atticus stayed quiet, letting Magnus continue. She was standing by the window, staring out at the night sky. Freya. She didn't even look at me when I entered. She just kept gazing out at the stars. I was intrigued. I didn't know why at the time, but something about her pulled me in. Magnus's voice grew softer, filled with warmth as he spoke of her. I walked up to her and asked why she wasn't at the party, and she just smiled and said, the stars are much more interesting than whatever is going on in there. That was Freya, always calm, always seeing the bigger picture. From that moment, I was done for. I didn't stand a chance. The burial ground felt frozen in time, with only the soft rustling of wind through the trees breaking the heavy silence. Atticus stood beside Magnus, his heart aching with the weight of Magnus's story. She said to tell you that it's not your fault. The stillness that followed was suffocating, almost unbearable. Magnus didn't move, but a subtle shift in his expression revealed how deeply Freya's words had affected him. His weathered face softened as a smile tugged at his lips, filled with both sorrow and the tiniest hint of warmth. That's just like her, he finally murmured, his voice low and quiet, unlike the powerful man he was known to be. Atticus managed a small smile in return. Yeah. They stood in silence once more, neither rushing to speak. It was a rare moment of peace, one they both completely embraced. After this, only battles awaited. After what felt like an eternity, Atticus spoke again, his tone more focused, finally getting to the point. Look, only Grandma Freya could probably get you to leave here, but unfortunately, she's not here anymore. And she told me something else before she left. Atticus paused, glancing at his grandfather. She told me to make sure I kick the other Apex's butts, and I plan on doing just that. But I'm going to need all the help I can get. Magnus remained silent, his gaze still fixed on Freya's tombstone. His smile faded into a look of contemplation, and Atticus knew he wasn't going to get an answer right away. The man was still finding it hard to let go. With one last look at his grandfather, Atticus quietly turned and left the burial grounds, leaving Magnus to his thoughts. As Atticus walked through the estate, the usual bustle surrounded him. People were training, talking, and preparing for the day, but he barely paid attention. Mornings in the Ravenstein estate were different from the others. People were already up, and different training sessions were underway, some so intense that they had even trained through the night. His mind was still clouded by the visit to the burial grounds, though his resolve had already strengthened. He knew what his next steps were. Suddenly, his senses sharpened as he felt something flying toward him at high speed. Without thinking, his right hand shot up, his fingers snapping around a small projectile just before it could strike his head. He lowered his hand to see the tip of a wooden blade between his fingers. "Looks like the years I spent training you weren't wasted," a familiar voice called out. Atticus smiled, turning to see Sirius, Lyanna, Nathan, and a group of Ravenstein family members approaching him. "You couldn't even catch a 16-year-old kid off guard. Old age must suck, huh?" Atticus remarked with a smirk. PFF'd. Nathan barely contained his laughter as he shot Sirius a mocking look. Sirius rolled his eyes and shot a glare at Nathan, who was still chuckling. "You're one to talk, chubby." Sorry, Nathan said, failing to suppress his grin. "But the kid's got a point, you are getting old." Sirius clicked his tongue in irritation and turned his attention back to Atticus, narrowing his eyes. "Looks like someone still needs a lesson in manners. Blame my first master when I was 5. All he could do was rant. I couldn't help picking it up." Sirius's mouth twitched, but before he could respond, Nathan jumped in. "So, kid, have you made your choice?" Atticus raised an eyebrow. "Choice?" Lyanna stepped forward with a smile. "The news about your talent has spread, and practically all the families of Sector 3 are swarming the estate with offers. There's a small army of young girls trying to lock down the unparalleled talent of the Ravensteins." She gestured vaguely behind her, as if the estate was teeming with them. Atticus shrugged, unfazed. "I expected as much. I'll just have Mom refuse all of them." His tone was cold and detached, his eyes distant. Lyanna grinned, clearly pleased with his response. "I knew I liked you for a reason. Ruthless. Just like me." She waved her hand, and a young woman who had been standing at the back stepped forward. "Isolde. This is my daughter, Isolde," Lyanna said. "She's single, very calm, and would support you well. She's also really good at Pleasu." "Mom," Isolde interrupted, her voice as cold as ice. Her gaze remained fixed on Atticus, but it was clear she was not amused by her mother's antics. Lyanna waved her off without even looking at her. "So, what do you say?" Atticus blinked, caught off guard. The area fell silent as he tried to gather his thoughts, but before he could speak, Lyanna continued. "Or if you prefer an older woman, I wouldn't mind stepping in Mysel." "Mom," Isolde finally snapped, turning towards Lyanna. Nathan was no longer holding back his laughter, clutching his sides as he howled. Even Sirius, usually serious and stoic, couldn't hide the smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Atticus, however, was stunned into silence. The whole situation had escalated beyond his control, and he wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at Isolde, who looked as though she wanted to disappear into the ground, and then back at Lyanna, who was completely unfazed by her daughter's mortification. The other Ravensteins behind the trio, who were all Master to Master Plus ranks and dressed for training, watched the scene with amusement and amazement. It was rare to see a 16-year-old speaking so casually with the 3 stars, let alone bantering with them, even though he was the family head's son. They couldn't help but focus on Atticus Ravenstein, the boy in question. As they did, many immediately averted their gazes. His presence was overwhelming and intense, and beyond that, the pressure of his will, unknowingly exerted on his surroundings, was immense. The Grand Masters close to him seemed unaffected, but the master ranks were different. Only one thought appeared in their heads: everything they had heard about his exploits was true. Everyone alive and present in the Ravenstein estate during the war and attack had seen what happened. As days passed, the news spread. Initially, many claimed it was a lie, but it didn't take long for the higher-ups to confirm it. Word soon spread that the only son of the family head, Atticus Ravenstein, was a genius like none the human domain had ever seen. It sent shockwaves through the Ravenstein ranks, and soon enough, the other families started hearing the news. They each went through the same shock. However, considering the news came from the so-called madmen of the human domain, a family that valued strength and honor above all, the others quickly believed it, and, as expected, immediately acted. Sirius clapped Atticus on the back, his grin widening. "Welcome back, kid. Payback feels good, doesn't it?" Atticus could only shake his head, a small smile forming despite himself. Atticus eventually managed to escape the extremely awkward situation, slipping away from the group with a sigh of relief. As he walked through the estate, he couldn't help but notice the stares he received from the other Ravensteins. It was clear he had left an impression on each of them. That was close, he thought, wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. Lyanna was a woman he truly must avoid at all costs. As he made his way to his room, he saw two familiar figures standing in front of his door. "I almost forgot about them. Where have you two been?" Atticus asked, raising an eyebrow as he approached. Dario and Yodid both turned and immediately bowed in respect. "Young master." "Master." Atticus nodded his head, acknowledging them both. One of the conditions he had made with Serafina back in Sector 6 was that she would only carry him back to Sector 3, leaving the others behind. "The Lady Anastasia refused to let anyone disturb you until you had fully recovered," Dario explained. "We rushed over as soon as we heard you woke up." That sounds like her." Atticus then glanced at Yodid, who was eyeing his shadow with a hint of suspicion. "What are you doing?" Yotad's brow furrowed. "Young master, I could be mistaken, but there's another Ravenblade in your shadow." Atticus let out a sigh, realizing what he meant. "Come out." The shadow swirled, and Arya emerged, standing before them. "This is Arya," Atticus said, introducing her. "She's supposed to guard my mother, but I have an overprotective mother, so here we are." "Arya, this is Yodid and Dario. Yodid is my Ravenblade." Arya and Yodid locked eyes, their gazes sharp and filled with unspoken tension. Both of them had instinctively taken up protective stances, their auras clashing. "What are you two doing?" Atticus asked, his voice calm but firm. They flinched and bowed, speaking in unison. "Nothing." Atticus stared at them for a moment, his gaze sharp enough to make them uncomfortable before shrugging it off. "I'm going to meditate in my room. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone," he instructed. "But," Yodid began to object. "It's an order," Atticus interrupted, leaving no room for argument before turning and entering his room, closing the door behind him. Atticus sighed as he settled cross-legged on his bed, exhaling deeply to calm his mind. A lot has happened this year. His thoughts churned. It had been only a year since he left the academy, but it felt like decades had passed. So much had happened, so much that his past self wouldn't have believed possible. There were two major changes in his life that he couldn't ignore. The first was his mindset. His perspective on the world had shifted dramatically. In his current state, there was no such thing as impossibility in his vocabulary. To Atticus, anything could happen at any time, without warning. And there was only one true preparation anyone could make: being overwhelmingly strong when it did. Power, unimaginable power, was the second thing. He had gained an incredible amount of strength, far more than a 16-year-old should possess, and it was something he wouldn't have achieved if he had stayed at the academy. "Let's see what the formation of my domain has done to my status," he thought. It was time. He hadn't had the opportunity to properly assess the changes, and with time running out, he needed to know where he stood, strength-wise. Status. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. *** 16. Gender. *** male. Race. *** human. Attributes. Strength. 599 right pointing arrow 700. Agility. 630 right pointing arrow 716. Endurance. 632 right pointing arrow 728. Vitality. 640 right pointing arrow 755. Intelligence. 68 right pointing arrow 75. Perception. 57 right pointing arrow 64. Charm. 52 right pointing arrow 57. Will. 70 right pointing arrow 80. Level. Asterisk asterisk master, new. Talent. Asterisk asterisk mythical. Bloodline. Asterisk asterisk primordial elemental bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 4%. Level 3. Air. 97.6 right pointing arrow 98%. Water. 97.9 right pointing arrow 99.9%. Earth. 97.5 right pointing arrow 98.5%. Light. 84.8 right pointing arrow 98.2%. Darkness. 86.3 right pointing arrow 98.9%. Lightning. 86 right pointing arrow 99.1%. Ice. 85 right pointing arrow 97.9%. Level 2. Space. 33.2 right pointing arrow 40.2%. Dash. Atticus blinked in mild disbelief, his fingers tracing the numbers in his mind as he went over the stats. The changes were substantial, and he hadn't even realized just how much he had grown. These are huge jumps, he muttered. His attention was first drawn to his attributes, the stats, which didn't even account for his use of arts or bursts of power. His strength alone had risen significantly. His rank was now master, and despite being only 16, he could match or even surpass those of higher ranks. Atticus tested this assumption by having Yodid arm wrestle him using only pure strength and without actively using mana. The result had been a tie, something that surprised Atticus. He was currently at the master rank, and Yodid was master plus. It was already an achievement that his strength could match, but he could already battle grandmaster ranks. How was that possible? Atticus suddenly had a realization and asked Yodid to wrestle him once again. But this time, they used mana. The result was instant. Yodid felt as though his arm was almost yanked out from its socket. The force had been that great. This led Atticus to a simple conclusion: his real strength lay in his mana. Somehow, it was special, so much so that it gave him an overwhelming boost in power when he utilized it. Checking his stats once more, Atticus noticed that they hadn't changed when he channeled mana around his body. True to his assumption, the stats were a measure of what he could achieve when he utilized his mana, arts excluded. His gaze then turned to his elemental affinities. Level 4 Fire. It was a major accomplishment, but Atticus wasn't smiling. He remembered the overwhelming rage he felt during the formation of his fire domain. It was powerful, but his control over it was limited. Worse, the drawback was immense. Utilizing the fusion left him utterly drained. If he released it recklessly, he would collapse from exhaustion. He had fainted for over 10 days because of the last battle, and unless he gained more power and energy, he would be at risk of repeating that same weakness. Atticus sighed deeply, the weight of everything pressing down on him. Power is the only solution. I need more. Atticus's eyes wandered down his stats, only to freeze when he spotted something that hadn't been there before. Spirit element. For a moment, confusion filled his mind before his memory replayed a recent event. Back when the Obsidian Order's paragon, Black Gate, had arrived, Serafina had enveloped him inside a protective construct. It had been strange, almost otherworldly. That must be it. Only the Starhavens deal with spirits. This was the first time Atticus had come across the term, spirit element. He had always assumed that the Starhaven bloodline simply formed an innate connection with spirits because of their unique bond with the planet. But now he realized there was more to it. I shouldn't waste time trying to understand this now. I'll leave it for later. I need to focus on something that can make a difference on the battlefield. He decided to set the spirit element aside for now. As powerful as its potential might be, potential wasn't what he needed. Immediate results were 6 days left. That was all the time he had before the Nexus began. Atticus couldn't afford to slack off now. If they're reincarnates, I can't take any chances. His own talent was thanks to the body and power he'd been born into in this life, as well as the fact that he was living a second one. But who's to say the other apexes weren't in the same situation? What if they, too, had been reincarnated, gifted with talented bodies and the wisdom of past lives? The thought sent a chill through him. The fact that the first assumption had already been proven made it all worse. He had fought Aark, but Aark wasn't even among the strongest. I need to be ready for the worst. Satisfied with his progress after reviewing his stats, Atticus took a deep breath and entered a state of meditation. He stayed in that deep meditative state, letting the events of the past days wash over him, the battle, the loss, and Freya's death. After a few moments, Atticus stood up, his resolve firm. He left the room and made his way to the advanced training facilities. There, he instructed everyone not to disturb him and made them promise not to tell his mother, Anastasia, that he was training. He settled down in the middle of the vast training room, sitting cross-legged. Atticus replayed the events of the past days in his mind, focusing particularly on Freya. He saw her smile, remembered her loving gestures, and then the day Ariel died, the sorrow that followed, and all the bad that had come afterward. A wave of emotions hit him, stronger than anything he had felt before. Atticus knew what he had to do. His bond with the elements had always been linked to his emotions, and this was an opportunity. With a deep breath, he immersed himself in his feelings, letting them fuel his connection to the elements. Minutes turned into hours as night fell. Young master. The lady is looking for you. Atticus's eyes snapped open, breaking him out of his intense meditation. He immediately stood up and opened the door to find Arya, nervously biting her fingers. Yodit appeared behind her, confused at her frantic behavior. Atticus chuckled, though a bead of sweat formed on his brow. Stop overreacting, Arya. We'll make sure she doesn't find out. Arya looked at him with wide, panicked eyes. But, I can't lie to her. You know how the lady is, she'll know I'm hiding something. She always knows. Atticus smiled, trying to calm her down, but the thought of Anastasia finding out sent a wave of nervousness through him. Look, Arya, just relax. It's fine. I'll make it back to my room before she notices anything. Arya's face paled, and she muttered under her breath, I shouldn't have agreed. Seeing her in such a state made Atticus chuckle even more, though the tension in his own chest grew. If she catches me training. He didn't dare finish the thought. Anastasia had strict rules about his recovery, and the consequences of breaking them weren't worth imagining. He shot a quick glance down the hallway, ensuring no one was watching before bolting toward his room, moving swiftly and quietly as he darted through the shadows. He slipped through the corridors like a thief, making sure no one saw him coming out of the training room. As Atticus finally reached his door, he wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly slipped inside, letting out a sigh of relief. He made it just in time. With a large sigh, Atticus sat back on his bed, catching his breath. That was way too close. Anastasia burst into his room the next instant, her gaze narrowing as she saw Atticus not resting. I just wanted to take a walk, Atticus immediately lied before Anastasia could speak. She narrowed her eyes, her motherly instincts flaring up as though she was trying to catch him in the lie. She soon decided to let it go. I don't trust you, but I'll let it go. We're having dinner with the whole family today. Let's go. The whole family. Atticus was a bit surprised. He honestly hadn't expected any family meetings so soon. After changing into something more appropriate, Atticus followed Anastasia toward the dining room. Upon entering, Atticus could feel the tension in the air. What an unusual gathering. Everyone was surprisingly present, from his maternal grandparents to Avalon, and most surprisingly, Magnus. His eyes have changed, Atticus thought as he gazed at Magnus sitting down calmly. As he turned toward Avalon, he noticed the same thing. The guilt and anger that had filled Avalon's eyes had simmered. It was clear he had come to some sort of realization, a good one. Atticus was glad for both of them. It went without saying that the dining room was filled with unspoken tension. Magnus sat at the head of the table, with Avalon sitting on the opposite end. The rest of the family, Ember, Kaldor, Zelda, and Ethan, all sat on the sides. All eyes turned toward Anastasia and Atticus as they entered the room. After briefly greeting Magnus, they both quickly sat down. Atticus couldn't help but stifle a chuckle as he saw the desperate look on Kaldor's face. Not just him, even the others sitting at the table. The room was utterly silent, and although Magnus simply sat down without saying anything, the weight of his presence was undeniable. Avalon was the most shocked among those present. He couldn't remember the last time Magnus had ever attended dinner with the family, while Zelda and Ethan were completely overwhelmed by Magnus's presence. Compared to the others in the room, even though they were in-laws, Magnus was still a paragon, a being their small Tier 3 family had never dreamt of meeting, let alone sitting and eating with at the same table. The servants soon came in and brought food for them to eat. In the next moment, the table was filled with all sorts of mouth-watering dishes and assortments. However, no one reached out to eat anything. Everyone was simply staring at the food, none making the first move. Magnus soon did, grabbing a spoonful and eating. The others gave it a few seconds before they followed, the sound of utensils hitting the plates echoing through the room. Other than that, it was painfully silent. At this point, all of them were practically begging for anyone, to say something. To bring up a topic, any topic. The occasional awkward clearing of throats filled the room. However, this soon changed as Kaldor suddenly broke the silence, uttering a few words that made the sound of utensils clanging stop. So, Atticus, I heard you got a girlfriend at the academy. Atticus immediately spit out the food in his mouth, coughing a few times as though he were choking. He grabbed a drink from the side and quickly downed it. As he set the cup on the table, he suddenly felt all eyes on him. What the hell? Atticus immediately shot Kaldor a death stare. I swear I'll make you pay for this, his eyes silently promised, but Kaldor simply shrugged with a smile. A girlfriend? Magnus's deep voice broke the quiet, and all eyes turned toward the paragon at the head of the table. His eyebrow raised slightly, and although his tone was calm, there was an unmistakable hint of curiosity. It was rare that Magnus was even interested in this, making the moment all the more intense. But soon enough, their gazes shifted back toward Atticus, each one eager to hear his response. Atticus felt heat rise in his face. We're not official, he muttered, trying to downplay the situation. He could feel his mother's eyes practically drilling holes into him. What are you talking about? I heard you two were practically inseparable at the academy. How the hell aren't you official yet? Kaldor added with a grin. Anastasia, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Atticus, who is this girl? Atticus groaned inwardly. It's not like that, he said, trying to regain control of the conversation. Not like what? Anastasia pressed, her curiosity piqued. Before Atticus could respond, Kaldor chimed in again, clearly enjoying his cousin's discomfort. Come on, Atticus, you can't be shy now. What's her name? We're family, after all. You can't keep secrets from us. Dinner ended up being a great mistake for Atticus, and there was only one person to blame, Kaldor. His single question had shifted the entire family's attention to Atticus's academy life. Anastasia had persisted in asking him to share everything about his time there, and Atticus ended up being the one talking throughout dinner. The rest of the family laughed and chimed in with questions, much to his chagrin. Every chance he got, Atticus threw a dirty glare at Kaldor, which made the boy gulp. If there was one thing about Atticus, it was that he was vengeful. Atticus eventually had to tell them about Zoe, though he made sure to keep his rejection a secret. Even he had his limits on embarrassment. He could already imagine their reactions, Anastasia and Zelda trying to comfort him, Ethan and Avalon telling him to man up, and Magnus probably just staring in silence. The once tense dining room was soon filled with laughter and excitement, and for the first time in a while, they started to feel like an actual family again. When dinner ended, Atticus left the dining room and headed toward his room. He had planned to wait outside for Kaldor, but it seemed the boy had anticipated what would happen if he ran into Atticus at that moment. Kaldor wisely made sure to disappear quickly. As Atticus walked, the fire molecules in front of him suddenly ignited, and Avalon materialized with a serious look on his face. Atticus remained calm as Avalon approached. When Avalon reached him, he abruptly stretched out his right hand for a handshake. Atticus hesitated for a second before reluctantly accepting it. Thank you, Avalon said, before ruffling Atticus's hair with his left hand. After locking eyes with him and offering a nod and a smile, Avalon turned and walked away. Atticus smiled brightly as he watched his father leave. I'm glad it worked. As Atticus continued on his way to his room, he encountered another figure standing in his path, Magnus. Magnus stood with both hands behind his back, staring at Atticus calmly. The two locked eyes for a few seconds before Magnus finally spoke. We begin training tomorrow. Get ready. With that, Magnus disappeared, leaving Atticus with an even brighter smile than before. Atticus soon reached his room and immediately went to sleep. The next day came quickly, and Atticus began his training with Magnus. There were only 5 days left until the Nexus event, which loomed dangerously close. Instead of teaching Atticus new techniques, Magnus focused on refining what Atticus already knew. He pushed Atticus to use his elements and refine the formation of his domain, while occasionally sparring with him to keep him sharp. As the days passed, Atticus also received devastating news. He learned about Decai's death. The grief hit him hard, so much so that he had to take a brief pause to gather his thoughts. But after some time, Atticus regained his composure. Only this time, the determination in his eyes had grown even stronger. Time passed, and soon only 3 days remained until the Nexus event. Atticus walked quietly alongside Magnus through the Ravenstein estate. They eventually reached a door Atticus was all too familiar with, the Ravenstein family library. As the door to the library opened, Magnus turned toward Atticus. "It's time you learn about the other races in Eldoralf." A lone figure stood atop a floating island, his silhouette framed by the chaotic expanse of the Dimensari domain. The ground beneath his feet rippled and twisted as the fabric of space bent, dimensions folding into each other and unraveling in an eternal dance. His silver hair caught the shifting light of the dimensional rifts, glowing faintly against his translucent skin. Though the figure was youthful in appearance, his eyes told a different story, ancient, cold, and burdened with the weight of centuries. Around him, the air vibrated with the tension of his power, the very space bending in his presence. The island itself seemed unnaturally still in comparison to the chaotic surroundings, held in place by the immense gravity of his will. The figure's gaze was distant, as if peering into countless possibilities that only he could see. A presence approached carefully from behind, barely managing to keep steady on the ever-shifting ground. The man, a warrior of the Dimensari, slowed his steps as he neared the figure, his body trembling under the pressure radiating from the youth. "My lord," the subordinate began, his voice shaky but filled with respect, "the elders are waiting. They wish to discuss the Varietiga Nexus with you." The youth remained still, his gaze still lost in the infinite dimensions swirling below. When he finally spoke, his voice was smooth, yet it carried a weight that made the subordinate flinch. "The Nexus," he said softly, his tone laced with indifference. "What they wish to discuss is futile. What will happen has already happened." The subordinate hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly. The pressure in the air grew, the dimensional rifts crackling with energy, responding to the will of their master. "But, my lord, they believe a strategy is necessary. The other races. The other races are bound by the linear flow of time," the youth interrupted, finally turning to face him. His silver eyes shimmered, reflecting infinite roots of realities, as if he could see through the very fabric of the world. "We are not." The subordinate took a step back, the weight of those words settling heavily on his chest. He knew better than to question the apex, yet the fear of not conveying the elders' message gnawed at him. "They insist." And yet, the youth continued, ignoring the interruption, "they fail to realize that no matter how many paths they plan, I have already walked them all. Victory is not earned through preparation. It is inevitable." The subordinate swallowed hard, feeling the raw power radiating from his apex, the intensity growing with every word. The youth was just 18 years old, yet he was already so overwhelmingly powerful that he made a grandmaster plus like himself tremble uncontrollably. Karen Valarius, the apex of the Dimensari race. Karen turned his gaze back toward the endless expanse of dimensions, the rippling rifts quieting in response to his calm, controlled aura. "Tell them this. Their concern is misplaced. The Nexus will unfold as it must. Their part is to simply play the role given to them in this reality." The subordinate's legs nearly buckled under the pressure, but he quickly bowed, not daring to linger any longer in Karen's presence. "Yes, my lord, I shall convey your message." As the subordinate turned to leave, Karen's right hand brushed the ordinary-looking sword hanging at his waist, and it immediately responded, vibrating with intensity. Karen's mind wandered elsewhere, traversing realities that no one else could comprehend. The Dimensari. The Dimensari race were masters of the dimensional arts, living in a state of fluidity, existing in multiple realities at once. Their culture was unlike any other. For the Dimensari, time was not a linear path but an endless web of possibilities, all coexisting simultaneously. They were a people of paradox, their lives filled with decisions they had already made and yet to make. The Dimensari possessed the innate ability of dimensional shifting, allowing them to manipulate and interact with multiple dimensions at once. They couldn't predict future events or outcomes based on foresight or prophecy, but through their shifting abilities and access to multiple realities, they could observe different possible outcomes in real time or make decisions based on the probabilities of events across dimensions. The Dimensari were one of the superior races of Eldoralf, and their apex, Karen Valarius, was prepared for the Varigeta Nexus. In another part of Eldoralf, a figure lounged in a dimly lit chamber, the air heavy with the scent of blood and incense. Shadows twisted and writhed around the towering walls of the Vampiro's citadel, casting a haunting glow over the lavish room. Lorraine Bloodveil, the Vampiro's apex, rested lazily in a chair, her legs crossed in effortless elegance. Her pale skin shimmered faintly in the soft, flickering light, and her violet eyes, filled with centuries of life and malice, glowed faintly from within. At her side rested a blood-red lance, which continued to vibrate with intensity. The room was silent as she traced her fingers lightly along the weapon's edge. Although she appeared youthful and radiant, her eyes betrayed the weight of the ages, reflecting a depth and cruelty that only someone who had lived for centuries could possess. Standing before her was one of her many servants, an older man with sunken, hollow eyes and skin as pale as death. His voice trembled slightly as he addressed her, fully aware of the power and danger emanating from the lady before him. Apex Bloodveil, he began, his tone cautious, the council is concerned about the Varietaga Nexus. The other races are preparing fiercely, and their confidence is troubling. The council believes we shouldn't take any chances and has suggested additional training for you to ensure our victory. Lorraine smiled, the kind of smile that was more predatory than welcoming, revealing the tips of her gleaming fangs. Her gaze never left the bloodlance as she spoke, her voice smooth and velvety. Concerned, are they? So they want to mold me further, like I'm one of their pawns. The servant swallowed hard. Not a pawn, my lady. But they worry that. They worry about their own survival, Lorraine interrupted, her voice dripping with amusement. Tell the council I have no need for their extra training. She lifted the bloodlance, the weapon's pulse matching her heartbeat. Tell me, what do you think they will do? The man hesitated, his bony fingers twitching nervously. He knew she was referring to the other apexes. They will, likely rely on brute force, he said cautiously. Lorraine's chuckle filled the room, soft yet cutting, like a blade slowly being drawn across skin. Brute force, she repeated, amused. So predictable. She rose from her seat, her movement graceful and deadly, like a panther stalking its prey. Her fingers lightly caressed the bloodlance, which pulsed in response to her touch, as if alive, as if craving more blood. She took a step closer to the servant, her presence casting an icy chill over him. Tell me, she purred, her voice dripping with menace, what is the true essence of survival? The man bowed his head. Strength, my lady, he whispered, trembling slightly under her gaze. Lorraine's smile widened, though it didn't reach her eyes. Wrong, she said softly, her voice sending shivers down his spine. Strength fades, power shifts. The essence of survival is consumption. The servant's brow furrowed in confusion. Consumption, my lady, he repeated, unsure of her meaning. Lorraine moved closer, circling him like a predator about to strike. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, hypnotic and commanding. To survive is not to simply endure, it is to consume, she explained, her fingers tracing his arm as she passed. Not just life, but power, influence, resources. You don't just overpower your enemies. You absorb them. You make them part of you. You become stronger with every soul, with every victory. The realization dawned slowly on the servant as he remembered the unique ability their apex possessed, one never before seen in their race. So, in the competition, you intend to absorb their power. To make it your own. Lorraine's smile turned cold, devoid of warmth. Of course, she said, her voice chilling him to the bone. This Veritega Nexus is far more than you all think, and each apex is stronger than you could ever imagine. It's going to be fun, she added, suddenly smiling. The servant bowed deeper. But you needn't worry about the lower races, my lady. Only the superior races should pose any threat. Lorraine tilted her head slightly and suddenly frowned. Leave me, now. The servant immediately bowed upon hearing her command, his body shivering. He turned and quickly left the room. Lorraine continued stroking her bloodlance with her hands, but her expression had changed. Her eyes were distant, as though she had entered deep contemplation. Why am I having a bad feeling? Her servant's advice not to worry about the lower races had suddenly set off alarm bells in her head. She couldn't explain the unease that suddenly surfaced. She rarely second-guessed herself, and yet this nagging feeling wouldn't disappear. The lower races, why should they matter? Her servant's words echoed in her mind, and despite her dismissive attitude, she couldn't help but feel unsettled. The vampiros, being one of the superior races, had never considered the lower races a true threat. And yet, something in the air felt different this time. While Lorraine had never doubted her strength, her instincts, honed over centuries of existence, told her that this time, something was off. Her violet eyes narrowed, glinting in the flickering candlelight. Perhaps there is something to worry about. Or someone. She let out a slow breath, her grip tightening slightly on the bloodlance as if it could quell the unease building in her chest. The vampiros had long thrived by staying one step ahead of their enemies, by being more cunning and more ruthless than any other race. But Lorraine knew better than anyone that even the strongest can fall if they underestimate their opponents. Who could it be? She pondered the possible threats. And yet, her thoughts kept returning to the lower races. The humans, the beasts, even the dwarves and elves, who had never been considered major players in the Nexus. Why did they linger in her mind? The feeling gnawed at her, refusing to leave. After a few moments, she pushed the thoughts away. It didn't matter. She would consume them all, superior and lower alike. The Veritega Nexus would be her proving ground, and by the end of it, her power would be unmatched. Lorraine smirked, her confidence returning as she turned to face the dimly lit room. It's time to feed, she whispered to herself, the bloodlance pulsing in her hand as though it had heard her call. The vampiros race. People born in shadow and thriving in darkness, they were as much hunters as they were survivors. Known for their insatiable thirst for blood and power, their society was built on one simple rule: the strong consume the weak. They ruled through fear, dominance, and an eternal hunger for supremacy. The vampiros possessed abilities centered on manipulating blood. A deadly and versatile form of power, it allowed them to control the life force of others, heal from wounds, and enhance their physical abilities, among other things. Across a desolate expanse, two armies stood on opposing sides of an invisible border. The air was thick with mana on one side, pulsating with vibrant energy, while on the other, the atmosphere felt hollow and oppressive, choking out any lingering trace of power, or in this case, mana. On the side filled with thick amounts of mana stood creatures made of pure blue energy, their bodies swirling with mana as they gathered in numbers that stretched to the horizon, millions. Their presence crackled in the air, brimming with intense power. Amongst their ranks, there was none radiating an aura below the Grandmaster rank. On the other side stood the Nullite army, an army of pure power and silence. The soldiers, clad in dark, void-touched armor, trembled under the pressure of what lay before them. Despite their power to nullify mana and energy, they were outnumbered, facing an enemy that thrived on the very thing they sought to destroy, mana. Yet, despite the odds and the looming possibility of death, there was a singular presence at the forefront of the Nullite ranks, a figure whose very existence seemed to calm the tremors of fear among the soldiers. He stood motionless, a towering figure with cold, black eyes that absorbed all light around him. Resting against his leg was a massive hammer that seemed to vibrate with intensity. His presence was a void of its own, and as long as he stood, the Nullite army stood with him, unyielding. Karn Vos, the apex of the Nullite race. Behind him, the generals of the Nullite army stood in quietly, their faces filled with unwavering respect. Karn was more than just their apex, he was the embodiment of the void, the force that negated all things, that consumed mana, light, and life itself. To the Nullites, he was a living legend, the first of their race. He was the only reason their morale hadn't broken under the weight of the enemy's overwhelming numbers. The silence on their side was profound, a stark contrast to the crackling energy on the other. The tension between the two forces was palpable, as if the very fabric of the world held its breath at the battle that was about to unfold. One of the generals, a man clad in thick armor, stepped forward carefully. Apex Vos, his voice was cautious, their numbers are beyond anything we've ever faced. Their formation is dense, and their mana is overwhelming. Should we wait for reinforcements? Karn didn't respond immediately. The wind blew gently, carrying a stillness that made the world seem to quieten. His cold, black eyes remained fixed on the approaching army, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, Karn's deep, emotionless voice cut through the air. None should interfere. The general's brow furrowed in confusion, and he stammered, but. Before he could finish, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield as the enemy army began to charge, millions of mana-made beings surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Their feet pounded the ground, shaking the earth, their energy crackling in the air as they bore down on the nullites with terrifying speed. In response, Karn Voss disappeared. In the next instant, the sky seemed to split open, and a cataclysmic explosion rocked the landscape. The very ground quaked beneath the nullite army as a massive, deafening shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Dust and debris shot into the air, obscuring the view, and for a brief moment, it was as if the world itself had been consumed by the void. As the dust finally began to settle, the scene before the nullite army was incomprehensible. The nullite army stood at the edge of a massive crater that stretched far into the distance. The once formidable enemy force was gone, wiped out in a single, devastating strike. In the heart of this devastation, a lone figure stood. Karn Voss. He stood motionless within the crater, his form towering yet eerily calm amidst the chaos. His skin was as pale as the void he commanded, almost translucent under the faint light. Black, raven-like hair framed his sharp features, and his eyes, twin abysses, gazed forward, cold and unfeeling. His expression was one of complete indifference, as if the destruction he had just unleashed was nothing more than a passing event, a task fulfilled. Resting loosely in his hand was a massive hammer, a monstrous weapon of pure black metal that pulsed with the energy of the void itself. The silence was deafening. The soldiers and generals of the nullite army, standing at the edge of the crater, could do nothing but stare in disbelief. Karn Voss, this 18-year-old, had single-handedly obliterated an enemy force numbering in the millions with a single, catastrophic strike. As everything began to settle, one of the generals, still in shock, stepped forward hesitantly. Apex Voss, the council wishes to see you, he said, swallowing hard. They wish to discuss the Varietaga Nexus. Karn Voss turned, his expression unchanged, his eyes as dark and cold as ever. Tell the council, he said, his voice a low, dangerous growl, that I will come when I deem it necessary. This competition is nothing more than another fleeting conflict, one that will dissolve into the void like everything else. The general nodded quickly, bowing deeply, his heart still racing from the sheer force of what he had just witnessed. Yes, Apex, as you command. Karn Voss turned away from the battlefield, his mind already far from the destruction he had just wrought. The Varietaga Nexus was happening soon, but to him, it was just another battle, another event that would end like all others, swallowed by the void. The Nullite race. The Nullites were a people who thrived in emptiness. Where other races wielded mana and energy, the Nullites dealt with the power of negation. Their abilities could nullify energy and mana itself. They were a race born of silence and stillness, where nothingness was their greatest weapon. To the Nullites, existence was transient, and the void was eternal. They believed that all things, no matter how strong or enduring, would eventually fall into nothingness. And Karn Voss was their apex, the embodiment of that belief, a living void who would see to it that everything returned to the nothingness from which it came. A figure stood on the edge of the decaying platform, her silhouette bathed in the crumbling shadows of the obliterary domain. Mara Nihilus' cold, expressionless gaze swept over the landscape, watching as structures decayed and reformed in an endless cycle. Her presence felt like a quiet whisper of inevitability, as if the world itself was on the verge of collapsing under her will. A spherical disk hovered silently above her hand, consuming small particles of debris that floated too close. From behind, a servant approached cautiously. His voice was hesitant but respectful. Apex Nihilus, the elders await your decision regarding the Varietaga Nexus. Mara didn't turn to face him. Her cold, white eyes remained fixed on the crumbling horizon, her voice distant. The Nexus, what a pointless gathering. The servant's throat tightened under the pressure of her presence. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. The other apexes are preparing. They'll be expecting. They'll expect nothing, she interrupted, her voice sharper than before. I will participate, but not for them. The Nexus means nothing. It's the other apexes participating that matter. The servant nodded, bowing his head lower. Of course, Apex. But the elders, they wish to know your plan. Finally, Mara turned her head slightly, just enough to meet his gaze. There was no arrogance in her expression, only cold certainty. Plans? She stepped forward, causing the servant to flinch. I have no need for plans. We act when necessary and nothing more. The servant swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. As you wish. Without another word, Mara turned her back to him and walked into the decaying mists of the realm, the spherical disk swirling and vibrating with intensity. The Obliterary race. The Obliterary were a race built around entropy and decay, not in a philosophical sense, but in their very nature. Their cities and domains never remained whole for long, constantly crumbling and being rebuilt in endless cycles. For them, it wasn't about achieving power or control, it was about enduring. To outlast what would eventually claim everything. Mara Nihilus was the embodiment of this truth, apathetic to victory or defeat, focused only on survival in a world that was always on the verge of collapsing. Through the thick, towering jungle of the Evolari realm, a figure moved with speed, her body shifting with every step to match the ever-changing environment. The leaves seemed to lean toward her as if in reverence, and the creatures of the forest twisted and morphed, their forms adapting to her presence. This jungle was alive in more ways than one, constantly evolving, constantly changing. Beside her, another figure struggled slightly to keep pace. His form rippled and shifted with the terrain, just like hers, but there was a hesitation in his movement. The figure leading the way was Chimera Flux, apex of the Evolari, the embodiment of adaptation and evolution. The scout walking alongside her, his skin shifting from rough, bark-like armor to sleek, agile muscle, finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of frustration. Apex Flux, the elders grow concerned. This jungle, it's evolving too rapidly. The flora, the creatures, everything seems to be in a constant state of change. If it continues at this pace, we won't be able to maintain control. Chimera's sharp eyes flicked toward the scout, her body already adapting to a new patch of terrain without conscious effort. She didn't stop moving as she responded, her voice calm yet commanding. The jungle is doing what it's meant to do, adapt. The problem isn't the jungle. It's us. The scout hesitated. What do you mean? We've grown complacent. We've been the apex predators of this domain for too long, forgetting that evolution never stops. Now, the jungle is reminding us that even we aren't immune to change. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to quake, and massive roots erupted from the earth, twisting and writhing like serpents. The scout stumbled back, his body struggling to adapt quickly enough. What the hell? Chimera didn't flinch. With a flick of her wrist, a whip coiled around her arm shot out, slicing through the writhing roots with ease. The whip's form shifted from a thin, agile weapon to a broad, heavy blade in an instant, severing the massive vines that threatened to engulf them. The scout, panting and wide-eyed, said, "How did you?" "We evolve, or we die," Chimera said, her voice cold and steady. "This jungle is evolving to test us. And we either adapt faster than it can change, or we fall." The scout's brow furrowed, still unsure. But the higher-ups, they fear this rate of change. They think it's unsustainable. Chimera's lips curved into a faint smile. Sustainability is for those who fear the unknown. Fear is for the weak. The jungle is changing because it senses what's coming. The scout's face paled slightly. "You mean, the Nexus?" For the first time, Chimera stopped moving entirely, her gaze narrowing. The wind shifted, and for a brief moment, the jungle fell eerily silent. Her body seemed to ripple with anticipation, her eyes sharp as they stared into the distance. "The Nexus," she murmured, her voice low. "The others think it's simply a competition for dominance. But it's something far more. It will decide so many things." The scout frowned, unsure how to respond, but Chimera didn't elaborate. Instead, she turned her back to him, her form shimmering as the whip coiled itself tightly around her arm once more. The jungle around them began to shift again, but this time, it was as though the landscape was bowing to her, acknowledging her as its rightful ruler. The scout hesitated, still confused. "What do you think the Nexus represents, Apex Chimera?" Chimera smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "The ultimate test." Before the scout could ask further, Chimera moved again, effortlessly gliding through the dense jungle as it reshaped itself around her. The Evolari race. The Evolari were a race born of constant change. Their bodies, their minds, everything about them was built to adapt. In the Evolari realm, nothing stayed the same for long. The environment shifted daily, the creatures evolved with every breath, and the people were no different. From birth, an Evolari learned to adapt to their surroundings, their bodies morphing and shifting to survive whatever threat appeared. They were a race that believed in one truth: change or die. Their power lay in their ability to evolve in real time, making them nearly impossible to predict in battle. The Evolari didn't believe in perfection because perfection was stagnation. For them, life was a constant cycle of adaptation, a race to stay one step ahead of whatever came next. The Evolari were one of the superior races of Eldoralf, and their apex, Kinera Flux, was prepared for the Varietaga Nexus. Inside a brightly lit room, a brutal scene was unfolding. A young boy that was no older than 18, was repeatedly being crushed beneath a massive, jagged rock which was suspended from the ceiling. Each time the rock slammed into him, it left behind nothing but mangled remains, flesh and blood being scattered across the ground like debris. But then, something astonishing would happen. From the ruins of his body, cells multiplied at an impossible rate. Skin, bones, muscle, all reformed in perfect symmetry, and within seconds, the boy stood whole again, his aura just a bit more powerful than before. The process repeated, over and over. The rock rose, shifted, and crashed down again. Each time it changed, its edges sharper and its heat molten. It reduced him to nothing but a single arm. Yet in moments, that arm grew back into a flawless body. Again, the rock fell and reduced him to just wrists. Then, just fingers. And each time, he regenerated faster, more efficiently, from a drop of blood, from a single cell. The rock's force increased with every strike, vibrating with intense power. But no matter how it crushed him, the boy always recovered, instantly, perfectly. This grueling cycle went on for hours. At last, the rock stopped. Silence filled the hall as the boy stood tall once more, his bare chest gleaming under the bright lights. Muscles rippled across his body, skin flawless, and dark hair falling effortlessly into place. His physique was perfection itself, abs like carved marble, shoulders broad, with an aura of invincibility around him. As he stepped out of the hall, a cold, neutral-faced girl stood waiting, a robe in hand. She offered it to him without a word, her pretty face unreadable. Despite the fact that he was stark naked, she didn't flinch. Clearly, this was routine. He grabbed the robe, a smirk curling at his lips as his gaze lingered on her face. "Why don't you ever smile? Just once," he teased. She looked at him, unimpressed. "Because you haven't earned it." Her tone was flat, her expression colder than ice. He chuckled, pulling the robe over his shoulders. "One day, Yara. One day." Yara didn't respond. She only turned and gestured toward the courtyard. "He's waiting." Torin sighed, the playful edge instantly leaving his voice. "The old man, huh?" He reluctantly followed her outside, stepping into the sunlight. There, at the entrance to the courtyard, stood a man dressed in elaborate robes. Though his face seemed youthful, Torin knew better. This was Orin, one of the elders of the Regenerary. "You missed the meeting again," Orin said, his voice filled with disapproval. Torin Vielus, apex of the Regenerary, smiled, unbothered by the elder's scolding tone. "I was training. You know, the thing that's actually going to help me win this competition," he said casually, though his voice carried the weight of his power. Orin's eyes narrowed slightly. "The meetings are important, Torin. They keep you updated on the movements and strategies of the other apexes. This Varietaga Nexus isn't like the others. It's going to be dangerous." Torin chuckled, crossing his arms over his chest. "Oh, I know that well, trust me. But if it's just information about the other apexes, I can get that in seconds. I don't need to sit through a boring meeting for hours. It's a waste of time." Orin sighed heavily, shaking his head. Torin had always been nonchalant, always seeing things through his own lens. But still, the elder was worried. He had seen too many cocky warriors fall because they underestimated what lay ahead. Torin noticed the concern in the elder's face and smiled reassuringly. "Relax, Orin, I can't be killed. You know that." Orin stared at him, the weight of those words settling uncomfortably in his chest. He knew the truth better than anyone, the full extent of Torin's abilities. The Regenerary were a race that thrived on their capacity to regenerate and adapt. Injury and death were concepts they barely feared, as their bodies could recover from nearly any wound. But Torin Vielus was something else entirely. His regenerative abilities were unlike anything their race had ever seen. Not only did he heal faster, but every time he was injured, his strength grew. Each time his body was torn apart, he came back stronger. It was this gift that made Torin the apex of their race, the first and only one to perfect this power so fully. And it was why the elders were more worried. The Varietaga Nexus wasn't just a competition, it was a battlefield filled with the strongest beings from across the planet. Even immortality had its limits, and the Regenerary feared what might happen if those limits were tested. Tauren was someone they never wanted to lose. But for Tauren, fear was a concept that had long since lost its meaning. The Regenerary were a people who saw death as nothing more than an inconvenience. Their bodies could adapt to any environment, heal from the most grievous wounds, and evolve to overcome any threat. They lived by the philosophy that the strongest beings weren't those who could dominate, but those who could endure. For the Regenerary, survival wasn't just about living, it was about continuously evolving, continuously regenerating. And Tauren Velis was their ultimate weapon. In the thick jungle of the Lucendi domain, a group of men tore through the forest, each radiating the aura of a Grandmaster rank. The tension in the air was thick as their eyes darted around the dense foliage. They all knew what they were hunting, and the weight of it pressed heavily on them. Suddenly, one of the men skidded to a halt, eyes wide as he spotted a figure in the distance. "There! I've found him!" he shouted, pointing toward the figure of a boy leaning casually against a tree. Before the others could react, they too saw him. The same boy, but from different directions, appearing at multiple points within the jungle. Each figure was identical, all standing motionless with faint smirks on their lips. The men froze, their eyes darting between the copies. "He's tricking our senses," one of them muttered with frustration. "What a monster, to think he's already strong enough to fool Grandmasters like this." The leader of the group clenched his fists. "We'll just attack them all. The real one will show himself soon enough." With a collective nod, they unleashed a barrage of energy, sending beams of destructive force toward each of the illusions. But before their attacks could land, the clones suddenly moved, leaping toward the men with inhuman speed. Chaos erupted. Trees were uprooted, the ground torn apart as fists collided with flesh. Every strike from the illusions felt real, sending shockwaves through the Grandmasters, who were caught completely off guard. None of them noticed the real boy. Sitting casually on a high branch, he watched the chaos unfold below, lazily chewing on an apple, his eyes half closed in boredom. His legs swung idly over the edge of the branch as he let the clones do the dirty work. "Zariel Umbran, apex of the Lucendi. Boring," he murmured. A soft rustling above him signaled the arrival of an old man, hovering just above the branch. He was the head of the Umbran family. "You've improved," the elder commented, watching the battle below with a faint smile. Zariel didn't respond right away, still chewing his apple. His eyes remained on the struggle beneath them, where the Grandmasters were futilely fighting illusions. After a moment, he tossed the apple core to the ground, his lazy amusement fading. "This is a waste of time," he said flatly. "The other apexes won't fall for simple tricks like this." The elder raised an eyebrow. "You're capable of fooling and fighting Grandmaster ranks at your age. I doubt many of the other apexes could match that." Zariel finally turned to look at the elder, his eyes narrowing. "Then you know nothing." The elder's expression tightened, but he held his tongue. The Lucendi were a race built on deception. Masters of illusion, they thrived on manipulating perception, blurring the line between reality and imagination. Their domain itself was a labyrinth of falsehoods, where even the ground beneath your feet could betray you. To survive as a Lucendi meant mastering illusion, controlling not just what others saw but what they believed to be true. Two armies stood at the border of the Requiem domain, their battle lines drawn beneath a sky veiled by the eerie glow of spectral mist. Each soldier's armor bore distinct sigils, representing their respective houses. The tension between the two forces was palpable, like a tightly wound thread on the verge of snapping. The Requiem, a race that wielded dominion over souls, had long been feared across the world for their unsettling abilities. Their pale, translucent skin seemed to glow under the spectral light, and their eyes were as black as voids. The air around them was always heavy, thick with the silent wails of lost spirits. At the head of the attacking army stood a general, draped in dark robes that fluttered in the spectral breeze. His hands rested on the polished blade at his waist, his black eyes scanning the opposing forces. Beside him, a young lieutenant shifted nervously. He glanced at the army before them, the sigil of the Noctis family emblazoned on their banners. "Are you sure about this, sir?" he asked, his voice betraying his anxiety. The general turned toward him, a confident smirk appearing on his face. "Don't worry, only the youths are allowed in this border skirmish. The Noctis family thinks they can do whatever they want just because they gave birth to one monster." Not today. Over my dead body. The mention of the word, monster, sent a ripple through the warriors behind him. Some trembled, haunted by the stories they'd heard about the Noctis family's monster. The lieutenant's face paled, his throat tightening. But, what if he shows? The general waved off the concern with a scoff, though his voice was just a little too casual. Nah, he won't show. The Varietaga Nexus is in a few days. He'll be too focused on preparing for that. The higher-ups wouldn't let him waste time on something like this. The lieutenant exhaled a shaky breath, and several soldiers within earshot loosened their grips on their weapons, relieved. But their reprieve was short-lived. A ripple of energy surged through the sky, and suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. An unnatural chill swept over the battlefield, sending shivers through the soldiers. All heads turned as a lone figure descended from the sky, his silhouette framed by the pale light of the domain. His mere presence seemed to drain the life out of the space, leaving everything in a haunting stillness. The figure landed gently, his dark cloak barely brushing the ground. His skin was deathly pale, as if it had never touched sunlight, and his eyes were darker than night itself. He stood tall and lithe, with a twin-bladed spear strapped to his back. The general's blood drained from his face, recognition hitting him like a hammer. No, it can't be. Erevan Noctis. The apex of the Requiem race. The lieutenant whispered in terror, it's him. Erevan didn't say a word. He simply raised one hand, his black eyes glowing with a soft, eerie light. As soon as his arm lifted, the attacking army froze, their movements halting as though invisible strings had been cut. A deathly silence spread across the battlefield, and then, it happened. The soldiers' eyes went glassy, their bodies rigid. Without warning, they began to turn on each other, their blades slicing through the air in perfect synchronization. In mere moments, heads began to roll, blood spilled freely, and one by one, the entire attacking army fell in a self-imposed massacre. The Requiem youths stood by helplessly, watching as their enemies slaughtered each other without resistance. The general's scream broke the eerie silence, his voice filled with panic as he tried to command his soldiers back into formation. Stop. Stop this madness. But it was too late. His voice was swallowed by the unnatural quiet as Erevan watched the carnage unfold, dispassionately, as if it were nothing more than an afterthought. His face remained emotionless, and without so much as a glance back, he lifted off the ground and disappeared into the spectral sky. The general collapsed to his knees, trembling as he took in the sight of his decimated army, wiped out in moments, and Erevan hadn't even lifted a weapon. The Requiem were feared for good reason. Their power wasn't in brute strength but in their dominion over souls. They could extract, manipulate, and command the souls of the living and the dead, bending them to their will. In battle, they could sever the connection between body and soul with just a thought, reducing even the mightiest of armies to nothing more than empty shells. In the middle of a vast, dry desert, a gigantic metallic tower stood tall. It was a completely imposing structure, with thick, cable-like materials running from its base, burrowing into the ground like roots feeding on the Earth's energy. High above this imposing structure, a massive cannon-like nozzle pointed far into the distance. Inside a control room just a few meters away from the massive nozzle, men and women dressed in white lab coats moved around, tapping rapidly on the screens of their handheld devices. Their eyes darted between the data and the giant weapon, each of them entering codes and adjusting parameters carefully. Behind the scientists stood a group of elders, clad in elaborately decorated robes. Their faces were stern and firm as they calmly watched the scientists. They had humanoid appearances, but their skin seemed to shimmer with a bright glow, as though energy flowed just beneath the surface. Their eyes all had a light blue glow. As time passed, one of the scientists, a tall man with an unusually serious expression, approached the group of elders, clearing his throat nervously before speaking. "We're ready," he said. The elders exchanged knowing glances before the one in the center, a man with a long silver beard who appeared to be the leader, gave a nod of approval. "Tell him that we will fire in 30 seconds. The scientist nodded and picked up a small communication device from his belt, immediately relaying the information. Several kilometers away from the tower, in the middle of the endless desert, a lone figure stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, both eyes closed. He looked unbothered, as though he were simply waiting for a passing breeze. This figure was tall and lean, with a muscular build that was evident even under the loose black clothing he wore. His skin shone faintly, much like the elders, but his glow was more profound, more intense, something difficult to fathom. His light blue eyes were fixed on the tower in the distance. Valen Raxel, the apex of the transmutari race. The communication device at his waist suddenly sounded, and a respectful voice came through. In 30 seconds, Master Valen. A smirk immediately appeared at the corner of Valen's lips as he focused his gaze on the distant tower. He could already feel the energy building there. The seconds ticked by slowly, but with each passing moment, the air around him seemed to grow thicker. 30 seconds elapsed. Instantaneously, a bright, blinding light ignited on the horizon. The tower glowed with an intense light, and the ground beneath it trembled as an immense surge of power began to build. From the sheer aura alone, it was clear that this was a power on the level of a Grandmaster rank. The energy output was overwhelming. Valen's smirk widened as the blinding beam of energy shot toward him at an unimaginable speed, tearing through the desert air with earth-shaking intensity. The heat and force of the attack sent waves of distortion through the air, its sheer power enough to disintegrate anything in its path. But Valen remained perfectly still. As the massive beam of energy neared him, Valen casually removed one hand from his pocket and raised it toward the incoming attack. The energy collided with an invisible barrier just inches from his outstretched palm, and for a moment, it looked as though the beam had hit an unbreakable wall. Then, with a slow, controlled motion, the energy began to converge into his hand, spiraling and shrinking as it was absorbed. The once blinding light dimmed, the energy siphoned away into Valen's palm. Seconds passed, and the once massive beam of destruction was suddenly gone. Valen closed his palm, snuffing out the last remnants of the light. For a moment, the desert descended into an eerie silence, as though nothing had happened. Then, suddenly, Valen opened his palm once more. In the center of his hand, a small orb of light hovered. The Grandmaster level attack, which had been powerful enough to decimate a city, had condensed into a tiny orb of light, now under his complete control. With a silent exhale, Valen allowed the orb to sink into his chest, and in that instant, his entire aura exploded outward with unimaginable force. A palpable blue energy surrounded his body, crackling and surging through him as if his very cells were exploding with power. The ground beneath his feet cracked and imploded under the sheer force of his energy. His muscles rippled, his veins glowing with blue light as the energy coursed through him, enhancing his physical strength beyond comprehension. Valen's eyes shone with power as he clenched his fist, the air around him trembling in response. He had converted the beam's energy into pure vitality, fueling his body and amplifying his strength to new heights. The Transmutari. The Transmutari were a race of unparalleled energy manipulators. They could convert any form of energy they encountered into anything they wanted, to serve their needs. Heat, light, mana, even kinetic force, anything that was energy. Their bodies acted as conduits, capable of absorbing, transforming, and redirecting energy. It made them extremely dangerous on any battlefield, as every attack thrown against them could be turned into a weapon of their own. Atticus stared at Magnus without saying anything. From his dumbfounded expression, it was clear that what he had just heard had been that shocking. Atticus, Magnus called out. Atticus shook his head, regaining his focus. He gathered his thoughts. These are the superior races of Eldorolf? He asked. Magnus nodded. They were both inside the Ravenstein library, and Magnus had just finished showing and telling Atticus about the other races of Eldorolf. He hadn't gone into too much detail, only focusing on the superior races. And it went without saying that Atticus wasn't taking it well. After a few seconds of frantic thinking, Atticus could only manage one thing to say. What the hell? He just couldn't comprehend it. How the hell was the human race still alive? How had they managed to get these monsters to sign an alliance-level mana contract? Why weren't they slaves? Atticus couldn't help but recall the history he'd learned in the past. The human domain had been embroiled in a war with the other races. Could that even be called a war? They could only be getting exterminated. The questions were numerous, too numerous. Seeing the state of panic Atticus had entered, Magnus simply chuckled, an action he had been doing a lot lately since making that promise to Freya. The human domain, along with the other lower races, had to sacrifice a lot more than you think in order to join the alliance. While it's true that they were each overpowered compared to us, we have something they don't, numbers, Magnus explained. The population of each of these superior races isn't even 1/6 of ours. They might be stronger, but we overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Atticus thought briefly before asking, but we were still losing the war back then. Magnus nodded. That's right. However, the attack of the Zorvans changed everything. With their small numbers, it was impossible for the superior races to withstand them alone, which is why this contract was established. Still, we had to sacrifice some things. Atticus took a deep breath. This is a huge problem, he thought. He wasn't just worried about how powerful the other races were compared to humans. What truly worried him was something only he knew: the apexes were reincarnators. Damn, he cursed inwardly. If the other races were already this powerful, he could only imagine how much stronger a reincarnated person would be. Atticus had never seen himself as particularly special. If he was this powerful at his age, why couldn't someone else be as well? Magnus smiled at Atticus's worried expression. It was unusual to see him so troubled. I understand how you feel, but I wouldn't ask you to do this if I thought there was no way to succeed. Take a breath and clear your head. Atticus did as he was told, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. Good. Now listen carefully. There's no doubt about it. Compared to humans, the other races are powerful, Magnus continued. But despite how powerful they appear to be, each race has weaknesses that can be exploited depending on the situation and the person involved. You, Atticus, have the ability to exploit each of these weaknesses. I don't think you fully understand the extent of what you have. In the history of the human domain, we've lost many battles against the superior races, but we've won some too. Yet no human has ever had the same advantage you currently possess. You control 8 elements, the forces that make up this world. In essence, you have the power to do anything. Atticus's expression grew more serious as Magnus's tone shifted. Each of these superior races has vulnerabilities you can exploit because of the versatility of your power. What I want you to do now is simple. Clear your mind of everything else and focus on this. I will ingrain every single one of these weaknesses into your very bones. Only 3 days remained until the Nexus event would start. After the library session, where Magnus had told Atticus about the superior races and their power, Atticus hadn't shown himself to the outside world again for a long period. Magnus had done exactly what he said he would do, drilling every single detail into Atticus for 2 days straight without any break or rest. It wasn't only about telling him the weaknesses of the superior races, he also had to teach him much more. Their training moved into the advanced training room, where Atticus had to participate in numerous mock battles. This was the first time Atticus had ever been to this particular advanced training room. He was accustomed to the common training room for the Ravenstein family and had never seen the need to ask for any other. But Magnus had taken him to his personal advanced training room. The training room of a paragon. Just stepping into the room, Atticus could feel how much more advanced and powerful it was. Even at full power, he couldn't crack these walls. But the highlight of the training room was not just its strength and durability. Ever since Atticus had started using the common advanced training room, he had never seen options as varied as what he found in this new one. Even battling with the data on the other Tier 1 families had been impossible before, but in this new training room, Atticus had access to something even more impossible: data on the other races, including the superior races. This changed everything. Magnus immediately got to work, choosing data from one of the superior races. Of course, it wasn't perfect, and many of the abilities of the superior races couldn't be completely replicated, but it was still something. The mock battles began, and Atticus fought again and again. It went without saying that it was hard. The weaknesses were apparent, but exploiting them was an entirely different matter. It required split-second timing to achieve the desired result. And not only that, he had to risk his life for some. Of course, with Magnus present and the training room feature, Atticus was more than safe here. However, during actual battle, it would be different. 2 days went by quickly, and life in Sector 3, and the human domain in general, continued without any major events. The Obsidian Order hadn't reappeared since the war, and everything was slowly returning to normal. The Stellaris family maintained their silence, closing off all their doors. This left the Tier 2 families of Sector 5 with a lot of free reign over the sector, though they knew better than to overstep their bounds. Despite this peaceful atmosphere, there was a sense of anticipation and at the same time dread in the air. Every single citizen and tiered of the human domain were excited. After training non-stop for 2 days, Magnus finally let Atticus rest, but only when he was certain he had trained Atticus enough. We'll stop here for now. You need to go rest, but replay everything you learned here in your head, even as you sleep. Never forget. Atticus tiredly nodded his head. He could see Magnus's mouth moving, but nothing was registering. He just kept nodding. Seeing this, Magnus smiled faintly. All right, you can leave. That, Atticus heard loud and clear. Minutes later, he reached his room and buried his head in his pillow. Hours passed, and Atticus woke up with a loud stretch and yawn. Turning to his side, he was suddenly startled to see Arya standing beside his bed with an expressionless face. What the hell? You're finally awake, master. Atticus turned to his right and saw Yodid standing there with a happy look on his face. But that wasn't all. Atticus sighed, you too. Turning in front of him, he saw Dario standing there, bowing. Young master. Atticus slumped back against the bed with a deep exhale. He couldn't deal with this right now. It's tomorrow. Are you ready? Atticus's eyes snapped open. He didn't wanted to think about it and was hoping to enjoy his day. But Arya had hit home. He turned toward Arya, and she met his gaze without looking away, her expression unchanged. The mood in the room suddenly shifted, becoming heavy. Atticus chuckled, if only I could have one more year. He joked, but no one was laughing. Yodid and Dario couldn't help but stare at Arya, puzzled by her behavior. Since they'd met her, she had always been respectful to Atticus, but this was the first time she was being this intense. You should not participate. Atticus narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Arya. It was unusual for her to say things like this. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, regaining her senses, and bowed. I apologize for my rudeness, young master. Atticus smiled. It's fine. I understand how you feel. I need some time alone now. Could you all excuse me? Despite wanting to protest, Yodid, along with Dario and Arya, bowed before leaving the room. Damn. Atticus slumped back on the bed once more, taking deep breaths. It's tomorrow. This was all that occupied his mind. Considering what he had heard from Aearch, it was clear that Magnus, along with the other paragons, was unaware of the death sentence the Nexus event represented. He could tell Magnus everything, but he knew Magnus would immediately pull him out and not allow him to participate. Despite how crazy it sounded, Atticus inwardly wanted the deadly game to proceed. It was a chance to end everything once and for all. Something or someone is influencing our emotions. Back when he had first met Aearch, Atticus had felt an insane amount of hatred for him. It was unusual and unnatural, almost as if his main purpose was to kill him. Since then, I can still feel something pulling me toward them. It felt as if he should drop everything and hunt them down. Atticus was certain the other Apexes felt this as well. This feeling was why he also agreed with the idea of one massive battle royale to settle things. I wonder what the theme will be. It could range from 1v1 to a battle royale. He wasn't entirely sure, and Magnus had explained that it would be revealed at the event. Getting out of bed, Atticus freshened up and headed out of his room, only to encounter two utterly unexpected figures. One was Magnus, and the more surprising figure was Oberon Enigmum. Arya, Dario, and Yodid were already kneeling in respect, and Atticus bowed respectfully. Paragon Oberon. Oberon smiled. It's always a pleasure, child. You've certainly been busy. Atticus felt Oberon probing his body, observing him closely. It felt as if Oberon could see everything, and Atticus couldn't hide anything from him. Considering Magnus was there, Atticus made no attempt to resist. After a moment, Oberon turned toward Magnus, shaking his head. I can't sense anything. It seems nothing was done to him, or my senses aren't sharp enough. Magnus nodded. He wanted to be absolutely certain before the competition. Now, for your end of the bargain. Magnus stared at Oberon for a moment before turning to Atticus. He requested an audience with you. Are you okay with that? Atticus looked at Oberon, narrowing his eyes. Why would he want to see me? He pondered. As long as I'm safe. Oberon smiled. I mean no harm, child, and it shouldn't take long, considering how quickly you learn. Eventually, Atticus agreed, and Magnus left the two of them alone in one of the estate's advanced training rooms. Fascinating, very fascinating, Oberon observed Atticus closely. Your rank shows you're at the master rank, but your mana feels special. You're stronger, incredibly so. How is this possible? Atticus said nothing, allowing Oberon to ponder. May I see your mana? Atticus stretched out his palm, forming a ball of mana. Amazing. Oberon observed the ball closely for nearly a minute before pulling back and suddenly producing an engraver and slate from his space storage. Here, engrave a rune. Any grade. Atticus hesitated but took the engraver. As he focused, a crimson glow appeared on its tip, prompting Oberon to watch closely. Atticus engraved the word shield on the slate, which glowed a bright crimson. Oberon took it, tapped it, and it broke into motes of light. It's stronger than any grade 1 rune. Interesting. It looks like not only is your mana special, but your will is as well. Oberon stared at Atticus for a while, making him feel uncomfortable. What's his deal? Oberon had been acting strangely since they were left alone. Atticus couldn't understand what he wanted. Oberon suddenly smiled. I heard about your fusion with your domain and the exhaustion afterward. Clearly, it requires a lot of energy. Have you tried engraving a grade 3 rune yet? Atticus's eyes widened. Oberon was right. Why hadn't he thought of that before? His will was already high enough. Engraving grade 3 runes should be possible now. Almost anything was possible with runes involved. Your expression answers my question. Now, listen carefully to what I'm about to teach you. It will be crucial. Mom, stop it, Atticus muttered as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. After spending hours with Oberon, he had immediately run into Anastasia on his way back to his room. She had insisted they have dinner together, and they were currently doing just that in his room. Anastasia smiled warmly and reached across the table to brush a stray piece of hair from his forehead. His hair had always been bushy, and she had long since tired of constantly asking him to get a haircut. Maybe she'd cut it in his sleep. You're never too old to be worried about, she replied gently, her eyes filled with warmth. She knew this would probably annoy him, but she couldn't resist. She just couldn't help herself. Especially when you're going off to risk your life tomorrow. Atticus sighed, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. He had learned about the history of the other Apex events in the past. Many of the human Apex, if they could even be called that, had lost their lives during this competition. And that had been without the blatant declaration of the Nexus being a death game. I'm stronger than you think, he said suddenly, avoiding her gaze. But even as he spoke, his voice had a softer edge. She was the one person he couldn't be cold to, even if he tried, and he wasn't used to her fussing over him like this. Anastasia nodded, her expression softening. I know, Addie, she said gently. I know you're strong, but you're still my son, and that means I'll always worry. Atticus turned to the side, trying to hide the small smile creeping onto his face. Embarrassing, he mumbled. Seeing this, Anastasia chuckled and reached out to take his hand, giving it a small squeeze. Oh, I know, and I'm not sorry about it. For a few moments, they sat there, holding hands across the table. Suddenly, Anastasia spoke, her tone serious. Just promise me you'll be careful. Atticus immediately noticed the concern in her voice. She couldn't stop him from participating in the competition, something that pained her. But he was her son, and what mother wouldn't support her son? Atticus met her eyes, a warm smile on his face. I promise, Mom, he said quietly but firmly. I'm not planning on dying. I'll be back before you know it. Anastasia nodded, taking a deep breath. I'll hold you to that. They continued their meal in comfortable silence, with Atticus occasionally glancing at his mother. As he had expected, throughout the dinner, Anastasia hadn't tried to convince him not to participate in the Nexus. Instead, she expressed her support, though her worry was clear. Atticus smiled once more before focusing on his food. Tomorrow, even if he had to unleash a massacre, he would come back home. The time passed quickly, and before long, Anastasia kissed Atticus goodnight on his forehead. As she left the room, her shadow suddenly swirled, and Arya appeared behind her. Atticus raised an eyebrow, watching as Arya stood silently with her back to him. She took a deep breath, then abruptly turned and rushed toward him, enveloping him in a tight hug. Come back home, she whispered. Without waiting for a response, she let go and melted into the shadows, leaving Atticus standing alone in the room with a warm smile. I will, he muttered. Taking a deep breath, Atticus headed to bed after freshening up. The night went by incredibly fast. One moment, Atticus lay down on his bed with his eyes closed, and in the next, he opened them, feeling a heavy presence in the room. Damn, it felt as if I blinked and morning arrived, he thought. Atticus immediately stood up and saw Magnus standing by the door to his room. Is it time? Atticus asked, but Magnus offered no response, simply staring at him silently. The atmosphere grew awkward as silence settled over the room. Atticus began to speak, but Magnus suddenly interrupted, his tone heavy. You're going to be fighting for the entire human domain today. All our hopes will rest on you and you alone. However, despite all of this, I want you to remember something. Nothing is as important as your life. If it becomes something you can't handle, give up, and I promise I will come for you. Magnus's tone was heavy, beyond measure, and it struck Atticus straight in the heart. Atticus smiled and nodded seriously. Okay, good. Now get ready, we're already late. Atticus got up from the bed and quickly freshened up, preparing himself within a few minutes. He pondered what to wear. Today, he was going to be participating in an alliance-wide event. Common sense dictated that he should look his best. However, Atticus had never been one to care about appearances. After some thought, he chose a fitted blue trench coat that hugged his broad, toned body. As he stood in front of the mirror, Atticus adjusted the collar, his piercing blue eyes sharp and cold as he stared at his reflection. Despite how tight the trench coat might seem, it was anything but restrictive. In fact, it felt as though it made him even more flexible. There was no restriction to his movements at all. Atticus took a deep breath and closed his eyes, calming his entire system. The world seemed to slow, the loud sounds of the outside world transforming into a muted symphony as Atticus entered a state of complete and utter peace. Anastasia's face appeared in his mind, followed by Freya's. Atticus took a moment to absorb it, and then, he opened his eyes, his aura shifting. The room became colder as every shred of hesitation within him vanished as though it had never existed. His eyes radiated an intense coldness, capable of freezing fire. With this new change, Atticus brushed the hilt of his katana, which trembled with excitement. And then, without any further thought, he turned and left the room. Atticus's footsteps echoed louder than usual as he walked through the Ravenstein estate, approaching the entrance. The double doors swung open, and what he saw immediately made him stop in his tracks, raising an eyebrow. Just in front of the estate, an army of snow-white-haired individuals filled the grounds, numbering in the hundreds. Every Ravenstein he knew, except those at the academy, his immediate family, the Ravenstein elders, sanctum masters, and even the 3 stars of the family, were standing there. All eyes were focused on him, unmoving. There were so many people gathered that the estate should have felt cramped, but despite the crowd, a straight, open path led directly to where Magnus stood waiting. Atticus paused for only a brief moment, less than a second. As soon as he understood the situation, his body moved. A heavy silence fell over the entire estate as Atticus stepped forward. No one moved, no one spoke. The air was filled with tension, but then, in one unified motion, every single Ravenstein clenched their fists and pressed them against their chests. In the next instant, a cold aura spread across the entire estate, seeping from their bodies like an icy mist. They didn't need to say a word, but their actions screamed louder than any battle cry. Crush them. Atticus didn't flinch. In this situation, showing any sign of hesitation could only be detrimental. His calm remained unshaken as he took in the sight. He stood there for a moment, acknowledging everyone who had come to see him off, then started walking. He kept his head high, his eyes focused ahead, moving through the sea of Ravensteins, feeling their cold auras brush against his skin. Soon enough, he closed the distance and reached his destination. Magnus, as always, didn't say a word. His face was firm, his seriousness evident as he simply nodded, his gaze meeting Atticus's in a silent question, "Are you ready?" Atticus turned one last time to look back. Avalon, Anastasia, Ember, Kaldor, and the others were all there, watching him with faces full of support and belief. To them, there was not a shred of uncertainty. Atticus smiled faintly at them for just a second. Then, in the next instant, his face hardened, an intense resolve settling in. He nodded to Magnus. Not a second was wasted as lightning crackled around them, wrapping them in a blinding surge of power. With a single burst, they shot into the sky. The Ravenstein estate disappeared below as they streaked through the clouds like a bolt of lightning. Soon enough, as the lightning streaked higher into the sky, they stopped, the lightning dissipating. In front of him, Atticus saw Oberon floating while staring at him with a smile. "The others will meet us in Sector 10, Oberon said. Others?" Atticus didn't understand what Oberon meant, but he didn't have time to ask as Oberon's eyes suddenly ignited with a golden glow. His arm moved rapidly through the air, engraving golden symbols that Atticus couldn't comprehend. As Oberon finished, the symbols erupted in a blinding radiance that encompassed all of them. Atticus felt a powerful pull and the disorientation that came with teleporting. He wasn't sure how much time passed, but soon enough, Atticus opened his eyes and found himself inside a large circular hall with a ceiling so high it was difficult to see. In front of Atticus stood exactly 3 figures: Seraphina Starhaven, Thorn Alvarian, and the most surprising, Luminous Stellaris. They each stood before a large spherical device, its round form resting firmly on the ground. Luminous clicked his tongue and turned his face away, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with the current situation. However, in the end, he said nothing. After capturing Helios, Luminous had been expecting a public execution. Surprisingly, the Ravensteins hadn't done that. Luminous wasn't even sure if Helios was alive or not. "You're finally here," Thorn remarked, a frown settling on his face as well. It was obvious he was also unhappy with the situation. The Alvarians hadn't suffered as much as the Stellaris. In fact, many had already forgotten about the war they waged against the Ravensteins. Still, the fact that he had to protect Atticus stung. "Ignore them. They're just sore losers," Seraphina said with a smile. Thorn and Luminous shot Seraphina death stares. Why was she making them sound like children? But Seraphina simply ignored them, her eyes focused on Atticus. "He's grown even stronger," she thought inwardly. "That's enough," Oberon spoke up as he walked towards the machine. "You'll all be meeting the other races soon. Don't embarrass humanity by behaving like children." Thorn and Luminous's frowns deepened. Why did it seem like everyone was against them? Magnus paid the duo no heed, not even offering a greeting. Instead, he acknowledged Seraphina with a nod, which she returned with a smile. Atticus didn't focus on any of their interactions. After greeting Seraphina, he immediately focused on the machine Oberon was operating. To him, it looked like a portal device, similar to those used in science fiction movies back on Earth, but far more sleek and advanced. Shockingly, aside from them, there was no one else in the large hall. Oberon quietly tapped a large screen next to the machine, and suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from it, swirling into a circular portal within seconds. The air around the machine became distorted, emanating an intense amount of power that made the atmosphere heavy. "Only the few of you will accompany him. The rest of us will stay here, holding the fort and awaiting your return," Oberon said. The apex competition would be taking place in the domain of one of the superior races, and leaving the human domain unprotected just to attend the event was reckless. Because of this, only a select few paragons would be going. Luminous and Thorn were bound by contract to protect Atticus, their presence here was a no-brainer. Oberon turned toward Atticus. "We'll be watching you from here. Raise us to the peak." Atticus nodded firmly, his gaze firm. And with that, he, along with the other paragons, stepped into the portal. This time, for Atticus, the disorientation that came with teleportation was magnified many times over. He could feel his stomach churn, threatening to empty itself. The bright light dimmed as the portal closed behind them, and Atticus, along with the others, found themselves in a vast room. It was like stepping into another dimension. Everything felt slightly out of place, distorted, as though the very air was unreal. The room was tall, stretching far in every direction, with walls made of a mix of dark stone and translucent material, constantly warping and shifting as if the room itself were alive. The light was faint, dimly illuminating the area and giving the entire space an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. "We're in another domain," Atticus deduced immediately. He could feel it in the air. This was far from the familiar atmosphere of the human domain. They were in another place entirely. As they began to adjust to their new surroundings, 2 figures suddenly materialized before them, each bowing in respect toward the paragons. The Dimensari race, Atticus recognized them. Both Grand Masters bore the unmistakable features of the Dimensari: metallic skin with a sheen of silver and violet, and faintly glowing eyes. Their expressions were calm but unnerving, as though they saw far more than they let on. One of them stepped forward to greet the group. "Welcome, honored guests, to the Dimensari domain," he said, bowing his head slightly in respect. "It is an honor to host the Apex candidate and paragons." Without wasting time, the second Grand Master gestured toward the corridors behind him. You will each be led to your respective destinations. Apex Atticus will come with me. Just as Atticus was about to glance at Magnus, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in the air. He turned and saw deep frowns on the faces of both Luminous and Thorn. Although they didn't show it outwardly, he could tell from their narrowed gazes that they were angry. It took a moment for him to realize why. 4 paragons were received by grandmasters. It was simple but complicated. In Earth terms, it was akin to a foreign president visiting a country and being received by a mere secretary. Atticus didn't care about this matter, it was their choice how they chose to receive their guests. It seemed Magnus shared this sentiment. Before the matter could escalate, Magnus stepped forward, giving Atticus a reassuring nod. Lead the way, Magnus said. The 2 grandmasters exchanged a glance before nodding. One of them turned to Atticus. Apex Atticus, this way, please. As the first grandmaster led the paragons away, their figures soon disappeared into the dimly lit hallway, leaving Atticus with the second grandmaster. The grandmaster gestured for Atticus to follow, and Atticus did so, observing him closely as they walked. He's humanoid, but he doesn't feel human. The aura around him is different, and I can sense how much stronger he is compared to other grandmasters I've met, Atticus thought. As they walked, the grandmaster also studied Atticus, making observations of his own, ones that shocked him to the core. Even the human's apex too, the grandmaster thought, narrowing his eyes though keeping his gaze forward. Soon, they reached a door at the end of the hallway. The grandmaster stopped and gestured for Atticus to enter. He stepped forward, placing his palm on the door, and it creaked open. The second Dimensari grandmaster led Magnus and the others through another hallway until they reached a door. He suddenly moved to the side and gestured toward the door. Just up ahead, honored guests, he said. Luminous and Thorn had worn frowns throughout the walk, while Serafina maintained a neutral expression. With those words, the grandmaster bowed respectfully before quietly excusing himself. Once he was gone, Luminous's irritation became palpable. He glanced at Magnus and then at the others before finally speaking, his voice filled with displeasure. I don't like this. We're being treated like dirt. Thorn nodded in agreement. He wasn't one to care much about such things, but it still stung. Before the tension could grow, Serafina spoke up with a calm but firm tone. Behave yourselves. We're here for a reason, and that reason isn't respect. Magnus, still silent, moved forward. The others trailed behind him as they opened the door and stepped into the room. The door opened onto an expansive balcony, and before they could even take in their surroundings, a thunderous, world-shaking cheer erupted, the sound echoing through the room like a tidal wave. The walls themselves seemed to tremble under the force of it, and the air vibrated with intensity. They instinctively approached the edge of the balcony and were greeted with a grand sight. Millions, no, tens of millions, of beings from all races were packed together, seated in a colossal coliseum. Their cheers echoed into a chaotic roar that seemed to shake the earth. Every single eye in that massive crowd was focused on the enormous screens being broadcast all over the arena, each one of the onlookers, excitement uncontainable. Magnus and the others stood at a higher elevation, looking down upon the sea of people. They quickly noticed that despite the overwhelming number of the crowd, no one was looking at them. Not even a glance. All around the Colosseum, the other races had already filled their own balconies, each of their paragons seated in utter silence with their eyes fixed on the screens, completely ignoring the humans' presence. But as Magnus and the others raised their gazes, they each noticed something else. High above in the sky, separated from the Colosseum itself, were 9 figures. They sat on floating thrones, each one exuding a presence so oppressive that even from this distance, the air around them felt suffocating. Each figure represented one of the superior races of Eldoralf, their expressions neutral and unreadable. Their elaborate thrones floated effortlessly in the sky, and their demeanor spoke volumes. They didn't even acknowledge the existence of those below, and their superiority was apparent in every breath they took, as though they were on an entirely different level of existence. Many of the lower and mid-level races in the Colosseum seethed with anger, their dissatisfaction with the current situation clear. But not a single one dared to raise their voice in protest. They knew better. Instead, they would let their apexes do the talking. Life in the human domain usually followed a strict routine, one that very rarely got disturbed, especially on a Monday. People would wake up in the morning, go to work if they had jobs, or work from home if that was their situation. Youth or teenagers would head to school, while the others took care of whatever tasks filled their day, from chores, errands, or studying. It was a rhythm everyone was used to. But today was utterly different. Today, that routine had been shattered. Ever since the war between the Ravensteins, Alvarians, and Stellaris had ended, a certain anticipation had been building up. Every single citizen across the domain had been waiting for this moment. The Veritaga Nexus. It was an event that only came around once every 10 years. The excitement was at an all-time high, but so was the anxiety. It was a day people looked forward to but also feared. It was make or break, and for many, it meant facing the harsh truth of where humanity stood in the midst of the other races. And according to history, it wasn't a good position. On the day of the Veritaga Nexus, there were no obligations, no work, no responsibilities. The entire domain was given one simple task: to watch. From Sector 1 to Sector 10, different groups gathered around massive screens that had appeared everywhere around the domain. The streets were filled with people, crowds forming as hover cars and airships parked wherever they could find space. Families crowded into living rooms, while others packed into bars, parks, or town squares. It was a domain-wide holiday, but the atmosphere felt anything but relaxed. The tension was palpable, the kind that settled into one's bones. Everyone was waiting for the same thing: for the blank screens to light up and the Nexus to begin. In past Nexus events, there had been a domain-wide competition to select the Apex, a chance for the entire domain to get to know their Apex champion before the main event. But this year was different. There had been no introduction. Instead, one name had already spread like wildfire, igniting rumors and excitement across all 10 sectors. Atticus Ravenstein. The stories surrounding him were endless. He was a mysterious figure and a recluse, someone who almost no one had known until recently despite being such an important part of the Ravenstein family. Information about him was scarce, but this only served to fuel the speculation. From person to person, the rumors continually shifted, details distorted and soon exaggerated. Some said he was unbeatable. Others claimed he had powers no human had ever seen before. And while most of these stories were exaggerated, one fact remained consistent: Atticus was a talent unlike any before. In Sector 3, the Ravenstein estate was buzzing with movement. The Ravenstein family members had gathered in droves, the excitement almost tangible. Avalon, Anastasia, Sirius, Lyanna, the elders, and the Sanctum Masters all sat quietly, their eyes locked on the enormous screen in front of them. It felt like a grand theater, with the entire family assembled together to witness the Nexus event. For most of them, this was more than just an event, it was a moment of immense pride. The apex of this generation had been selected from their family. In Sector 1, at the academy, the scene was much the same. Despite it being Monday, there were no lectures. The members of the White Omen division had gathered outside in the plaza, their attention glued to the massive screen set up in the center. At the front of the crowd stood Aurora Ravenstein, her fiery red eyes focused on the screen. She crossed her arms over her chest, her expression unreadable. She had been waiting for this moment, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Behind her, Nate, Lucas, and the others stood quietly, their excitement palpable. Nate's heart was pounding in his chest, his hands shaking. He couldn't wait to see that monster on the screen. The White Omen division had grown a lot since Atticus left, and the paved floors beneath their feet only showed how far they had come. But despite all the progress, none of them had forgotten their leader. Forgetting that monster would be like forgetting a limb. Atticus had left a mark on them, one that time couldn't erase. In the Battle Maniacs division, the energy was even more intense. Kale Stormrider, with his brown hair and the 8-sheathed sword strapped around his waist, stood with a massive broadsword resting on his back. His body radiated an intense amount of battle intent, an aura so thick it forced the others in his division to give him space. He couldn't help it. The thought of seeing Atticus face off against the other races had him fired up. In the Lumindra division, a floating purple construct hovered in the sky, with Zoe standing atop it. Her flawless beauty, a beauty that could cause wars, seemed almost insignificant next to the intensity in her eyes. She stared down at the screen below, her thoughts completely hidden from view. Inside the academy, the teachers had gathered in the same room they had used for the Leaders' Summit. Harrison, Isabella, Jared, and others sat quietly, their eyes locked on the screen. Jared had heard the stories of the Ravenstein-Stellaris War, but it hadn't meant much to him. Despite what many might think, he wasn't obsessed with family. That's why he was in the academy in the first place. Isabella sat beside him, her thoughts unreadable, while Harrison, as always, remained silent. This had been what Isabella had wanted, for Atticus to represent them. Now, she couldn't wait to see the result. Across the domain, similar scenes were playing out. People everywhere were on edge, their attention completely focused on the blank screen in front of them. And then, finally, the screen flickered. The blankness was replaced with the image they had all been waiting for. The Veritaga Nexus had begun. As soon as the Grand Master gestured for Atticus to enter, he stepped forward without hesitation and pushed the door open. The moment he walked through the open doorway, it felt as though he had entered a different world. The air was dense, almost crushing in its weight, as if the atmosphere itself was thick with power. Any normal person below the rank of Grand Master would have been overwhelmed, perhaps even suffocated by the sheer pressure in the room. Seated around him were 15 individuals, their auras barely contained, yet screaming of the raw and primal power that simmered deep inside them. Their eyes were closed, hands resting near their weapons, and though none of them moved, the room was engulfed with killing intent. It was as if Atticus had walked into the lair of predators, the kind of place where even the air itself threatened to tear you apart. Each of these figures was a force to be reckoned with, the apex of their race. Carrion Valerius of the Demensari race. Luray Bloodveil of the Vampiros race. Karn Voss of the Nullites race. Mara Nihilus of the Obliterary race. Kinera Flux of the Evolari race. Tauren Violus of the Regenerary race. Zariel Umbrian of the Lucendi race. Erevan Noctis of the Requiem race. Valen Raxel of the Transmutari race. Draketharian Ignisith of the Dragon race. Orifil Radiantwing of the Angel race. Zarathos Malzareth of the Demon race. Aearch Eternus of the Aeonians. Elendor Sylvanus of the Elven race. Harlgrim Grundar of the Dwarven race. These were the apexes participating in the Nexus, and not a single one of them lacked an overwhelming aura. Atticus took in all of this in a mere second, his movement not pausing. Even as he walked toward an empty seat in the room, none of the apexes opened their eyes to acknowledge him. And yet, Atticus could still feel all eyes on him. However, he remained undaunted, his movements precise and measured. No rush, no sense of urgency. Despite the intense tension in the room, nothing could disturb his calm. As he sat and closed his eyes, the screens across the human domain flickered to life. In Sector 3, at the Ravenstein estate, the crowd erupted. A deafening wave of cheers swept through the estate, the entire sector, and the human domain alike as soon as they saw their apex appear on the screen. Whoa hhhhhhhhhhh. The cheers were equally loud in the White Omen division. Finally. Look, it's the leader. Someone shouted. Did he grow taller? Another voice chimed in, disbelief filling their tone. How is that even possible? The Ravenstein youth standing at the forefront broke into smiles. That cold, icy look constantly on his face, that was the Atticus they all remembered. At the front of the crowd, Nate stood beside Lucas, unable to contain his excitement. Damn, he looks even stronger. He said, eyes wide in disbelief. I told him to take it easy, but does he ever listen? Even through the screen, although it seemed impossible, everyone could still feel it, the sheer power emanating from that room. Lucas shot Nate a baffled look. You thought he'd actually hold back? His voice was incredulous. Why would anyone with a functioning brain hold back just because you asked him? With how dangerous this world was, why would anyone in their right mind hold back just to let someone catch up with them? Nate ignored him and focused on the other apexes in the room with Atticus, his expression twisting into a frown. But damn, those other guys look way too powerful. Will he really be okay? He muttered. Chubby, while munching on a cracker, nodded in agreement. The thought of fighting those monsters or even being in the same room with them was frightening. I really don't want to be in his shoes right now. The expressions of many of the other Ravenstein youths also changed. They had learned about the powers and dangers of the other races in their second year. Back then, many had immediately lost hope of ever matching them after seeing how overpowered they were. And now, Atticus was facing the individuals considered the best of those monsters, generation. A skepticism started to form in their minds. However, have you ever seen him lose? The Ravenstein youths turned toward Aurora. She had just spoken without turning to face them, her gaze still fixed on the screen. The Ravenstein youths paused, memories flashing through their minds. Since they had known Atticus, even when he was just 10 years old, he had never once lost a fight. During the Raven camp, when he was only 10, he defeated people who were far above his rank and more than twice his age. Even when he had battled with Jared, an instructor, he had managed to draw. With multiple scenes flashing in their minds, many couldn't help but fall silent. Aurora was right. None of them could imagine a scene of Atticus Ravenstein losing. If you understand, then just open your eyes wide and watch, Aurora added. Throughout the conversation, she hadn't turned to face the group. With just a few words, she had dispelled their uncertainty. Many might say it was thanks to her great leadership skills, but Aurora knew better. It was all because of Atticus. This was simply how he had imposed himself in their minds. Aurora's heart pounded hard against her chest. That bastard. I'll burn you to a crisp when I see you. Though her thoughts were harsh, the small smile forming on her face said otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice suddenly boomed across the Colosseum, interrupting the cheers and jubilations. The crowd instantly quieted down, eager to listen. The event was finally starting. A man with the features of the Dimensari race appeared high in the sky. Welcome to the Veritaga Nexus. The MC shouted, spreading his arms wide. His voice echoed throughout the Colosseum and across the domains of the various races watching the live broadcast. Are you ready to have your minds blown? The crowd instantly erupted, their cheers and roars bouncing off the massive Colosseum walls. The Dimensari race knew all the languages of Eldoralth's races. Despite this, switching between languages would be impractical, given the vast number of races tuning in. For this reason, each spectator in the Colosseum had personal translators, and the broadcast was automatically translated for viewers across the different domains. The host paused dramatically, smiling as the crowd roared back in response. This event happens once every 10 years, and today, we have a truly special gathering of talent. He gestured upwards abruptly, and fireworks exploded in the sky, lighting up the entire arena. Let's give a round of applause to the paragons of each race, seated in their balconies above us. The crowd erupted once again, their cheers almost deafening. While not everyone liked their rulers, absolute power commanded respect, and that respect was undeniable. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, the host said, lowering his voice slightly, drawing the crowd in before erupting once more, these are your apexes. As soon as he said that, the screens shifted, becoming larger as they began showcasing each apex in the room one by one. The crowds instantly erupted. Across the human domain, in every sector, people leapt to their feet, screaming in excitement at the top of their lungs, as if competing silently with the crowds of the other races. The air across the human domain, and in others, was electric with excitement. Suddenly, the room that Atticus and the other apexes were in warped and distorted. A flash of light, and in the next instant, they were transported to the center of the Colosseum. The walls vanished, revealing the roaring crowds and the massive arena that surrounded them. The intensity of the cheers doubled, the Colosseum trembling under the sheer volume of sound. But then, as though on cue, the eyes of every apex flickered open. The moment their eyes opened, the killing intent that had been contained within the room before now flooded the Colosseum. The shift was immediate. The cheering stopped abruptly. The entire arena fell into a suffocating silence. The air grew cold. The crowd, which had been so loud moments ago, sat frozen, their hearts pounding in their chests. Even the viewers across the human domain could feel it, the oppressive aura that suddenly spread, encompassing everything. None of the apexes acknowledged the crowd. They only watched each other, silent, waiting, calculating, not uttering a single word. Every single onlooker sat in silence. Even the host, who had been so enthusiastic seconds ago, found himself utterly speechless. What the hell was this tension? This was supposed to be a competition between races to foster and grow the alliance, but everyone knew it was merely a stage for the top races to assert dominance. However, the oppressive aura the apexes had just unleashed was so intense that everyone found themselves shivering in their seats, their hearts pounding. It was as though the youths they were watching were beasts, predators, observing, waiting for the moment to strike. It was then that every single person watching knew, this Veritaga Nexus would be unlike any other. It would be remembered for the rest of their lives. The paragons of each race, seated high in their balconies, smiled. This was exactly what they had been waiting for. Let's get this show started. The host finally stammered, trying to regain his composure. However, his attempt at riling up the crowd was met with silence. The entire Colosseum remained hushed, as if they too could feel the tension. It was like a thin thread that could snap at any moment. Even the most experienced warriors in the audience felt their hands shaking, their bodies tense. Atticus's gaze met Aearch's across the arena, and though neither said a word, the message was clear: no holding back. The paragons of the other races watching the scene wore smiles. None of them were disappointed, especially the paragons of the mid-races, the dragon race, the Aeonians, the angel race, and the demon race. The fact that their apexes were standing toe-to-toe with apexes of the superior races sent a wave of pride through them. However, a frown began to appear on the faces of most of them. How are they so strong? Valkyrian Ignacith, one of the paragons of the dragon race, thought as he gazed at the apexes of the elven, dwarven, and human races. The dragon race, along with the other mid-races, had been the reason the lower races were participating in this year's Nexus in the first place. They had insisted that the lower races participate because they wanted their resources. Usually, any race reserved the right to refuse participation if they deemed themselves unfit. However, to see that each lower race had an apex strong enough to stand with theirs was shocking, especially when their current apex was the strongest their race had ever seen. The other mid-races also shared this sentiment, aside from the Aeonians. Aezzard gazed down on Atticus with a serious look. He has grown even more than I anticipated. Incredible, he thought. After the battle with Aearch, his grandson, Aezzard had expected Atticus to grow, but even he couldn't have anticipated that Atticus would grow this much. He turned to look at Magnus, who also met his gaze and greeted him with a nod, his expression unchanged. Aezzard chuckled, returning the nod. The host, though visibly rattled, forced himself to continue. I will now explain the rules. His voice shook as he tried to maintain his composure. The voice of the host brought each of them out of their thoughts, and they focused back on him. However, the host couldn't help but freeze in the next instant. He shakily turned his gaze to the side and saw each of the apexes looking at him silently. An intense shiver ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but gulp. He was a Grandmaster Plus, but he felt like prey. Who the hell gave birth to such monsters? He ignored the sweat forming on his forehead and continued speaking. The rules of this year's Veritaga Nexus are simple. The host's voice rang out through the arena, and the entire Colosseum immediately fell silent, every pair of eyes locked on him. The anticipation was palpable, an intense weight on everyone's shoulders. At every Nexus, the rules always changed. No one ever knew what to expect until the moment the actual event began. By now, it was part of the tradition, part of the suspense that kept people on the edge of their seats. The different races of Eldoralth had such diverse abilities that it made it very difficult to come up with a neutral competition that would be fair to all. Revealing the theme in advance could only backfire, as everyone would prepare specifically for that scenario. The host's voice echoed clearly and firmly, and everyone, even the apexes, listened carefully, absorbing every word. However, compared to the others, the speed at which the apexes' minds worked as they listened would be difficult for many to fathom. As the host explained the rules extensively, a figure suddenly appeared high above the Colosseum, floating effortlessly in the air. It was an old man, his features distinctively Dimensari, ancient and wise. Despite his age, he radiated a power that made even the apexes narrow their eyes. A paragon. Elatrantron Valerius, one of the Grand Elders of the Dimensari race, a legend in his own right. The host bowed deeply in respect, and from the way the Dimensari citizens and paragons reacted, it was clear this man was highly revered among their race. Elatrantron's eyes scanned the apexes, a small, knowing smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Then, with a simple raise of his hand, everything changed. The collective killing intent from the apexes, which had been so thick it blanketed the Colosseum, vanished, replaced by an aura so overwhelming that the audience could only feel its weight without being crushed by it. The apexes couldn't help but narrow their gazes. This old man, he was taunting them. Before anyone could react further, Elatrantron snapped his fingers. The air around each apex distorted, a vortex opening up beneath them, and in an instant, they were sucked through, disappearing from the Colosseum. The screens across the Colosseum and in every sector turned black. Let the Nexus begin. The host's voice suddenly boomed. In the next instant, the oppressive silence was shattered. Once the aura that had blanketed the Colosseum vanished, the crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement shaking the entire Colosseum and reverberating through the streets of the human domain and the other races, territories. It was a sudden explosion of excitement, a release of tension that had been building. This was what everyone had been waiting for. The screens flickered back on, displaying the rules of the competition in bold, clear text as the host's voice continued to narrate, waiting for each apex to get in place. Stage 1. The hunt for the flags. Each apex will be transported to a separate corner of an inhabited alternate planet, about 1/30th the size of Eldoralf. The environment is filled with dangerous beasts, deadly terrains, and a living forest that will actively try to kill you. The objective? Reach the center of the planet, where 16 flags of different colors are located. Each flag bestows a unique ability that will be used in the second stage. The first to reach and claim a flag gets its power. Once a flag is claimed, no attacks will harm or reach the flag bearer until they are transported to the second stage. While combat during this stage is allowed, it is not encouraged. The focus is on reaching the center and claiming a flag. Stage 2. The Labyrinth of Battles. After all 16 flags are claimed, each apex will be transported into a labyrinth, randomly placed in different arenas. Apexes will be paired in one-on-one battles. The winner of each battle will advance to the next round. The process continues until only one apex remains, the true apex. Note: you cannot die in the Nexus. If you lose, you are immediately transported out of the labyrinth. However, if you give up, you are disqualified and cannot participate further. Only your main weapon will work in this world, no storage or external artifacts will function here. Flags and abilities. 1. Gold flag. Immunity to 1 attack. 2. Red flag. Choose your opponent in the next stage. 3. Blue flag. Instantly locate your opponent in the arena. 4. Green flag. Create an impenetrable barrier for 5 seconds. Note: you cannot move while it is deployed. 5. Black flag. Force the battle to take place in complete darkness. 6. Silver flag. Deflect 1 attack back at the attacker. 7. White flag. Automatic victory in the event of a tie. 8. Yellow flag. Teleport once to any location in the arena. 9. Crimson flag. Swap your opponent. 10. Violet flag. Change the terrain of the arena randomly for 30 seconds. 11. Orange flag. Create an impenetrable shield that encompasses both you and your opponent for 1 minute. 12. Brown flag. Eliminate all sound in the area, rendering it completely silent. 13. Indigo flag. Generate a fog that blankets the area. 14. Cyan flag. Summon an army of random beasts. Note: the beasts cannot distinguish between ally and foe, and will attack everyone and everything. 15. Teal flag. Become invisible for 5 seconds. Attacking renders you visible. 16. Pink flag. Alter the color of the environment and all people into a single, uniform color. As the host explained the details, the crowd continued roaring at the top of their lungs, their excitement spilling out into the streets. The people from the human domain, especially those in Sector 3, were glued to the screens, eager to see what Atticus would do. Food had already been brought out, with everyone ready for the epic battles to come. His name and face had already spread across the domain like wildfire, and now, everyone was on edge, waiting to see how their apex would fare against the strongest of the other races. A few seconds passed, and back in the Colosseum and across the domains, the broadcast screens flickered once more. The darkness disappeared, replaced by images of all 16 apexes. However, they were no longer in the Colosseum. Instead, they were each falling from high in the air, descending from different locations across the wild, dangerous terrain of a new planet. Atticus felt his entire form twisting, and in the next instant, he was high up in the sky. The wind whipped around him with intensity, blowing his hair and clothes backward as he fell at incredible speed. The coldness in his eyes remained unchanged, his left hand gripping the hilt of his katana as he descended silently. When his feet finally touched the ground, the warped air around him settled. Despite the height from which he had fallen, there wasn't a single ripple on the ground upon his landing. Before doing anything else, Atticus conducted a brief inspection of himself. My space storage isn't working, but I can't feel any restrictions on myself. I can access all my elements, my mana isn't restricted. Everything is just as I remember. It was good news. Atticus had only ever experienced restrictions in competitions, like during the Leaders' Summit, when everything had been reduced to the bare minimum. It was an experience he never wanted to endure again. He came out of his thoughts and began scanning his surroundings. He stood in a dense, fog-filled forest. The trees loomed overhead, twisted and alive, their branches shifting and reaching as if they could sense him. In the next second, the ground beneath his feet rumbled slightly, as though the entire planet was aware of his presence. The challenge had begun. Atticus glanced ahead, narrowing his eyes as he gauged the vast distance between him and the planet's center. He could hear it all, the howling beasts in the distance, the earth shifting beneath him, the dangerous living forest inching closer. The entire world was alive with threats designed to kill, to break anyone who dared approach the center. But none of that mattered. Atticus remained calm, his every step deliberate. The audience watching from the human domain and across all of Eldoralth expected a show. They wanted to see each apex fight their way through this hostile world, struggling against beasts, surviving treacherous terrain, and pushing forward with grit and perseverance. They wanted desperation and danger, a slow, painful climb to the inevitable showdown that would shake the world. But Atticus had other plans. In every corner of the planet, the other apexes had the same thought burning in their minds. Why wait? The air around Atticus shifted, thickening as his presence expanded. His normally cold blue eyes took on a crimson hue as his aura unfurled like a living storm, crackling with raw, untamed power. The living trees that had been reaching for him suddenly froze, their twisted branches pausing in midair. In the distance, the beasts charging relentlessly toward him stopped dead in their tracks, trembling under the weight of his presence. Then, like a nuclear detonation, Atticus's aura exploded outward, reaching up into the sky. The ground beneath him cracked and shattered, splintering from the sheer force of his power. He placed his hand on the hilt of his katana and entered a stance. And he wasn't the only one. From every corner of this new world, each apex unleashed their own terrifying power. Their auras, each distinct in color and intensity, burst into the sky like beacons of the apocalypse. It was as though the planet itself held its breath, recognizing the monsters that now walked its surface. The earth trembled. Then, all at once, 16 streaks of pure, violent energy tore through the planet, each one hurtling toward the center with unstoppable force. They moved so fast that the ground they crossed never stood a chance. The living trees were cut down, shredded into splinters before they could so much as twitch. The beasts, once deadly threats, were reduced to lifeless husks, their bodies sliced to pieces, and their blood soaked the earth in seconds. The dangerous terrain, the mountains, ravines, forests, what should have been an insurmountable challenge, was obliterated as though pierced by a hot knife. There were no struggles, no gradual progress. The distance that should have taken hours of fighting and endurance was crossed in mere seconds, leaving the land scarred and devastated in the wake of the apex's path. Each apex left behind only destruction. And as they converged on the center from different directions, the world itself seemed to slow. To the millions watching, it happened in an instant. One moment, the apexes were scattered across the planet, about to begin their journey, and the next, they were all at the center, their powers tearing apart everything in their path. But to the apexes, time felt different. The world slowed as they each arrived at the center, the forces of nature around them bowing to their might. Their gazes met, and in that moment, there was no need for words. They understood each other with a single look. The ground splintered beneath their feet, the sheer force of their presence ripping the earth apart, causing the 16 flags to float upwards, drawn by the immense pressure. The air crackled as their auras clashed. The tension was suffocating, their power swirling violently, threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. Then it happened. Their auras collided, a titanic clash of energy that reverberated across the planet. The impact was deafening, a shockwave of raw power that shook the ground and shattered the sky. The flags, caught in the middle, trembled and flickered as the power surged around them, each one illuminated by the clash of power. Despite the immense energy, the flags remained intact. The onlookers, who had been cheering at the top of their lungs just moments before, suddenly fell into stunned silence. The energy of the clash was so immense, so overwhelming, that even those watching through the broadcast screens could feel it, despite how impossible it seemed. The entire planet seemed to tremble under the weight of the apex's combined power. The sky darkened, the ground quaked, and cracks began to spread across the surface of the planet. And then, with a final, earth-shattering explosion, the planet could no longer withstand the power. The crowd watching, both in the Colosseum and across the domains, went completely silent. Their breaths caught in their throats as the screens zoomed out, offering a full, clear view of the planet. For a moment, it seemed frozen in time, the calm before the storm. Then, from the center of the planet, a blinding light began to shine, growing brighter and brighter with every passing second. The ground beneath the apexes started to crumble, cracks spreading like veins of lightning across the planet's surface. The light intensified until it was too bright to look at directly, radiating from the core as if the planet's very heart was about to give out. Then, in a single violent motion, the planet imploded. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, the light consumed everything, blinding, all-encompassing, and silent. And then, nothing. Damn. One person among the multitude of people watching the live stream muttered under their breath. However, it was truly what every single person in the room was feeling. These youths are truly monstrous at their very core. They're all dangerous to the order and must be eliminated immediately, a man dressed in a simple black robe said, his silver eyes fixed on the screen. Despite knowing full well that Blackgate was speaking to him, Whisker von Pounce, the sovereign of the beast race, offered no response. With his chin resting on both hands, his eyes never left the screen as a crazed smile found its way onto his face. Amazing. The blood in his veins was boiling. This world had been far too boring, far too predictable. He had initially thought Atticus to be a variable in this predictable world, but he had been completely wrong. There were 16 such variables, each as unique as the last. And to top it all, he was currently watching them fight. Could the world love him any more? Heh heh. A chuckle unknowingly escaped Whisker's lips as he continued watching, earning an irritable stare from Blackgate. Useless, Blackgate muttered, before turning toward one of the branch heads in the room. Send word to the others and call for a meeting. We can't wait for them to grow. Alvis, who had already healed, nodded and quickly left the room. If only it were a death match, Blackgate pondered. They had also seen the rules of the battle. Even after the competition, each of these monsters that had just destroyed a planet would still be alive. If they could achieve this level of power before they even turned 20, Blackgate couldn't fathom how powerful they would become in the future. From what he'd seen, if they continued growing at this rate, it was possible that just one of them could erase the order from the face of the planet. They must be taken care of. Elatrantran Valerius furrowed his aged brows, his expression instantly turning serious. The Colosseum was filled with paragons. Although they were of varying power levels, it didn't change the fact that something as distinct as this would immediately be noticed. Every single paragon from the different races narrowed their eyes in unison, their gazes fixed on Elatrantran. The old man had just sent their best warriors into a pocket dimension, and after their devastating clash, his expression had grown serious. From their years of experience, it could only mean bad news. Father, what happened? Azrakan Valerius, the father of the Dimensari Apex, who had been sitting high up on one of the thrones, appeared in front of Elatrantran, his gaze filled with questions. Elatrantran gathered his thoughts before saying 3 words that made the gazes of the Dimensari paragons listening in tremble. I've lost control. To the others, while they could somewhat understand what Elatrantran meant, only the Dimensari paragons could fully grasp its significance. And it was far from good. How is that possible? Lost control. Master Elatrantran, who could do that? The Dimensari paragons instantly broke into hushed conversations among themselves. Elatrantran was one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, in their race. One of the Dimensari's abilities, especially among those at the peak of their power, was the creation of pocket dimensions that operated under their chosen rules. Inside this dimension, the laws of physics, time, space, and even reality itself could be bent, manipulated, or rewritten entirely to suit the will of the Dimensari. The fact that someone had been able to take control over a pocket dimension created by him was not only alarming, it was inconceivable. Azrakan's gaze darkened. His father, losing control. At this point, Magnus and the paragons of the other races were already standing, listening intently to the conversation. They chose to speak in the Dimensari language, however language wasn't a barrier for paragons. Elatrantran's eyes flickered as his thoughts raced at incomprehensible speed. My past assumptions were right. His primordial resonance is purer than any ever achieved in our race. The old man knew exactly what had happened and who had done it, but he also knew the implications of revealing this information. It would cause a chain reaction that even he couldn't stop. He decided to shift the focus. Yes, I've lost control, and I don't know how. I should be able to regain control, but it will take time. I'm still linked to the second world they've each been transported to. I should be able to see its new rules. Despite the brevity of his statement, his words carried immense weight, especially to the paragons listening. He had lost control of the dimension, and though he could regain it, it would take time. Each of the apexes had picked a flag and been transported to the second dimension, the next stage of the nexus. And the individual who had taken control over the dimension had changed the rules. The paragons comprehended all of this in a matter of seconds and knew what the best course of action was. The mid and lower races remained quiet. Speaking or making a fuss would only waste more time they didn't have. The superior races chose to do the same. The Dimensari couldn't betray them. For each of them to agree to Elytrantran thrusting their apexes into a modified dimension in the first place only served to show that a mana contract was in play. However, one thing was clear, only a Dimensari could do such a thing. Once this was over, they would answer for their negligence. Someone had to take responsibility. At this point, it was best to let Elytrantran work on regaining control of the dimension. Meanwhile, Elytrantran soon discovered what the new rules were. Stage 2. The Labyrinth of Battles. After all 16 flags are claimed, each apex will be transported into a labyrinth, randomly placed in different arenas. Apexes will be paired in one-on-one battles. The winner of each battle will advance to the next round. The process continues until only one apex remains, the true apex. Note. **** You cannot give up or surrender. Any loss automatically means death. New. Only your main weapon will work in this world. No storage or external artifacts will function here. Comma. The gazes of each paragon darkened. Should any of their apexes lose, it would mean their automatic death. This wasn't a competition to show dominance anymore, it was a death match, one that could cost them their most talented youths. Magnus clenched his fist tightly, his eyes glowing an intense white. Like the other race paragons, he did nothing. It would be futile. A frown appeared on both Luminous and Thorn's faces. Though they truly didn't like the boy, they were bound by contract to do everything in their power to protect him. Should his life be in danger, they might have to go on a rampage here, an action that would surely spell their doom. Serafina gently placed a hand on Magnus's shoulder. The apexes' display of strength had been overwhelming, but unfortunately, there was no time to reflect on it. The current situation was far more pressing. It's not your fault, she said softly. But Magnus's fist only clenched tighter. No matter what anyone said, he had been the one to ask Atticus to participate in the Nexus. He had great faith in the boy's abilities, but life was full of uncertainties, and this situation only served to prove that fact. As he stared at the large blank screen, Magnus made a silent vow. If his boy's life was in danger, even if he had to pierce the very fabric of reality, he would reach him. He would not lose another. The world had gone utterly quiet. Aside from the paragons, the masses were still unaware of the situation. From the Colosseum to the human domain and to every corner of the races, domains watching the Nexus, there was only silence. A group of teenagers had destroyed an entire planet. This thought echoed endlessly in everyone's mind. It was as though they were all struggling to comprehend the sheer absurdity of it. They had known the apexes were strong, but this was beyond comprehension. Even the Ravenstein estate and the White Omen division at the academy were silent. Everyone who knew Atticus was overwhelmed by a wave of shock. This was power on an entirely different level. Soon, however, doubt began to creep through the human domain. The screen remained blank, and considering the force of that explosion, could their apex, a human, really have survived? Though he had demonstrated overwhelming strength and reached the center just as quickly as the others, the humans couldn't help but feel uncertainty. They were too used to disappointment. Perhaps the reason their screen was still blank was because their apex had lost. But that soon changed. Suddenly, the screen flickered. A figure appeared on the screen, calm, steady. With piercing eyes and a flawless face, as though carved by the gods, a black suit clung to his frame like a second skin, and his snowy white hair flowed backward as if caught in an invisible breeze. His attire had changed, but there was no mistaking that face. Atticus Ravenstein. It took a moment, as though the entire human domain was waiting to process what they were seeing. And in the next moment, they erupted into a deafening cheer that shook the entire domain. People leapt from their seats, roaring at the top of their lungs. Whoa hhhhh. Their apex was still in the nexus. And best of all, there wasn't a single scratch on him. All across Eldorf, similar scenes played out. Every race cheered the moment their apex appeared on screen. The competition had only just begun. The heat was scorching. As soon as he could, Atticus opened his eyes and quickly scanned his surroundings. He was in some sort of fiery world, hell. Molten rivers snaked through the jagged terrain, and the distant rumbling of volcanic activity reached his ears, as geysers of lava sporadically shot up into the sky. The air was thick with smoke and ash, making the sky above glow an ominous red. This is the second part of the event, huh? Atticus' thoughts were suddenly interrupted as he felt something encroaching on his mind. This again. So this was their plan. It all made sense now. The superior apexes had decided to turn the Veritega Nexus into a death match. Upon entering this world, Atticus had immediately noticed that a set of rules governed it. No one could die, so how did they plan to turn this into a death match? The question had crossed his mind. But now he was getting his answer. Someone was trying to impose a rule change on him. The rules of this world were being altered. However, compared to the paragon who formed this dimension, this person's will was still lacking. For the change to take effect, Atticus would have to accept it first. It's the Dimensari apex, but it looks like his will is lower or equal to mine. If I refuse, I'd be transported outside. But Atticus's eyes became icy. He still believed this was the best opportunity to end everything once and for all. He took a look at the new rule change. You cannot give up or surrender. Any losses automatically mean death. Atticus took a deep breath and accepted. In another location within the labyrinth, where the land was completely barren, Carrion Valerius, the apex of the Dimensari race, narrowed his eyes. The humans. He was shocked. Carrion had initiated the rule change not only to commence their death match but also to gauge which apexes posed a threat. Aside from the Transmutari race's apex, the superior races had all resisted his will and needed to agree to the terms first. He had expected the mid and lower races to be unable to resist. Yet, out of them, one had. The human apex. Atticus Ravenstein, Carrion muttered to himself. After accepting the rule change, Atticus inspected himself once again and confirmed that he wasn't being limited in any way. Now it was time to plan his next move. Who's my opponent? He gazed ahead and took note of the towering mountain with rivers of lava pouring down its slopes like growing veins. Up there, Atticus's hand moved to his katana. His breath was steady, his gaze calm as geysers of fire erupted around him. Without hesitation, he surged forward, the molten landscape cracking under his speed as he raced up the mountain. Soon enough, Atticus reached the peak, his gaze turning cold as his eyes landed on his opponent. Draketharian Ignisith, the apex of the dragon race. The intense sound of people cheering abruptly stopped, and the entire human domain fell into a state of silence. However, unlike their counterparts, the people of the dragon race only roared louder. Geysers of flames erupted upward as the multitude of volcanoes in the dragon race's domain reacted to their excitement. There was one thing the dragon race of Eldorf was known for: their pride. They were prideful to their very bones. This was a trait they were well aware of and took very seriously. Among the mid-level races, the dragon race stood at the top. In fact, if not for the overwhelming difference between the mid and superior races, they would have long since crowned themselves the overlords of Eldorf. Their excitement lit up their entire domain in crimson flames, but the humans remained quiet. They all knew. The dragon race was strong. Overwhelmingly so. Their bodies, their power, everything. Because of history, morale was low. Yet, there was still a spark in everyone's heart. Atticus Ravenstein, this 16-year-old boy, might just show them a miracle. The other apexes had already been paired and were ready to battle. However, Whisker von Pounce tuned out every other screen and focused on just one, Atticus's. There may be 15 other variables, but he's still my star actor, Whisker smiled as he fixed his gaze on the screen. The expressions of the paragons in the Colosseum changed as each apex appeared on the screens. Unlike the general public, they were aware of the true nature of this event. Death was coming. However, Valkyrian Ignacith, the grandfather of the dragon race apex, and the other dragon race paragons attending the event couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. It would take time for Elatrantran to regain control over the dimension, and once he did, the death match would be over. This meant each apex only needed to survive until that time. All would have been lost if Draketharian, the dragon apex, had been paired with one of the superior race apexes. Having his grandson face the human apex, one from a lower race, Valkyrian couldn't help but feel relieved. At the very least, he will survive this round, he thought to himself. With that, all eyes were fixed on the screen. The entire human domain watched in tense anticipation, as did the people of the dragon race. None of them would miss this for anything. Atticus landed calmly on the peak of the fiery mountain, his gaze steady. Unlike the other parts of the mountain, the summit was surprisingly simple. The ground was scorching hot, yet there was no fiery lake or geysers around, just an expansive, flat peak. Despite the simplicity of the site, the atmosphere was far from calm. The tension in the air was thick and seemed to grow heavier by the second as the two figures studied each other in silence. Their muscles were coiled like springs, and every shift in the wind, every flicker of light, was observed without fail. Though only seconds had passed, their auras clashed invisibly, sending sparks flying through the atmosphere. Draketharian looked like most of the dragon race. He was massive, his humanoid form towering and muscular, covered in dark scales. His fiery eyes were slit like a predator's. Two sharp horns curved back from his forehead, and his claws were long and razor sharp, with his wings folded behind him. Atticus had secured the white flag, something useless in battle. Draketharian's flag, however, remained unknown. The battle hadn't yet begun, but the energy hovering between them was primal, the kind that promised a fight that would reshape the world around them. Then, in a voice that rumbled the earth, the dragon apex, Draketharian, finally broke the silence, his eyes narrowing into fiery slits. Do you feel that? During his study days, Atticus had taken the liberty of learning each race's language. While he understood them, speaking them was another matter entirely. Regardless, he offered no response. Draketharian continued. The distant sound of volcanoes erupting. The roar of molten lava streaming down the mountainsides. The earth trembling beneath us, the intense heat in the air. He stopped, his gaze locked on Atticus, waiting for the response that wouldn't come. Without taking his eyes off Atticus, Draketharian slowly raised his hand. The ground quivered, and in the distance, one of the volcanoes erupted with a violent roar, spewing molten lava into the sky. Draketharian's hand remained raised, and then, with a snap of his fingers, the entire landscape around them erupted. One after another, volcanoes miles away detonated in violent bursts of fire, their fiery veins carving through the earth, turning the ground into a molten sea of hellfire. This, Draketharian's voice boomed, a crazed smile forming on his face, is a dragon's domain. The domain of the dragon race trembled as its members roared loudly into the sky, their pride palpable. Draketharian had just embodied everything they stood for: pride. The air shimmered with unbearable heat, the ground now a chaotic battlefield of searing lava, ash swirling like a storm. Draketharian's voice lowered. Human apex. We both know what we are. But I've seen men, crushed by their own arrogance, too blind to see the truth staring back at them. He lowered his hand, the volcanoes still churning behind him as if they obeyed only his will. His fiery slits narrowed as he spoke, each word cutting through the heavy, ash-laden air. Give up now. Everyone watched with rapt attention, the humans on the edge of their seats, curious to see what Atticus would do. Would he really give up? However, those who knew Atticus knew what his response would be: absolute silence. Atticus stood unmoving, his eyes steady on Draketharian. His heartbeat was slow and deliberate, matching the calm rhythm of his breath. His gaze was cold, calculating. The earth groaned beneath their feet, but Atticus's stance remained unshaken. The heat seared the air, but he barely noticed it. All he saw was Draketharian, his opponent, his target. At that moment, to Atticus, everything else was just noise, beneath his feet, around him, inconsequential. His gaze embodied three heavy things: calm, cold, unyielding. Draketharian felt uncomfortable. Atticus didn't feel human. No, At this moment, he didn't feel like a being with any emotions at all. Draketharian felt as though he were being stared at by something far colder, a machine. It was as if he was no longer facing a man, but a program filled with nothing but calculations, running countless scenarios, dissecting every move before it even happened. There was no fear, no hesitation, no anger, just cold, ruthless intent. Draketharian frowned. He didn't like this. In his past life, just like this one, he had been a dragon. A being who was the overlord of his world. But now, being stared at by this boy, he felt small. He couldn't accept that. He wouldn't. Suddenly, the world seemed to pause. The air grew thick, suffocating. The sound of lava flowing in the distance faded as the tension between them reached a breaking point. Then, with the force of a rocket launching, one of the volcanoes erupted. Flames shot into the sky, spewing molten rock, and in that instant, Draketharian vanished. The ground buckled under the force of his movement, sending a shockwave rippling across the molten battlefield, splitting the earth and kicking up debris in its wake. The sheer force of his movement shattered the silence, the ground beneath Atticus cracking. Before the echo of the blast could fade, Draketharian reappeared, sweeping upward in a vicious kick aimed at Atticus's face. But Atticus remained calm. Dangerously calm. Grandmaster rank strength. His eyes flicked toward the incoming attack, his body already moving. His mana surged, water and mana mixing, and with a fluid motion, he slipped past the kick as if made of water itself, formless, untouchable. The ground buckled under the force of the missed blow, but Atticus was already closing in, his movements smooth. In the blink of an eye, his mana shifted, the earth element now flowing through him. His stance solidified, becoming as steady and immovable as a mountain. His fist clenched as power surged through his veins, and then he launched it forward toward Draketharian's stomach with intense momentum. The blow landed with the force of a meteor. A deafening boom echoed across the battlefield, the impact rippling through the ground, sending shockwaves up the mountain and cracking the earth beneath them. But instead of Draketharian being sent flying, it was Atticus who felt it first, a shockwave traveling up his arm, not from the force of his own punch, but from what he had just struck. His gaze flickered. Scales, Atticus thought coldly, his mind processing everything in an instant. At the point of impact, scales had covered Draketharian's stomach, thick and impenetrable. Draketharian didn't pause. His molten eyes suddenly glowed, his slits thinning. Wisps of smoke curled from his mouth as he turned toward Atticus, his chest expanding, and his maw already opened wide. A deep crimson glow began to radiate from within his stomach, the heat in the air becoming unbearable, searing. His chest heaved, the crimson light intensifying, and then, he erupted. A torrent of flames, molten and ferocious, shot outward from his mouth, a fiery explosion that consumed everything in its path, hurtling toward Atticus. But just before the fire could swallow him whole, Atticus suddenly vanished, bursting into motes of light. The flames blazed past where he had been, their heat so intense that the rock and earth beneath them shattered, lava erupting violently in their wake. The blast carved a molten path through the landscape, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Draketharian's molten eyes flickered, his head abruptly snapping to the side. But he was too late. Atticus appeared behind him, his leg imbued with intense flames, hurtling toward Draketharian's neck with blistering speed. However, Draketharian's lips soon curled into a small smile, almost mocking. From his earlier small interaction with Atticus, it was clear that he hadn't bothered learning about the other apexes beforehand. While the different races guarded information about their apexes tightly, getting something as basic as his name should have been possible. However, Draketharian hadn't bothered, especially for a lower race. He was a dragon through and through, his pride running deep. Regardless, he would have expected this human to know at least one of the most important things about dragons, their absolute dominion over fire. While Atticus was right to target a vital spot to offset the use of scales, using fire against a dragon was akin to a drop of water hitting an ocean. Useless. However, the impossible soon happened, something that made the gazes of Draketharian and every single member of the dragon race watching tremble. The heat of the battlefield was already scorching, but to Draketharian, it was nothing. He had bathed in molten lava, swam in seas of fire. This was cold to him. And yet, as Atticus's leg inched closer, for the first time in as long as he could remember, Draketharian felt it. Heat. Real, searing heat. It didn't feel right. It was wrong. Atticus's kick slammed into Draketharian's neck with terrifying force, bending him at the neck, his body jolting from the impact. The sheer power behind the blow sent a shockwave through the air, cracking the ground beneath them. Draketharian's massive frame skidded violently across the molten ground, fire and debris exploding in his wake. His eyes widened in disbelief, a thought racing through his mind. How? How had Atticus done it? But Atticus didn't pause. He didn't hesitate, his body already moving. Tendrils of lightning crackled to life, snaking across his form before he streaked forward. The lightning coalesced at the tip of his pointed palm, sharp and deadly, as he thrust it toward Draketharian's throat. Draketharian, still reeling from the strike, struggled to comprehend what had happened. His pride roared within him, but he was no fool. He was a warrior, a veteran who had survived countless battles. Even as the shock of what had just occurred rippled through him, his instincts kicked in. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the air shifted. His aura hardened, a weight pressing down on the battlefield. Everything seemed to slow for just a moment, and then, he roared. The sound was deafening, a primal bellow that shook the very heavens. The sheer force of it sent a shockwave tearing through the air, shattering the ground beneath him and pushing back the molten sea around them. In Eldoralf, dragons stood as the strongest of the mid-races. One of their strongest warriors alone was enough to cause catastrophic damage during battle. They were feared for many reasons, and it wasn't only their unparalleled physical strength. Their scales were harder than any metal, and their claws could tear through armor like paper. But what truly set them apart was their profound compatibility with mana, almost rivaling even the Aeonians in this regard. A dragon could channel mana with such ease that controlling elements like fire, earth, and lightning came naturally to them, as if the world itself bent to their will. Their control was so absolute that a dragon's breath could turn a landscape to ash, split mountains, or summon storms fierce enough to sink fleets. Dragons were ancient, living far longer than humans, though their extremely low birth rate balanced this. Because of this, they possessed a certain wisdom acquired from the many experiences in their long lives. Their keen intelligence made them formidable warriors on the battlefield. The dragon's roar. This was one of a dragon's most primal abilities. It wasn't just a normal sound. When a dragon unleashed its roar, it was the manifestation of its will. The very atmosphere would resonate with the sheer force of their presence. To be within the roar's radius was to feel the weight of an ancient, primal fear, a fear that struck deep into the heart, awakening instincts that reminded every living being that they were prey, and the dragon was the predator. In battle, the roar could shatter the resolve of entire armies, sending them fleeing in blind panic. A dragon's roar was the full, undeniable declaration of a creature that had never known defeat, a creature that ruled with sheer dominance. It was a reminder to all who heard it that dragons, in every sense, were the true predators. Among the dragon race, there was not a single one who didn't know this fact, not even the children. Draketharian's roar had always been the embodiment of that truth, a call to power that shook the very core of those who heard it. But just a second after Draketharian roared, the pride of every member of the dragon race crumbled into dust. The eyes of every dragon watching bulged from their sockets. This couldn't be real. They had to be dreaming. What they were witnessing was nothing short of absurd. A dragon's roar, one that could make an entire army bend its knees, had just been unleashed. The air shook, the ground split open, and mana in the atmosphere vibrated violently, chaotic and unruly, as if the world's very energy bowed to the dragon's authority. And yet, the only human at the center of it all remained unaffected. Atticus's piercing blue eyes glowed with an intense crimson light, his will surging forth like an unstoppable force. The amplified roar of a dragon, something that should have crushed any ordinary mortal, wasn't enough to make him even flinch. He moved forward, unbothered, his pace unbroken. Tendrils of lightning crackled across his form, the energy swirling and growing in power. The lightning at the tip of his outstretched arm intensified, thickening with a ferocious brightness that lit up the battlefield. The very air around it trembled, as if the energy was too much for the world to contain. It flashed, violent and bright, before it shot forward toward Draketharian's chest. The strike landed, but instead of an explosive shockwave, there was a subtle, almost eerie stillness. The lightning didn't disperse like before. No, this time, it pierced through Draketharian's scales, cutting through the dragon's defenses like a blade of light, and continued its path toward his heart. Draketharian's eyes widened, his gaze trembling in disbelief. His shock was palpable. I underestimated him. The thought echoed through Draketharian's mind. In his past world, humans were nothing but ants beneath his feet. Even in this world, they had been the same, insignificant, weak. But he had miscalculated. He wasn't fighting just any human. Atticus was something more, something different. A reincarnator. An apex. He had truly miscalculated. But there was no time for regret. No time for pondering. Only action. Draketharian's eyes narrowed, the intensity in them sharpening like the edge of a blade. His wings unfurled, spreading wide like dark clouds before a storm. With a sudden flash, they snapped open, and in the next instant, Draketharian launched into the sky, his massive form blurring with impossible speed. The force of his ascent sent shockwaves through the molten ground below, lava splashing as the heat intensified. As Draketharian ascended into the skies, his scales suddenly rippled, shifting and locking into place like pieces of black iron armor adjusting to his every movement. They hardened, fully protecting him. His eyes narrowed, and with a low mutter, he commanded, "Come forth." His arm pulsed, the black iron accessory wrapped around his fist trembling. It shifted, crawling up his arm like a living creature before fixing itself to his claws. In an instant, the weapon grew, transforming into jagged, deadly extensions of his hand, humming with power as if it had been waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, Draketharian blitzed through the sky, his form barely discernible, a black streak cutting through the air. The ground trembled under the force of his speed, and in an instant, he was upon Atticus. However, Atticus had already drawn his katana. Their weapons collided in a shower of sparks, life weapon against life weapon, power against power. The force of the clash cracked the air around them, the ground beneath them trembling from the sheer energy of the impact. Again, they clashed, sparks igniting the sky as Draketharian turned the very skies into his domain, attacking from every angle. He moved like a shadow in the air, his claws blazing with fire, each strike aiming to dice Atticus into pieces. But Atticus remained calm. His katana moved fluidly, his expression cold and focused. His eyes flicked rapidly, anticipating Draketharian's movements, reading the attacks before they landed. Each time, he blocked or deflected, his stance unbroken, his focus sharp. Sparks flew again and again, their weapons meeting with the force of titans. Draketharian's speed abruptly doubled. He came at Atticus with even more force, the air barrier shattering, his claws now fully engulfed in flame, blazing with molten fury. Atticus's eyes flashed. He couldn't block this head on, it would send him flying. His stance suddenly shifted subtly, his body moving like water. As Draketharian's fiery claws descended, Atticus redirected the attack with a deft motion, using Draketharian's momentum to send him off to the side. Draketharian's eyes flared in surprise, but Atticus didn't let up. Before Draketharian could recover, Atticus spoke, his voice calm but deadly. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. In an instant, Atticus moved. His body blurred, moving at unreal speed, the ground beneath him cracking and breaking apart from the force. The air tore in his wake, leaving streaks of azure energy trailing behind him. His katana, now enveloped in that same azure light, gleamed with devastating power as he slashed toward Draketharian. As the blade descended, Draketharian's eyes blazed, his body erupting in a surge of crimson. Heat poured from him in waves, the air warping from the intensity of his power. He muttered under his breath, "Crimson Fang." His claws ignited, burning with a brilliant crimson glow that cut through the sky like molten blades. The air seemed to part around him as he unleashed the full force of his power, launching his blazing claws upward to meet Atticus's katana. The katana and claws collided with a deafening explosion. The impact ripped through the battlefield, sending shockwaves that tore through the ground. The mountain they stood on quaked violently, cracks spreading like spiderwebs through the rock before it began to crumble beneath them. However, Atticus and Draketharian were already moving again, their bodies blurring with intense speed and power. They blitzed through the air, clashing in a violent storm of sparks and energy, each impact creating shockwaves that shattered the remnants of the mountain. One moment they were above the battlefield, the next they were skidding across it, only to vanish and appear mid-strike somewhere else. Sparks flew as claws met steel, the air cracking with every collision. The human and dragon races watching the live stream were in utter silence. No one spoke, no one breathed, every eye locked onto the two. They were both utterly and completely shocked, but for different reasons. The dragon race couldn't believe their eyes. At the same age, a human should not be able to compete with a dragon. It was inconceivable. They were always the dominant party. Their most powerful youth, Draketharian, embodied this fact. Yet, the problem wasn't Draketharian, it was that human. Atticus was defying everything they thought they knew. How was he so powerful? The most shocked of all was Valkarian, Draketharian's grandfather. His eyes were wide as he stared at the screen, watching the intense battle unfold. Meanwhile, the human domain was still in denial. Seeing a human hold his own against the dragon race was something they had never thought possible. At the academy, Kale's gaze blazed, and a crazed smile had already found its way to his face, his battle intent peaking. In the hall where the instructors were gathered, Jared had already started laughing out loud, but the other instructors didn't bother paying him any attention. In the White Omen division, and in all divisions of the academy, along with the Ravenstein estate, everyone watched the battle silently. However, as it continued, every single one of them couldn't help but feel their blood pumping hard. Many didn't even realize when they abandoned their food, the majority already standing on their feet, hands clenched, staring at the screen with eyes igniting with hope and excitement. One thought ran through their heads. Their apex could win this. He could defeat a genius of the dragon race. If it wasn't clear before, the arena where the battle unfolded had become a literal hell. The ground was scorched, the peaceful atmosphere long destroyed. Two figures moved at speeds too fast to follow, one bathed in azure energy, the other in a blaze of intense red. They clashed in the air, their movements so fast they left destruction in their wake. Volcanoes erupted as they appeared, but by the time the lava reached the sky, both fighters were already gone, the area already left in ruins. They had both unleashed their second arts. Atticus carved the sky with brilliant azure slashes, each one painting the arena blue. Draketharian met them with a series of crimson claw slashes, the collision shaking the very arena, obliterating everything in their path. Draketharian's body was engulfed in flames, the heat searing everything around him. But nothing touched Atticus. Draketharian threw flame after flame at him, each attack burning hotter than the last. But Atticus stood, unfazed, as though the fire dared not touch him. Draketharian manipulated lightning, bent the earth to his will, but nothing made a difference. What the hell is he? Draketharian's mind raced in utter disbelief. Reincarnated or not, this wasn't normal. Throughout the battle, Draketharian's emotions constantly shifted: shock, anger, disbelief. But Atticus, he hadn't even blinked. He remained cold, calm, his eyes fixed on Draketharian with an unnerving intensity. Every move, every strike Draketharian threw, Atticus read him. It was as if he knew what would happen before it even began, countering every single time with attacks that nearly ended Draketharian's life. Draketharian was stronger, faster, and his mana was superior. But it didn't matter. No matter how fast or hard he struck, he couldn't land a hit on this human. It was maddening, infuriating. How? It was like Atticus could see through every move, as if Draketharian was fighting his own reflection. Each time he attacked, Atticus was already there, perfect, unflinching. Draketharian's expression twisted into pure rage. His fiery power roared around him, but as the battle raged on, something far darker found its way into his mind. As his eyes locked with Atticus's cold, calculating gaze, a terrifying, bone-chilling truth hit him. He could lose this battle.